Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Amara. The forest floor is a lie. It promises softness in its carpet of red ferns and moss, but every root is a snare, every shadow a mouth. I know this place. I have known it since I was a child, learning which berries stain your fingers and which ones stop your heart. But today, the forest is not mine. It belongs to them. The hunt is silent. Not the silence of peace, but the held breath quiet of a predator before the strike. I hear no snapping twigs, no rustling leaves, only the thud of my own heart against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat counting down my last moments of freedom. I risk a glance over my shoulder. A flicker of motion, a ripple in the air like heat off sun-baked stone. That's all they give. My lungs burn, each gasp a searing pain. The air is strong with the smell of damp earth and the strange, spicy aroma of the blue-barked trees that bleed a milky sap. It's a scent I've always associated with home, with safety. Now it feels like a shroud. I stumble, my foot catching on a gnarled root, and pitch forward into the ferns. The ground rushes up to meet me, knocking the air from my lungs in a choked gasp. And then they are there. They don't rush. They simply materialise from the dappled light, their forms coalescing from the shadows as if woven from the forest itself. 3 of them. Naga. Taller than any man I have ever seen, their bodies a terrifying fusion of humanoid strength and serpentine grace. Dark crimson scales, like polished garnets, cover their chests and arms, catching the light in lethal patterns. Their lower bodies are clad in dark, functional leather, but I see the powerful curve of muscle in their legs, the thick, muscular tail that balances them with an unnatural stillness. One of them steps forward, his face strong with predatory focus. Slitted pupils, the colour of molten gold, fix on me. He has no expression, none of the tells I've learned to read in men. No tightening of the jaw, no flicker of the eyes. Just a cold, absolute purpose. A forked tongue darts out, tasting the air, tasting my fear. I scramble backward, my hands sinking into the damp soil. A low hiss escapes him, a sound that vibrates in my bones. It is not a word. It is a statement of ownership. Mine. He moves with a speed that defies his size. One moment he is 10 feet away, the next he looms over me, a mountain of scaled muscle and chilling indifference. A large, clawed hand, each nail a shard of black obsidian, descends. It doesn't grab me, not in the brutish way a human captor would. It cups the back of my neck, the touch surprisingly gentle, yet unyielding. The scales are smooth, cool against my skin. The sheer strength coiled in that hand is terrifying. He could snap my neck with a twitch of his fingers. The thought is so clear, so certain, that a tremor runs through me. He lifts me to my feet as if I weigh nothing. My bare feet dangle for a moment before finding purchase on the uneven ground. I stand before him, trembling, my chin barely reaching the centre of his chest. I force myself to meet his gaze, refusing to cower. It is all I have left. My defiance is a tiny, flickering candle in a hurricane, but it is mine. The other two Naga flank him, their presence a suffocating weight. One of them produces a rope, not of hemp, but of some smooth, black fibre. My captor takes it, his golden eyes never leaving mine. He doesn't bind my hands behind my back. He loops the cord around my neck, a leash. The humiliation is a physical blow, a hot flush that spreads across my skin. He leaves it loose enough to breathe, but tight enough that the message is clear. I am not a person. I am a thing to be led, an animal. He gives a soft tug, and I stumble forward. The journey begins. We travel for what feels like days, though the sun filtering through the dense canopy offers little sense of time. They move with a tireless, fluid grace, their tails sweeping silently behind them. They do not speak to me, or to each other. The only sounds are the whisper of their scales and the soft thud of their feet on the forest floor. They offer me no food, but one of them will occasionally press a water skin to my lips, his movements efficient and impersonal. I drink, because to die of thirst is a stupid way to die. My fear slowly crystallizes into a hard, cold knot in my stomach. It doesn't lessen, but it changes. It becomes a lens through which I see everything with a painful clarity. I watch the way their muscles shift beneath their scales. I watch the way their heads tilt, their hoods flaring slightly at any unfamiliar sound. I watch them, and I learn. The forest gradually thins, the familiar red ferns giving way to strange, crimson sand that glitters with flecks of black. The trees here are skeletal and blue, their branches clawing at a sky that has turned a bruised purple. We are in their lands now. Nagaland. The capital rises from the plains like a row of fangs. The architecture is nothing like the soft, rounded lines of human villages. It is all sharp angles and stark, towering structures of black stone that seem to drink the light. There is no ornamentation, no frivolous decoration, only a brutalist functionality that is both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. It is a city built by predators, for predators. As we enter the city gates, the air changes. It hums with a silent, oppressive power. Naga move through the wide, clean streets with the same lethal grace as my captors. They are a kaleidoscope of colours, some with scales of jade green, others of sapphire blue or onyx black. They all turn to look at me, their slitted eyes cold and appraising. I am a novelty, a curiosity, a piece of flesh on a leash. I straighten my shoulders, lift my chin, and keep walking. I will not give them the satisfaction of my terror. I am led through the city to a vast central palace that seems carved from a single mountain of obsidian. Inside, the air is cool and smells of strange incense and something else, something metallic and clean. The halls are vast, the ceilings so high they are lost in shadow. We pass guards in polished black armour, their faces hidden behind visored helms, their tails resting in perfect coiled stillness. We arrive at a pair of massive carved doors. My captor halts, his grip on the leash tightening for a moment before he removes it. The sudden freedom is dizzying. He gives me a slight push forward. The doors swing open on silent hinges, revealing a throne room that steals my breath. It is a cavernous space, lit by glowing crystals embedded in the walls that cast a cold blue light. A throne of jagged, unpolished black stone dominates the far end of the room, and upon it sits the king. He is ancient, his crimson scales faded to a dull rust, his body stooped with age but his eyes sharp and cruel. The court is assembled. Dozens of Naga, draped in fine silks and glittering jewels, line the hall. They are beautiful and terrifying, their faces impassive masks of aristocratic disdain. They look at me as one might look at a new piece of art or a prized hound. My captor forces me to my knees on the polished stone floor. It is cold against my bare skin. A new pet for the royal collection, Your Majesty. My captor's voice is a low rumble, the first words he has spoken. Captured on the western border. She is unbroken. The king, Ishada Vasma, leans forward, his forked tongue flickering out. Unbroken things can be the most amusing. His voice is a dry rasp, like stones grinding together. A cold, mocking laugh echoes in the vast hall, and the court joins in, a chorus of soft, sibilant hisses. My gaze sweeps the room, cataloguing, memorizing. I will not be a pet. I will not be an amusement. My eyes land on 3 figures standing near the throne. One is clearly the prince. He stands beside the king, his posture rigid and formal. His scales are a rare, brilliant gold, scattered across his chest and arms like treasure. His face is cold authority, but his eyes, when they meet mine, hold a flicker of something other than disdain. It is a sharp, assessing intelligence, a weighing and measuring that is almost as unnerving as the open cruelty of the others. To the king's other side stands a warrior. He is larger than the others, his crimson scales marked with the silvery lines of old scars. A particularly vicious one cuts across his chest. His power is a palpable thing, a brutal aura of violence that makes the air around him feel thin. He watches me not with curiosity, but with a raw, possessive hunger that makes my skin crawl. It is a wolf singling out a lamb from the flock. And then there is the third. He stands slightly apart from the others, half hidden in the shadows of a great pillar. His scales are an iridescent silver blue, shifting in the light. He is a mystic, a priest, I realise, from the prayer beads wrapped around his wrist. He is not looking at me with cruelty or hunger or even royal assessment. He is looking at me with a startling, soul-deep intensity, as if he is seeing not just my flesh and bone, but the very shape of my spirit. There is a sadness in his eyes, a weight of knowledge that seems too heavy for one being to bear. The king makes a dismissive gesture with a clawed hand. Take it to the menagerie. See that it is cleaned and prepared. The general may have use for it later, for his warrior's entertainment. The warrior with the scarred chest, the general, gives a slight, predatory smile. The prince's expression remains unreadable. I am pulled to my feet and led away, down another series of cold, silent corridors. My quarters are a gilded cage. The floors are covered in soft furs, the walls hung with silken tapestries. A basin of steaming, fragrant water sits in the room. It is a room more luxurious than any I have ever known, and it is a prison. The Naga guard who brought me here gestures to the bath. Clean yourself, he commands, his voice flat. You will be summoned. He leaves, the heavy door clicking shut behind him, the sound of a lock sliding into place echoing in the silence. I am alone. I stand in the middle of the opulent room, the silence pressing in on me. The fear is a living thing inside me, a cold serpent coiling in my gut. But beneath the fear, something else stirs. A spark, a tiny, defiant ember of rage. I will not be a pet. I will not be entertainment. I will not be broken. I walk to the basin, the steam warming my face. I look at my reflection in the water. My face is smudged with dirt, my hair a tangled mess, my eyes wide with a terror I refuse to let them see. I take a deep breath, and the scent of the water, herbs and flowers, fills my lungs. It is meant to be soothing, to make me docile. I begin to hum. A quiet, tuneless melody from my childhood, a song my mother used to sing to ward off nightmares. It is a small act, a meaningless rebellion. But in this cold, silent palace, in this gilded cage, it is the only weapon I have. And I will use it. I will survive. And one day, I will make them see the woman, not the pet. One day, they will learn my name.
Chapter 2. Varos. The throne room empties like a draining wound, leaving behind the stench of cloying incense and the faint metallic tang of fear. My father's pronouncements still hang in the air, heavy and absolute. The general may have use for it. The words were a dismissal, a casual flick of the wrist that consigned the human female to a fate of brutal entertainment. A fate I find, to my profound irritation, distasteful. I remain by the obsidian throne, a silent sentinel in the echoing hall. My father shifts, the dry rasp of his scales against the stone, a sound that has grated on my nerves since I was a fledgling. He doesn't look at me, but I feel his gaze, cold and heavy as a shroud. "The creature," he says, his voice sounding like an ominous hiss that slithers through the silence. "It showed no proper fear." "It is a wild thing, father. Unbroken, as the hunter said." My own voice is a carefully modulated baritone, betraying nothing of the strange current that passed through me when her eyes met mine. "Unbroken things are either entertaining or useless," he rasps, finally turning his head. His eyes, ancient and clouded with cruelty, pin me in place. "Zahir will break it for his warriors, and its screams will be a brief amusement. But I'm not in the mood for screams tonight. I'm in the mood for novelty." He pauses, letting the weight of his command settle. "Go to it. Sure it is presentable, that its spirit has not been shattered by the journey. A terrified, witless thing is no novelty at all. I want to see that defiance you spoke of before it is snuffed out. A test. It is always a test. He wants to see if I will falter, if I will show some misplaced sentiment for this creature." He dangles it before me, a fragile toy to gauge my ruthlessness. "As you command," I say, my voice devoid of inflection. I give a slight bow, a gesture of perfect hollow deference. I turn and walk from the throne room, my steps measured and silent on the polished black stone. The palace is a monument to our power, a labyrinth of cold beauty. The corridors are wide enough for a dozen Naga to walk abreast, the walls carved with scenes from our history, glorious, bloody conquests that serve as a constant reminder of our dominance. But I see the truth beneath the grandeur. I see the stagnation, the rot that has set in under my father's reign. He clings to the old ways, to brutality for its own sake, while the world changes beyond our borders. The menagerie is in the lower levels of the palace, a series of chambers where the rarest and most exotic creatures are kept. It's a place of gilded cages and profound misery. The air grows warmer, more humid, thick with the scents of fur and musk and despair. The guards at the heavy barred door to her designated chamber straighten as I approach. They unbolt the door without a word and swing it open. I step inside. The room is an absurdity of comfort. Furs from the snow beasts of the northern mountains cover the floor. A basin of steaming water, now likely tepid, sits in the center, its surface littered with wilted petals. The human stands by the far wall, near a high, narrow window that looks out onto a walled garden. She has been cleaned. Her tangled hair now falls in damp, dark waves around her shoulders. She wears a simple, sleeveless tunic of pale gray silk that does little to hide the fragile lines of her body. She is so soft, devoid of scales, of claws, of any natural defense, a creature designed for a gentler world. She turns as the door closes behind me, her body going rigid. The scent of her fear is sharp, but it is laced with something else. The clean, herbal scent of the bathing oils, and the faint, sweet smell of her own skin. "You are the prince," she says. Her voice is not a whisper. It is quiet, but it holds a steady, resonant quality. I move deeper into the room, circling her as a predator circles its prey. I am assessing her, my gaze clinical. I'm here on my father's orders. This is an inspection, nothing more. "I am," I reply, my tone clipped. "And you are the pet. My father wishes to be entertained. He finds the idea of an unbroken human novel. You are to be that novelty." I expect her to flinch, to recoil from the words. She does not. She simply watches me, her brown eyes following my movements. There is a small, crescent-shaped mark at the base of her neck, just above the collar of her tunic. My eyes fix on it for a moment. "And what does the prince wish?" she asks, her question so direct it startles me. I stop my circling and face her. I am a head and a half taller than she is. I could crush her with one hand. The power dynamic is an unbridgeable chasm between us. And yet she stands there and asks for my desires as if she has a right to know them. "What I wish is irrelevant," I say, my voice colder now. "You will do as you are commanded. You will be brought before the court. You will be amusing. And then you will be given to the general." At the mention of Zahir, a flicker of something crosses her face. True fear. She has seen the general. She understands what he is. Good. "And what is amusing to a Naga?" she presses, her chin lifting a fraction of an inch. "Do I sing? Do I dance? Or do I simply bleed prettily for you?" The words are a slap. The sheer audacity of them. She speaks of her own death with a bitter sarcasm that is utterly misplaced. My tail gives an involuntary twitch of irritation. I close the distance between us in 2 silent strides. I loom over her, casting her in my shadow. I want to see her break. I want to see that defiant spark in her eyes extinguished by the terror she should be feeling. I reach out, my clawed fingers tracing the line of her jaw. Her skin is warm, shockingly so. She trembles under my touch, a fine, violent shudder that I feel all the way up my arm. But she does not pull away. "You will do what you are told," I hiss, my voice a low growl. "And you will learn to find pleasure in obedience. It is the only pleasure you will be permitted." Her eyes, wide and dark, hold mine. "There is no pleasure in slavery," she whispers, her breath ghosting across my hand. "Then you will learn to pretend," I counter, my thumb stroking the soft skin beneath her chin. "Pretense can be a form of survival, a valuable skill for a creature in your position." I am playing with her, a cruel verbal game to assert my dominance, to fulfill my father's command. But the game is turning on me. The feel of her skin, the scent of her, the unwavering courage in her gaze. It is all feeding a part of me I keep locked away. The part that is not the cold, calculating prince. The part that is simply male. "My position," she repeats, a strange, sad smile touching her lips. "Yes, I am a pet in a cage, but even a caged bird can refuse to sing for its captor." "It can," I concede, my voice dropping lower. "But the captor can always break its wings." The threat hovers in the air between us, ugly and real. This is the truth of our world. This is the power I wield. I expect her to shatter. Instead, she says, "Why would you want a broken bird? There's no beauty in a song sung from a broken throat." I stare at her, momentarily speechless. She's taken my threat and turned it into a philosophical question. She's appealed not to my mercy, but to my aesthetic sensibilities. It is a brilliant, unexpected maneuver. I pull my hand back as if burned. I need distance from her. This is more dangerous than I anticipated. She is not a simple creature. She is intelligent, cunning. "You are clever," I state, the words a flat observation. Cleverness in a pet can be entertaining, or it can be tiresome. "Which will I be for you, Your Highness?" she asks, her tone laced with a delicate irony. I do not answer. I cannot, because the truth is I do not know. My father wants a novelty, Zahir wants a body to break. Kalen sees a prophecy, and I'm beginning to see something that threatens the very foundations of my carefully constructed world. I turn my back on her, a gesture of dismissal. "A guard will bring you food. Eat it. My father may summon you at any time. Do not disappoint him." I stride toward the door without looking back. I can feel her eyes on me, a tangible weight against my scales. I've asserted my power. I've delivered my threats. I've done what was required. But But as the door closes behind me, sealing her in her gilded cage, I'm the one who feels trapped. I have my answer for my father. The pet is suitably unbroken, its spirit sharp and entertaining. But I have a new problem, a new equation that refuses to be solved. Her quiet question echoes in my mind. What does the prince wish? I wish for a stronger kingdom. I wish for my father's throne. I wish for the power to reshape this world in my own image. And, to my eternal, infuriating shame, I find that I wish to know the name of the song the caged bird sings when it is alone in the dark. This fascination is a weakness, a vulnerability, and in the game I play, vulnerabilities are fatal. I must crush this one before it grows. I must master it. But as I walk back through the cold, silent corridors of the palace, I know with a chilling certainty that this is one battle I am not prepared to fight. The human is not just a pet. She is a poison, and I have just willingly taken the first dose.
Chapter 3. Zahir. The clang of steel on steel is the only music I understand. It is a song of purpose, of strength, of finality. Here in the training yards, under the bruised purple sky of the capital, there are no lies. There is only the bite of the blade, the burn of the muscles, and the clean, honest scent of sweat and blood. My warriors move through their drills, their bodies a blur of crimson scales and dark leather, their hisses of exertion sharp in the cool air. This is my kingdom. Not the silent, perfumed halls of the palace, but this place of grit and violence. My second in command, Rax, approaches, his heavy tail slapping against the packed earth in a familiar, agitated rhythm. "General," he grunts, his voice a low rumble, a word from the palace. I do not stop my practice swings, my two-handed blade carving silent arcs through the air. The weapon is an extension of my will, a solid, dependable weight in my hands. I am not interested in the palace's words. It concerns the new pet, Rax says, and I finally still. The blade stops its whisper, its edge glinting with malice. The prince visited it, in the menagerie. A low growl builds in my chest, a vibration of pure, primal fury. Varos, of course, the cold, calculating prince, with his silks and his political games, slithering down to the cages to inspect the new toy. He thinks to claim it, to put his scent on it before I have even had my due. The king promised it to me, to my warriors. A promise made in open court, and the prince, in his quiet, arrogant way, defies it. He did he? I slam the point of my blade into the hard-packed earth. The ground shudders. He plays a dangerous game, sniffing around what is mine. The hunger I felt in the throne room, the raw, possessive urge that seized me when I first saw her, returns with the force of a physical blow. It is more than the simple lust for a new conquest. It is a deeper craving, an ache in the hollow space of my soul I did not know existed until she appeared. Her warmth, her impossible defiance. It is a fire in the frozen landscape of my existence, and I want to crush it in my fist to see if it burns. My warriors are restless, General, Rax says, his eyes gleaming. They look forward to the entertainment. They will have it, I snarl. But first, I will inspect the creature myself. I wrench my blade from the ground. Bring it to my quarters, now. Rax's lips curve into a cruel smile. He understands. I am not going to it. It is being brought to me, to my territory. At once, General. My quarters are not like the prince's opulent suites. They are Spartan, functional. Stone walls, a pallet of furs on a raised platform for a bed, a rack of weapons gleaming in the low light. The only decoration is a tattered battle standard from my first major victory, its fabric stained with the black blood of our enemies. It is a room that smells of leather, steel, and me. It is power. My power. I wait. I do not pace. I stand in the room, my arms crossed over my chest, my impatience a coiled serpent in my gut. I tap my claws against my scaled arm, a rhythmic, impatient beat. The guards arrive, their steps heavy in the corridor. They thrust the human female into the room and pull the door shut, the bolt sliding home with a heavy thud. She stumbles, catching herself on the edge of a weapons table. She's wearing the same simple gray tunic, but her hair is dry now, a cascade of dark silk that makes her pale skin seem even more luminous. She looks impossibly fragile in this room of stone and steel, a songbird in a wolf's den. Her eyes, wide and brown, find me. I see the fear there, the frantic beat of a trapped heart, but beneath it, that same infuriating spark of defiance remains. She straightens, her hands clenching into small fists at her sides. "You are the general," she says. "It is not a question." "I am," I growl, my voice rough. I let my gaze roam over her, a slow, deliberate inspection. I am cataloging her weaknesses, the soft column of her throat where a pulse beats frantically, the delicate bones of her wrists, the gentle curve of her hip. She is made of breakable things. The king promised you to my men, a bit of sport to celebrate our latest victory. I want to see her crumble. I want to see her beg. It is the natural order of things. The strong take, the weak submit. She swallows, the motion visible in her slender throat. I am not sport. The words are quiet, but they ring with the clarity of a struck bell in the silence of the room. I feel a muscle in my jaw twitch. "You are what I say you are," I counter, taking a slow step toward her. "Here, in my domain, you are a plaything, a morsel, nothing more." "Even a morsel can have teeth," she retorts, her voice trembling slightly, but her gaze unwavering. I laugh, a short, harsh bark of sound. "Teeth? You? A human?" I take another step, closing the distance until I can smell the clean, warm scent of her. It is maddening. It is a scent of life, of softness, in a world that has only ever offered me death and hardness. "Show me your teeth, little morsel. I dare you." I am close enough to touch her now. The air crackles with the tension between us. This is the push and pull I understand. The threat, the challenge, the inevitable submission. But with her, the rhythm is wrong. She does not cower. She stands her ground, a tiny, defiant island in the storm of my presence. This strange hunger claws at me again, a gnawing emptiness that has absolutely nothing to do with food or lust. It is a need to understand this anomaly. Why does the sight of her make my blood sing? Why does her defiance feel less like an insult and more like a hook sinking into my flesh? My curiosity overrides my cruelty. I need to know. My hand comes up, faster than she can react. I don't grab her. I cup her face, my large, clawed hand dwarfing her delicate features. Her skin is like heated silk. A violent tremor runs through her entire body, and a small gasp escapes her lips. Her fear is a heady perfume. "What are you?" I murmur, my thumb tracing the sharp line of her cheekbone. I am searching for something. Some physical clue, a flicker of magic, an unnatural resilience in her flesh. Anything to explain this pull. "I am a woman," she whispers, her eyes locked on mine. Her breath is warm against my palm. "You are more than that," I insist, my voice a low rumble. I lean in, my own forked tongue flickering out to taste the air around her. She smells of herbs, of fear, and of something else, something uniquely, intoxicatingly her. "There is something about you, a warmth, a light." The words feel foreign on my tongue. I do not speak of light. I live in darkness. My fingers thread into her hair, tilting her head back, exposing the long, vulnerable line of her throat. The pulse there beats like a frantic drum. I could bite down, end this confusion, end this strange torment, with a single, final act of possession. The thought is a dark, seductive whisper in my mind. "You think me a monster," I say, my voice rough with an emotion I cannot name. "I think you want me to see a monster," she replies, her voice strained but clear. "So you don't have to see the man." Her insight is a physical blow. It strikes me with more force than any blade. A man? I am not a man. I am a weapon, a tool of the king, a creature of violence and duty. The loneliness of my existence is a fortress I have built around myself, stone by stone. And this fragile human, with a few quiet words, has just found the gate. A wave of fury, hot and blinding, washes through me. It is fury at her for seeing too much. It is fury at myself for allowing her to see it. I tighten my grip in her hair, pulling her closer until our faces are inches apart. "There is no man here," I snarl, letting her feel the full force of my rage. "There is only a general and his appetites." I am about to show her exactly what those appetites entail, to erase her words with a brutal act of dominance, when a sharp rap comes at the door. "General Zahir." The voice is calm, measured, and utterly unwelcome. It is a voice of incense and whispers, of prophecies and secrets. Kalen. My growl is a low, guttural sound of pure frustration. I release the human as if she is on fire, and she stumbles back, her hand flying to her throat, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and relief. "What is it, Mystic?" I roar at the door, not bothering to open it. "I must see the human," Kalen's voice replies, as serene as ever, completely unbothered by my rage. "It is a matter of great spiritual importance." Spiritual importance. I want to laugh. The only thing of importance here is my claim, and this silver-scaled priest dares to interrupt it. "She is not available for your prayer's importance," I snap. The door opens. Kalen stands there, a figure of infuriating calm in the doorway. His silver-blue scales seem to glow with an inner light, and his eyes, when they land on the human, are filled with that same unnerving, soul-deep intensity I saw in the throne room. He completely ignores me, his focus entirely on her. "The prophecy awakens," he says, a soft whisper that carries more weight than my roar. "And its heart is here. I must speak with her." He takes a step into my room, into my territory, his gaze never leaving the woman who stands trembling between us. He has challenged me, not with a blade, but with the quiet, absolute authority of his faith. The prince has touched her. The mystic now seeks her, and I, the general, find myself caught in a battle I do not understand, fighting for a prize whose value I am only just beginning to comprehend. The hunger inside me is no longer simple. It is a raging, complex storm, and this human female is its eye.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 4. Kalen. The general's rage is a physical force. It floods his Spartan quarters, a suffocating tide of violence that smells of ozone and bloodlust. It beats against my senses, a discordant drum in the symphony of the cosmos. But I am a rock in this torrent, my calm a shield forged in silence and vision. My gaze is not on the snarling warrior, but on the woman he has cornered. Amara. The name came to me in a whisper of starlight the moment I first saw her. A name that does not belong to our tongue, yet feels ancient and true. She stands between us, a fragile vessel containing a storm. Her terror is a high, thin note, but beneath it her spirit burns with the steady, unwavering light of a distant star. It is this light I have followed back from my exile. It is this light that the prophecy foretold. Zahir's crimson scales are flushed dark with fury, his powerful body coiled to strike. His hand is still fisted in her hair. I see the faint tremor in her limbs, the pallor of her skin. He is a hammer, and he sees only a nail. He cannot comprehend that she is the fulcrum upon which our entire world is about to turn. She is not for you, mystic, the general growls, his voice a low threat that promises pain. She is not for you, General, I reply, my own voice quiet, yet it cuts through his rage like a shard of obsidian. I take a step into the room, crossing the threshold of his territory without invitation. The prayer beads at my wrist, carved from the fossilized bones of a leviathan, feel cool and heavy against my skin. She is a key, not a toy for your warriors to break. His golden eyes narrow, the slits contracting to pinpricks of malice. The king promised her to me. The king is not the final arbiter of fate, I say softly. The gods have their own designs. I extend a hand toward her, my palm open. It is not a command, but an offering, an anchor in the storm of his fury. Come, you will be safe with me. Zahir's growl deepens, a sound from the very bedrock of the earth. He is about to refuse, to challenge me. I can see the violence gathering in his shoulders. But he is a creature of tradition, as much as he is of brutality. To defy a mystic invoking the gods in such a way is a taboo even he is reluctant to break. His grip on her loosens, and with a final, guttural snarl of frustration, he shoves her toward me. She stumbles, her eyes wide and wild. I catch her arm, my touch gentle. Her skin is warm, her bones as delicate as a bird's. The contact sends a jolt through me, a current of pure, undiluted life force that resonates with the ancient power humming in my own blood. The prophecy is not just words on a scroll. It is alive. It is here, trembling in my grasp. I lead her from the room, leaving Zahir to his rage. I do not look back. The corridors of the palace feel different with her at my side. The cold, imposing stone seems to recede, the shadows less menacing. Her presence changes the very quality of the air. We walk in silence, her steps light and hesitant next to my measured stride. I lead her away from the barracks and the public halls, toward the secluded spire that holds my sanctuary. My chambers are a stark contrast to the rest of the palace. Here, there are no monuments to war, no displays of cruel wealth. The circular room is lined with scrolls from floor to ceiling, their aged parchment whispering of forgotten histories and cosmic truths. A high domed window opens to the night sky, and the light of the million stars of Protheka spills onto the floor, a river of silver dust. The air smells of old paper, dried herbs, and the subtle, clean scent of ozone from the focusing crystals that dot the room. I release her arm and gesture to a low cushion near the center of the starlit floor. Please. She hesitates for a moment, her gaze sweeping the room, taking in the ancient texts, the glowing runes carved into the walls, the celestial charts painted on the ceiling. This is a place of knowledge, not violence. The tension in her shoulders eases almost imperceptibly. She sinks onto the cushion, her movements graceful. I do not sit. I stand before her, a silent observer. I need to understand. The prophecy is a riddle written in the language of the gods, and she is its living grammar. When 3 fierce serpents, born from royal blood, claim one heart of humanity. Varos is a serpent of ambition and ice. Zahir is a serpent of fire and blood. I am a serpent of spirit and shadow. We are the 3, I know it. I feel it in my soul, and we're all from a royal bloodline, albeit distant. But what is this heart of humanity? Is it her courage? Her defiance? Or something more? Tell me of your home, I say, my voice soft. She looks up at me, startled by the question. My home? The place you were taken from. Describe it to me. I am not making conversation. I am searching for echoes, for patterns. It was quiet, she says, her voice barely a whisper. A village by a stream. We had trees with white bark that peeled in the summer, and the air always smelled of pine. She looks down at her hands, which are clasped tightly in her lap. It was simple. Nothing like this. And your people? What do they value? Family, she says without hesitation. Courage. Telling the truth, even when it's hard. And kindness. Kindness. A concept so foreign in this court it might as well be a myth. I watch the way the starlight catches in her dark hair, the way her chest rises and falls with each soft breath. I note the crescent birthmark at the base of her neck, a sliver of a moon against her pale skin. It is a symbol of the lunar goddess, a deity of cycles and hidden truths. A coincidence? There are no coincidences. You have a name, I state. She looks up, surprised again. Amara. Amara, I repeat, testing the shape of it on my tongue. It feels right. It resonates. You were not afraid in the throne room. Not in the way you should have been. I was terrified, she corrects me, her voice gaining a sliver of strength. But fear is not a cage unless you let it be. Her words are a perfect, polished stone of truth. They settle in my mind, and I see another piece of the prophecy fall into place. Her strength is not in defiance for its own sake. It is in her understanding of her own inner world. She is a master of her own fear. I begin to pace slowly, my tail a silent shadow on the floor. The threads of fate are tangled, Amara. A darkness gathers within Nagaland, a rot that gnaws at the heart of the kingdom. I was exiled for seeing it. I have returned to stop it. And the moment you arrived, the threads began to glow. They all lead to you. Her eyes are wide, filled with a confusion that is entirely understandable. Me? I am nothing. A human. You are the eye of the storm, I say, stopping before her. I crouch down, bringing myself to her level. It is an intimate gesture, one that goes against every instinct of Naga dominance, but I must see her clearly. I do not yet understand why, but the prophecy is clear. Your presence here will either save us or be the catalyst for our utter destruction. I reach out, my fingers hovering just above the back of her hand. I do not touch her, but I can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. I need to understand you. I need to observe you, to learn what it is about you that can sway the fate of a kingdom. So I am to be a subject of study now, instead of a pet, she asks, a flicker of her earlier bitterness in her tone. You are to be a guest, I say, and the word feels true, even as I know it is also a lie. She is a guest, but she is also a prisoner of destiny. You will not return to the menagerie. You will not be given to the general. You will stay here, with me, under my protection. It is a declaration, a claim, not of the body as Zahir would have it, or of status as Veros might. It is a claim on her fate. Before she can respond, a sharp, authoritative knock sounds at my door. A royal guard. Mystic Kalen, the king summons you to the throne room. At once, you are to bring the human. I close my eyes for a moment. The prayer beads cool against my wrist. Zahir has not wasted time. The game has been escalated. It seems, I say, rising to my full height, that your fate is not mine alone to decide. I lead her back into the cold, unforgiving corridors of the palace. When we enter the throne room, the scene is one of frozen tension. My father sits upon his throne, his cruel eyes glittering with amusement. Zahir stands before him, a pillar of contained rage. And Veros is there, standing beside the throne, his golden scales catching the light, his face an unreadable mask of cold calculation. "Mystic," my father hisses, his voice dripping with mock cordiality. "The general informs me you have taken an interest in his property. He seems to believe you have stolen it." "The woman is not property, your majesty," I say, my voice calm and steady. "She is a nexus of fate, a prophecy I shared with you in confidence, a warning you chose to ignore, now walks in our halls. She must be protected, studied. The future of Nagaland may depend on it." "The future of Nagaland depends on the strength of my warriors," Zahir snarls, taking a step forward. "And my warriors were promised a reward, a promise made by the king himself." "Enough," my father commands, and the single word cracks like a whip, silencing the general. The king leans forward, a slow, reptilian movement. He looks from me to Zahir, and then to the silent woman at my side. A slow, cruel smile spreads across his face. He is enjoying this. He is enjoying the sight of his general, his mystic, and by extension, his heir, all vying for this one insignificant creature. "A creature of such importance," he says, drawing out the word, savoring it, "cannot be left to either of you. The general's appetites are too base, the mystic's rituals too obscure. This has become a matter of state." He shifts his gaze to Varos. "The human will be placed under the direct charge of the crown prince. He will be her keeper. He will ensure her safety." The king's eyes lock with his son's, a silent, unmistakable order passing between them. The matter is settled. The words fall like stones into a deep well. Zahir is seething. I feel a cold knot of dread form in my stomach. The king has not solved the problem. He has merely moved the pieces on the board. He has placed the heart and soul of the prophecy into the hands of the one serpent whose ambition is as cold and sharp as a winter shard of ice. I look at Amara. She stands amidst the three most powerful Naga in the kingdom, a pawn in a game she cannot comprehend, her fate decided by the whims of a tyrant. And I, who return to guide the threads of destiny, find that they have been snatched from my grasp and woven into a tapestry of pure political cruelty.
Chapter 5. Amara. The prince's palace are a prison of cold, silent luxury, and I'm in one of the numerous chambers. After the king's decree, I was moved from the mystic sanctuary of scrolls and starlight to this place of polished stone and sharp angles. It is a space that reflects its master perfectly. There are no personal effects, no clutter, nothing to suggest a life lived beyond duty and discipline. Just a large sleeping pallet covered in dark furs, a table carved from a single block of obsidian, and the ever-present, oppressive sense of being watched, even when I am entirely alone. For 3 days, I am a ghost in this cage. Prince Varos does not appear. His absence is a statement, a wall of ice between us. He made it clear in the throne room that I am his responsibility, not his choice. A burden. A silent Naga guard delivers trays of food and water twice a day, his movements efficient, his gaze never once meeting mine. The food is bland, nourishing but joyless, stewed meat, hard bread, water. It is sustenance, not pleasure. It keeps the pet alive. I am grateful for the solitude. It is a small mercy in this terrifying new world. It gives me time to let the frantic terror in my chest settle into a hard, cold knot of resolve. I explore my prison. I trace the patterns in the stone floor, run my fingers over the cool, smooth surface of the obsidian table. I stand for hours at the high, barred window, which looks down upon a perfectly manicured garden of black-leaved plants and blood-red flowers. It is a beautiful, sterile landscape, a garden with no soul. I do not see the general with his raw, possessive hunger. I do not see the mystic with his sad, knowing eyes. There is only the silence and the ghost of the prince's cold authority. In this silence, I find a strange sort of peace. I am a captive, a thing to be owned and traded, but in this room I am simply Amara. I hum my mother's songs, my voice a tiny thread of defiance in the vast empty space. I refuse to let the silence swallow me whole. On the evening of the third day, the silence is shattered. The heavy door to my chamber swings open, and a trio of female Naga enter. They are not guards, they are servants. Their scales are muted grey, their movements practised and deferential. They carry with them chests of silk and trays of cosmetics. My brief respite is over. The prince commands your presence at the evening court, one of them says, her voice a soft, sibilant whisper. She refuses to look at me, but at a point somewhere over my shoulder. My heart begins to pound, a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. I start to say, but I don't know what words to use. I refuse. I am not ready. The words are meaningless here. They descend upon me like a flock of predatory birds. Their hands are cool and impersonal as they strip the simple tunic from my body. I stand naked before them, exposed and vulnerable, my skin prickling with goosebumps under their dispassionate gaze. They lead me to a basin of warm, scented water and begin to wash me, their movements efficient, almost rough. They are not tending to a person. They are polishing an object for display. They rub fragrant oils into my skin until it gleams. They comb my hair until it falls in a smooth, dark curtain down my back. Then they bring out the clothes. It is not a dress, but a series of silk panels in a shade of deep midnight blue that shimmers with silver thread. They wrap them around me, leaving my arms, my back, and a sliver of my midriff bare. The silk is cool and heavy against my skin, whispering with every small movement. It is designed to entice, to display, to highlight my fragility. They paint my lips with a dark berry stain and dust my eyelids with a shimmering silver powder. They clasp a collar of intricately woven silver around my neck. It is not a leash, but it feels like one. A beautiful, delicate symbol of my ownership. When they are finished, they step back. One of them holds up a polished silver mirror. I stare at the reflection, and for a moment, I do not recognize the woman staring back at me. She is an exotic creature, a fantasy brought to life. Her eyes are wide and dark, her skin luminous, her body draped in the silks of a queen. But her expression is that of a sacrificial lamb being led to the slaughter. "The prince is waiting," the lead servant says. They lead me from the chamber. The prince stands in the corridor, a pillar of cold, regal authority. He is dressed for court in a tunic of black silk embroidered with gold thread that accentuates the rare golden scales on his chest and arms. His gaze sweeps over me, a slow, appraising look that misses nothing. It is the look a merchant gives a prize mare, assessing its value. "Acceptable," he says, the single word a cold dismissal of the hours of preparation. He offers me his arm. His claws are retracted, but I am acutely aware of the power coiled in that hand. I hesitate for a split second before placing my hand on his arm. His scales are smooth and cool beneath my fingertips. The contact is electric, a jolt of power that travels up my arm. We walk in silence to the great hall. The sounds of the court wash over me as we approach. The murmur of dozens of sibilant voices, the strange, melodic strains of music played on instruments I cannot name, the clinking of crystal goblets. The hall is a dazzling, terrifying spectacle. Hundreds of Naga nobles are gathered, a sea of glittering scales and shimmering silks. The air is ripe with the scent of roasted meats, spiced wine, and the exotic perfumes of the court. I am the only human here. Every eye turns to us as we enter. I feel their gazes like physical things, crawling over my skin. I am the prince's new pet, on display for all to see. I lift my chin, my hand tightening on Varos's arm. He leads me to a raised dais at the side of the room, away from the throne where his father sits, but still in a position of prominence. We are seated on plush cushions, and a servant immediately appears with goblets of dark, fragrant wine. "Do not speak unless spoken to," Varos murmurs, his voice a low command near my ear. "Do not draw attention to yourself. You are an ornament, nothing more." I nod, my throat too tight to form words. I am an ornament, a beautiful, silent thing to be admired. I focus on my breathing, on the simple act of drawing air into my lungs and letting it out again. The evening wears on. Naga nobles approach the dais to speak with the prince. They offer him obsequious greetings, their eyes flicking to me with open curiosity and veiled contempt. A particularly striking noblewoman, her scales the colour of deep violet, lingers longer than the others. Her name is Lady Zalia, and her smile is as sharp and beautiful as a shard of glass. "A lovely new acquisition, Your Highness," she says, her voice like honeyed poison. Her eyes rake over me, and I feel a chill despite the warmth of the hall. "She has a certain fire. One hopes it will not be too difficult to extinguish." "I will manage," Varos replies, his tone bored. But I see the slight tightening of his jaw. The music swells, and a space is cleared in the hall. Dancers appear, their bodies moving with a fluid, serpentine grace that is both hypnotic and unsettling. They are beautiful, and they are predators. Everything in this world is beautiful and predatory. I am watching the dancers, lost in the strange, alien beauty of the spectacle, when I see it. A flicker of movement in the shadowed alcove behind the prince's dais. It is not a servant. It is a Naga, smaller than the others, cloaked in dark, nondescript clothing. He raises something to his lips. A blowgun. It is aimed directly at the back of Prince Varos's head. Time seems to slow. The music, the laughter, the whispers of court. It all fades to a dull roar in my ears. There is no time to think, no time to scream a warning that would be lost in the din. There is only instinct. Primal, unthinking instinct to prevent the death I am about to witness. My body moves before my mind can catch up. I lunge sideways, my hand outstretched. My fingers brush against the leg of a tall, ornate brazier, standing beside the dais, its bowl filled with glowing, white-hot coals that cast a warm light on our faces. It teeters. For a heart-stopping moment, it hangs in the balance, and then it crashes to the floor with a deafening clang of metal on stone. White-hot coals scatter across the polished floor like angry, glowing insects. A collective gasp ripples through the court. The music stops. The dancers freeze. Every head turns toward the commotion. In that single, chaotic moment of distraction, I hear a soft thwip sound, and a tiny, black-fletched dart embeds itself in the silken tapestry behind where Varos's head had been a second before. Chaos erupts. The royal guard, who had been standing like statues around the perimeter of the hall, surge forward. They form a living wall of black armour and drawn blades around the prince, their tails lashing in fury. Shouts and screams echo through the vast hall. Nobles scramble away from the scattered coals, their silks hissing where they brush against the heat. Varos is on his feet, his body tense, his hand on the hilt of the dagger at his belt. He is whisked away by his guards, but not before his head whips around, his golden eyes finding mine. The expression on his face is one of utter, stunned disbelief. I am on my knees on the floor, my hands braced against the cool stone, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I think it might break free. The heat from the coals is intense on my face. The smell of burning silk fills the air. I have just saved the life of the Naga prince who owns me. The thought is so absurd, so impossible, that a hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat. I choke it down. The assassin is gone, vanished back into the shadows from which he came. The immediate danger has passed, but a new, more insidious danger is just beginning. The court is in an uproar, but their attention is slowly, inexorably turning from the scene of the attack to me, the human pet, the ornament that just moved. I look up, and my eyes meet the gaze of Naga Lady. The others called her Lady Zalia. She stands across the hall, perfectly poised amidst the chaos. There is no fear on her face, only a sharp, calculating intelligence. Her violet eyes are fixed on me, and I see a brief flicker of something new in their depths. It is not contempt, it is not amusement. It is a master strategist who has just seen an insignificant pawn make a move that changes the entire board. I am no longer an ornament, a Peter. I am a variable, a weapon, a key. And in this court of serpents, that is the most dangerous thing a person can be.
Chapter 6. Varos. The silence of my chambers is a lie. It is a thin veneer stretched taut over the screaming chaos of the last hour. My guards stand like obsidian statues outside the door, but here, within these walls of polished stone, the echoes of the attack remain. The sharp clang of the fallen brazier, the collective gasp of the court, the soft, almost inaudible thwip of the dart that should have ended my life. I hold the dart between my thumb and forefinger. It is a vicious little thing, no longer than my hand, its tip coated in a black, viscous substance. A fast-acting neurotoxin, my royal physician confirmed, capable of stopping a Naga's heart in 3 beats. The assassin was skilled. The opportunity was perfect. My back was turned, the court distracted. It should have been a flawless execution. It was thwarted by a human pet, by the clumsy, instinctual act of a creature who should have been nothing more than a decorative piece of flesh. A cold, precise rage builds within me. It is not the hot, explosive fury of the general. My anger is a glacier, slow-moving and unstoppable, grinding everything in its path to dust. It is anger at the incompetence of my guards, at the vipers nesting in my own court, and most illogically at the human herself. She has made herself a variable in an equation that was already dangerously complex. She has disrupted the order of things. She has made herself matter, and things that matter become targets. "Bring her to me," I command, my voice low and clipped. The guard captain outside my door bows his head, his face impassive. He knows better than to question my tone when it takes on this particular edge. I place the dart on the obsidian table that dominates the center of my room. It lies there, a small, dark promise of the treachery that surrounds me. I walk to the high window, my hands clasped behind my back. The walled garden below is a masterpiece of control, every plant pruned, every stone placed with intention. It is a reflection of the order I crave, the order that was so nearly shattered tonight. The door opens and closes. I do not turn. I hear her soft footsteps hesitate on the stone floor. I can smell her. The scent of the court's perfumed oils now mingles with the sharp, metallic tang of her fear. It is a potent, unsettling combination. "You wish to see me, Your Highness?" Her voice is a quiet thread in the vast silence of the room. I turn slowly. She stands in the middle of the chamber, a small, pale figure dwarfed by the scale of the room. The midnight blue silk she wears is slightly smudged with ash from her fall, the silver collar at her neck a stark reminder of her station. She looks like a fallen star, beautiful and broken and utterly out of place. "I did," I say, my voice devoid of warmth. I begin to circle her, my movements slow and deliberate. I am a predator, and I want her to feel the weight of that truth in her bones. The events of this evening were unexpected. Yes, she whispers, her eyes following me. An assassin attempted to take my life. An assassin who failed because a human pet knocked over a brazier. I stop in front of her, my shadow engulfing her. Tell me, Amara, was that your intention? To save me? Her name is on my lips before I realize it. The sound of it in my own voice is a discordant note. I should not know her name. She should be the human, the pet. I saw him, she says, her gaze steady despite the tremor I see in her hands. In the shadows. He was aiming at you. I didn't think. I just moved. You didn't think, I repeat, my voice a soft, dangerous hiss. You, a slave, a creature with no power and no standing, decided to interfere in the affairs of Naga. You did not think of the consequences. There was no time for consequences, she insists. Only for the dart. Her logic is infuriatingly simple. It leaves no room for the complex machinations I am accustomed to. I want to find a lie, a hidden motive. It would be easier if she were a conspirator. I know how to deal with conspirators. I do not know how to deal with this. Perhaps you sought to gain my favor, I suggest, my voice turning cruel. A clever gamble. Save the prince, and perhaps he will elevate you. Perhaps he will take you to his bed, spare you from the general's brutes. Is that it? Was this a desperate bid for a more comfortable cage? A flash of fire enters her eyes, the defiance I saw in the throne room returning. No, she says, her voice shaking with anger. I do not want your favor. I do not want your bed. I want to live. And I did not wish to watch a man die, prince or not. You speak of my life as if it has the same value as your own, I snarl, the insult striking a nerve. I close the distance between us, backing her up against the cold, unyielding stone of the wall. I place my hands on the wall on either side of her head, trapping her. Her scent envelops me, warm and alive. It is a distraction. Your life is mine, I whisper, my face inches from hers. It was given to me by the king. I can do with it as I please. I can give you to Zahir and his men, and they will tear you apart until your screams are the only song you remember. I can have you flogged in the public square until the skin is stripped from your back. Or I can end you myself, right here, and feel nothing but the mild inconvenience of having to clean the floor. I let the words hover in the air, each one a carefully chosen stone meant to crush her spirit. Her breath comes in shallow, ragged gasps. Her eyes are wide, dark pools of terror. I see the frantic beat of the pulse in her throat, a fragile, fluttering thing. This is how it should be. This is control. This is order. My hand lifts, my claws extending with a soft, metallic snick. They are a handspan from her face, the obsidian tips gleaming in the low light. I could trace a line down her cheek, and the skin would part like silk. Tell me why I should not kill you, I command, my voice a low growl. You are a complication, a disruption. You have drawn the eyes of the court. They see you now. They wonder about you. You have made yourself a target. Your continued existence is a liability to me. She closes her eyes. A single tear escapes and traces a path through the silver dust on her cheek. I watch its slow, glittering descent. I expect a plea, a sob, a desperate promise of obedience. She gives me none of it. She opens her eyes again, and the fear is still there, but it's joined by a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Then do it, she whispers, her voice hoarse. If my life is such a burden to you, then take it. It will not change what I did, or why I did it. The words strike me like a sledgehammer to the head. She has accepted it. She has looked into the abyss of my power, at the very real threat of her own imminent, violent death, and she has not broken. She has simply yielded to the truth of it. My claws retract. I pull my hand back as if her skin has burned me. The rage inside me evaporates, leaving behind a cold, hollow ache. The glacier of my anger has just met an immovable object, and it is shattered. I stare at her, at this impossible creature. She is not a conspirator. She is not a manipulator. She is simply brave. It is a quiet, desperate bravery born of a world I cannot imagine, a world where kindness is a virtue and life has inherent value. And this bravery just saved my life. The realization is a cold dread that settles deep in my bones. Because she is right. She has drawn the eyes of the court. Lady Zalia's sharp, calculating gaze flashes in my mind. The whispers of the other nobles. They will not see her act as a moment of selfless courage. They will see it as a power play. They will see her as my new favorite. A human who holds the prince's favor. And they will move to eliminate her. The instinct that rises in me is sharp, fierce, and utterly unwelcome. It is the same instinct that makes Zahir want to claim her, that makes Kalen want to protect her. It is a primal, possessive urge to shield this fragile, impossible light from the darkness of my world. It is a weakness, and it will get me killed. I push myself away from the wall, putting distance between us. I need to breathe air that is not filled with her scent. Your life, I say, my voice rough, uneven. I clear my throat, forcing it back into its cold, authoritative tone. Is a tool. Tonight it was a useful one. I will not discard a useful tool. Not yet. It is the closest I can come to gratitude. It is a pathetic, twisted version of it, but it is all I have to give. I turn my back on her, striding to the obsidian table. I pick up the dart. You will remain here. You will not leave these chambers. The guards outside have orders to kill anyone who tries to enter, and to kill you if you try to leave. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness, she whispers to my back. Your life is mine to take, I say, my gaze fixed on the deadly object in my hand. And therefore it is also mine to preserve. Do not make me regret my decision. I do not wait for a reply. I do not dare to look at her again. I sweep from the room, the heavy door closing behind me with a sound of utter finality. I have done it. I have asserted my dominance. I have threatened her. I have caged her. But as I stand in the silent corridor, the cold fury has been replaced by a gnawing, unfamiliar conflict. I've caged her not to punish her, but to protect her. I've claimed her life not out of cruelty, but out of a terrifying, burgeoning sense of responsibility. The softness is no longer a possibility. It is a reality, a poison in my veins. And I have just willingly, knowingly embraced it.
Chapter 7. Zahir. The news of the assassination attempt reaches the training yards not as a whisper, but as a tremor in the very air. It is a disruption to the clean rhythm of steel on steel, a sour note in the song of glorious violence. My warriors falter, their movements losing their brutal precision. I feel the shift instantly, a prickling along my scales. Order has been broken. Rax brings the details, his voice a low grunt of disgust. An assassin, a dart, a failure, and at the center of it all, the human pet. A low growl rumbles in my chest, a vibration of pure, possessive fury. The king promised the creature to my men, a reward, a thing to be used and broken for their amusement. Yet the prince now has it. It has been under the prince's charge, but now his hold on her has tightened. He claims it is for its protection, for the investigation. Lies. Varos does not protect things. He acquires them. He has put his scent on what is mine. He oversteps. I snarl, my claws digging into the leather grip of my practice blade. The rage is a familiar fire. a clean heat that burns away all thought. It is the fire of the battlefield, the fire that has won me 100 victories. The men are displeased, General, Rax says, his meaning clear. Their morale, their reward, has been stolen by the prince's political maneuvering. Their displeasure is my own, I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous low. I slam the blunted practice sword back into the rack with enough force to splinter the wood. The prince forgets that the strength of this kingdom is not forged in whispered deals and silken chambers. It is forged here in sweat and blood. I storm from the training yards, my warriors parting before me like a tide of crimson and black. My destination is set. I will not be summoned. I will not send a messenger. I will go to the prince's den myself and retrieve what is mine. The palace corridors are an affront to my senses. The air is permeated with the cloying scent of flowers and incense, a perfume designed to mask the stench of decay that festers at the heart of this court. The guards outside the prince's chambers are his own elite unit, their armor polished to a mirror shine, their loyalty absolute. They move to block my path, their hands on the hilts of their blades. The prince is not to be disturbed, one of them says, his voice flat and emotionless. I do not slow my stride. I look through him as if he is glass. I am the general of Nagaland's armies, I growl, my voice resonating with the authority of 1,000 battlefields. And I will go where I please. The only thing you will disturb is my patience. Move. They are good warriors. They are disciplined, but they are not fools. They have seen what my displeasure looks like. They have seen the bodies I leave in my wake. They hesitate for a mere fraction of a second, and that is all the opening I need. I shoulder past them, the impact sending one stumbling back. The heavy, carved door to the prince's chambers is not barred to me. I shove it open and step inside. The room is as I imagined it. Cold, silent, perfect. A mausoleum of black stone and silver light. And in the center of it all, she stands. Amara. She's tending to a small cut on her forearm, a thin line of red against her pale skin, likely from a shard of the broken brazier. She dabs at it with a piece of silk cloth dipped in water, her movements careful, her focus entirely on the small, meticulous task. She is a picture of quiet self-sufficiency. The sight is a punch to my gut. I came here to find a cowering pet, a terrified creature I could intimidate and dominate. I came here to unleash my rage upon her, to make her understand the true meaning of power. Instead, I find this quiet dignity, this gentle act of self-care in the serpent's den. The fire of my rage does not extinguish. It changes. It transmutes into something else, something hotter and more complex. It is a possessive, protective inferno that roars to life within me. The urge to smash, to break, is replaced by an overwhelming, primal need to shield, to stand between her and the cold, cruel world that would see her torn apart. She looks up as the door closes behind me, her eyes widening. The cloth falls from her hand. The scent of her fear is sharp, but it is the scent of a startled fawn, not a cornered rat. "General," she whispers, her voice barely audible. I stalk toward her, my heavy boots silent on the polished floor. My shadow falls over her, and she flinches, but she does not look away. That infuriating, captivating defiance is still there. a steady flame in the depths of her brown eyes. The prince plays with things that do not belong to him, I say, my voice rumbling. I stop before her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her body. You were promised to my men. I belong to no one, she replies, her chin lifting. You belong to the one strong enough to hold you, I counter, my gaze dropping to the cut on her arm. It is a small wound, insignificant, yet the sight of her broken skin sends a fresh wave of fury through me. Fury at the assassin who caused this chaos. Fury at Varos for allowing her to be in harm's way. Fury at the world for being a place where a creature so soft can be so easily damaged. My hand moves of its own accord. I do not touch her. I reach past her, my fingers closing around the discarded piece of silk. I dip it into the basin of water. My movements feel clumsy, too large for such a delicate task. I turn back to her, holding out the damp cloth. She stares at my hand, at the crimson scales and black claws, at the weapon of a hand that has ended countless lives. She hesitates, her breath catching in her throat. Your wound, I grunt, my voice rough. It is not a request. Slowly, as if approaching a wild beast, she extends her arm. I take it, my grip surprisingly gentle. Her skin is warm, the bones beneath fragile. I dab at the cut, cleaning away the single, perfect bead of blood. The contact is a brand, a searing heat that travels up my arm and settles deep in my chest, stoking the protective fire to a roaring blaze. I am so focused on this small, intimate act that I do not hear the door open. Zahir, release her. The voice is like an ice shard down my spine. Varos. I drop her arm as if it is a hot coal and turn to face him. He stands in the doorway, a figure of cold, regal fury. His golden scales seem to shimmer with contained power, his hand resting on the hilt of his ceremonial dagger. His eyes are chips of frozen gold, and they are fixed on my hand, which had just been touching his property. She is not yours to command, I snarl. She is under my protection, by order of the king, Varos replies, his voice dangerously soft. He steps in the room, his movements fluid and precise. A duty you seem intent on disrupting. You will leave my chambers, now. I will leave when I have what I came for, I say, planting my feet. I am a mountain. I will not be moved. And what is that? Varos asks, a faint, mocking smile touching his lips. A toy for your men? Or a pet for yourself? Your appetites are so predictable, General. The insult is a spark to dry tinder. The rage I have been struggling to contain explodes. With a roar, I launch myself at him. He is ready for it. He does not meet my charge with brute force. He is too clever for that. He sidesteps, his dagger flashing out in a silver arc aimed at my ribs. I twist, the blade slicing through my leather tunic, but only grazing my scales. I pivot, my fist crashing into the side of his head with a satisfying crunch. He staggers back, shaking his head to clear it. A thin trickle of blue blood runs from the corner of his mouth. His eyes are no longer cold. They are blazing with a furious, hateful light. We've been rivals our entire lives. He, the heir, with his politics and his strategies. I, the warrior, with my strength and my honor. We are two sides of the Naga soul, and we despise each other. He comes at me again, his movements a blur of deadly precision. He is a duelist, his attacks aimed at my weak points, at the gaps in my armor. I am a berserker. I meet his precision with overwhelming, brutal force. I slam him against the wall, the stone groaning under the impact. He brings his knee up sharply into my gut, and the air rushes from my lungs. We are a whirlwind of violence, a storm of claws and fangs and fury unleashed in the pristine silence of his chambers. The obsidian table is overturned, scrolls scattering across the floor. The crystal vase shatters against a wall. We are destroying his perfect, ordered world, and I revel in it. I see her, a flash of gray silk in the corner of my eye. Amara. She is pressed against the far wall, her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. She is watching this display of primal Naga brutality, and the sight of her fear is like a splash of cold water. The distraction is all Veros needs. He drives his shoulder into my chest, sending me stumbling back. He follows up with a kick that sweeps my legs out from under me. I hit the floor with a crash that shakes the room. Before I can recover, he is on top of me, the tip of his dagger pressed against my throat. His knee is on my chest, pinning me down. He is breathing heavily, his face reflecting triumphant fury. "You are a beast, Zahir," he hisses, his face inches from mine. "A mindless animal, and you will learn your place." I bare my fangs, a low growl rumbling in my chest. "And you are a coward, hiding behind titles and decrees." The dagger presses deeper. I can feel its cold, sharp point against my scales. He could end me. Here. Now. And the court would call it justice, but he will not. He is too controlled, too political. Killing me would create a martyr. It would be messy. "Sooner or in a while I will take her," I growl, the words a solemn vow. She is mine. The gods themselves have willed it. His eyes flicker with something I cannot read. Confusion? Doubt? "The only thing you will take," he says in a cold whisper, "is your leave." He pushes himself off me and stands, straightening his tunic. He is the victor, the prince. He has asserted his dominance. I rise to my feet, my body aching, my pride screaming. The rage is there, but it is now a cold, hard thing, a promise. I give him one last look, a look that conveys all the hatred and frustration and a new, burning possessiveness. Then I turn and stalk from the room, leaving him in the wreckage of his perfect silent chamber, with the prize I have lost. For now.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 8. Amara. The wreckage of the prince's chambers was cleared away with silent, unnerving efficiency. The shattered vase, the overturned table, the scattered scrolls, all vanished as if they had never been. All that remains is the memory, a ghost of violence that haunts the polished stone. I am a ghost too. Trapped in this cold, perfect room, I pace the confines of my cage, the fight between the prince and the general replaying in my mind on an endless loop. It was not a fight between two rivals. It was a clash of primal forces, a storm of crimson and gold, of brutal strength and cold precision. I saw in their eyes not just hatred for each other, but a terrifying, possessive hunger for me. I am the prize, the spoil of war, a piece of meat to be fought over by predators. The realization is a shard of ice in my gut. After a day of this suffocating silence, a guard appears at my door. He does not speak, but gestures with his spear toward the corridor. My heart leaps into my throat. Am I being taken to the general? To the king? He leads me not to the dungeons or the barracks, but to a small, unassuming door that opens into the palace gardens. He gestures for me to enter, then pulls the door shut behind me, the sound of the bolt sliding home a final, definitive click. I am still a prisoner, but my cage has expanded. The garden is a place of alien beauty. It is nothing like the soft, green chaos of the forests I know. Here, everything is deliberate, controlled. The ground is covered not in grass, but in fine crimson sand that glitters under the strange, purple light of the sky. The plants are skeletal and elegant, with leaves of black silk and flowers that bloom in impossible shades of sapphire and amethyst. The air is still and cool, carrying the faint, spicy scent of the blue-barked trees that line the high stone walls. It is beautiful, but it is a cold, sterile beauty, a garden designed by a being who understands aesthetics, but not life. I walk along a path of smooth black river stones, my bare feet sinking slightly into the red sand. The silence here is different from the silence of my chamber. It is alive. I can hear the whisper of the wind through the black leaves, the soft chime of crystal ornaments hanging from the branches of a skeletal tree. I find a stone bench carved into the garden wall and sink onto it. I feel a sliver of something that might be mistaken for peace. I am still a captive, but here, under the open sky, I can almost pretend I am just a girl sitting in a garden. I close my eyes, and for a moment I can almost smell the pine trees of my home. It is a space of profound order. The voice is a soft whisper, yet it cuts through the silence like a blade. My eyes snap open. Kalen, the mystic, stands before me. He appeared without a sound, as if he simply coalesced from the shadows between the blue trees. He wears simple, dark robes, and his iridescent silver-blue scales seem to drink the purple light of the sky, shimmering with a soft, internal luminescence. My heart gives a painful lurch. I am not alone. I am never truly alone. It is beautiful, I manage to say, my voice tight. Beauty and order are not the same as peace, he replies, his gaze not on the garden, but on me. It is an unnerving gaze, one that seems to bypass my physical form entirely and peer directly into the tangled mess of my soul. It feels more invasive than the general's brutal assessment, more intimate than the prince's cold appraisal. Do you find peace here, Amara? He knows my name. Of course he does. He seems to know everything. I find quiet, I say, choosing my word carefully. He gives a small, sad smile. Quiet is a rare commodity in this palace. You should cherish it. He moves closer, his steps silent on the sandy path. He does not sit beside me, but crouches before me, bringing himself to my level. The gesture is one of respect, yet it only serves to heighten the intensity of his focus. His eyes, the colour of a twilight sky, are filled with a galaxy of ancient sorrows. The general is a creature of instinct. he says. He sees a thing of beauty and wishes to possess it, to consume it. The prince is a creature of ambition. He sees a useful tool and wishes to control it, to wield it. They see you as an object, a prize, a problem. He pauses, his gaze deepening. I see a soul in torment, and I wish to understand it. His words are a strange mix of comfort and terror. He is the only one who has acknowledged my inner world, my spirit, but he speaks of it as if it is a scroll to be deciphered, a cosmic riddle to be solved. There is nothing to understand, I whisper, pulling my arms around myself. I am just a human woman, stolen from her home. No, he says, his voice gentle but firm. You are not. The threads of destiny, which have been snarled and frayed for generations, have suddenly pulled taut. And you, Amara, are the knot that holds them all together. He leans forward slightly, his presence overwhelming. Tell me, what do you dream of when you are permitted to sleep in your gilded cage? The question is so unexpected, so deeply personal, that I am momentarily stunned into silence. Varos asked of my motives, Zahir of my teeth, Kaelin asks of my dreams. I dream of the forest, I stammer, of the stream behind my village. I dream of my mother's face. The admission feels like a betrayal, a baring of my soft, vulnerable underbelly to a predator. You dream of what you have lost, he murmurs, his eyes filled with a profound empathy that is almost painful to witness. And what do you fear? Not the general's rage or the prince's coldness. What is the fear that lives in the very marrow of your bones? This is too much. His gaze is too piercing, his questions too sharp. He is peeling me back, layer by layer, and I have no defence against this gentle, relentless assault. I fear being forgotten, I whisper, the words torn from a place deep inside me I did not know existed. I fear that I will die in this place, and no one in my world will ever know what became of me. I will simply cease to be. A single tear escapes and traces a hot path down my cheek. Kaelin reaches out, his movements slow and deliberate. He does not wipe the tear away. His thumb, the skin cool and smooth over his scales, gently touches the crescent birthmark at the base of my neck. The touch is feather-light, reverent. It sends a shiver through me that has very little to do with fear, and everything to do with a strange, terrifying sense of being seen. You will not be forgotten, he says, voice solid like a solemn vow. Your name will be sung by the stars themselves. He pulls his hand back, and in it he holds a small, smooth stone of polished jet. A single, silver rune is carved into its surface. This is a ward of protection. It will not stop a blade, but it will shield your spirit from the despair that festers in this palace. It will keep your heart from being broken, even if your body is not spared. He places the cool, heavy stone in my palm and closes my fingers around it. His touch lingers for a moment longer than necessary, a gentle pressure that is a stark, shocking contrast to the brutal grip of the general or the cold, clinical touch of the prince. I must know you, Amara, he says, his voice dropping to an intense whisper. I must understand the shape of your soul. The prophecy is a locked door, and I believe the key is not your courage, or your defiance, or even your fear. It is the very essence of what makes you human. Your capacity for kindness in a world of cruelty. Your memory of a home you have lost. Your fear of being forgotten. He rises to his full height, once again a towering, otherworldly figure. The moment of intimacy is shattered, and I am left with the cold stone in my hand and the terrifying weight of his words. He sees me, not as a pet, not as a tool, but as a living embodiment of a cosmic force he is desperate to understand. I'm no longer a simple captive. I am a sacred text, and he is the high priest who would decipher me, verse by verse, until all my secrets are laid bare. It is an entirely different kind of overwhelming, a different kind of cage, a cage made not of stone and steel, but of destiny and prophecy. And as I sit there in the cold, alien beauty of the Naga garden, clutching the small dark stone in my hand, I do not know which is more terrifying.
Chapter 9. Varos. 2 days have passed since I threw Zahir from my chambers, since I caged the human, ostensibly for her own protection. The silence she leaves in her wake is more disruptive than the general's rage. It follows me from my chambers, a quiet, persistent ghost that clings to my scales and whispers in the hollow spaces between my thoughts. The court is a nest of vipers, and the human scent is on me. They can all smell it. They see the disruption she has caused, the unprecedented clash between myself and the general. They see her not as a person, but as a shift in the balance of power, a new weight on the scales. And they are beginning to press. I stand on the grand balcony overlooking the central plaza, a goblet of chilled Rurzed wine in my hand. The evening air is cool, carrying the scent of the capital's strange night-blooming flowers. Below, the nobles mingle, their silks shimmering like beetle wings under the light of the crystal lamps. Lady Zalia approaches, her violet scales a river of amethyst in the dim light. She moves with the fluid grace of a predator that knows its own beauty is its most effective weapon. She stops beside me, her fan fluttering with a soft, dry hiss. "Your Highness seems preoccupied," she murmurs, her sharp eyes fixed on the plaza below. She can't look at me, but her words are aimed with the precision of a dart. "The duties of the crown are a heavy burden, Lady Zalia," I reply, my tone clipped and formal. "Indeed," she says, her lips curving into a smile that does not reach her eyes. "Especially when new, unforeseen duties arise. One hears your new pet is quite spirited. A creature that saves its master's life. How very novel. It must be a great comfort to have such a loyal thing tucked away in your chambers." Her words are silk-wrapped razors. Pet, thing, tucked away. She is reminding me of the creature's station, and by extension my own folly in elevating it. She is testing me, probing for the weakness she is certain she has found. The whispers I have been hearing for 2 days are now given a voice, and it is as venomous as I expected. They do not see a savior. They see a vulnerability. My vulnerability. "Loyalty is a rare and valuable commodity," I say, my voice dangerously soft. "I would not expect you to understand its worth." Her fan snaps shut, a flicker of anger in her slitted pupils. "Of course, Your Highness, a prince must have his commodities." She gives a slight, mocking bow and slithers back into the crowd, leaving her poison hanging in the air behind her. The rage that builds in me is a cold, familiar thing. But it is not directed at her. It is directed at the situation, at the weakness she perceives. The court sees the human not as a sign of my strength, but as a chink in my armor. A soft spot they can press until I break. They think I am growing sentimental. They think I can be manipulated through her. There is only one way to quell such whispers. There is only one way to reassert the truth of the order. An object cannot be a weakness. A pet cannot hold power over its master. I must demonstrate this truth, to them and to myself. I must reinforce the cage not just with stone and steel, but with the undeniable reality of my claim. Later, when the palace is shrouded in the deep, star-dusted silence of the night, I find myself standing before the door to her chamber. The 2 guards outside my own quarters stiffen as I approach, but do not move to stop me. I am the prince. I go where I will. I dismiss the guards at her door with a flick of my hand. They bow and retreat, their heavy footsteps fading down the corridor. I place my hand on the door. It is not locked from the outside. I had it changed. She is not a prisoner of the palace. She is a prisoner of mine. The door opens without a sound. The room is dark, the only light a sliver of purple moonlight from the high window. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust. She is asleep on the pallet of furs, curled on her side, facing away from the door. She looks impossibly small in the vastness of the bed, a fragile island in a sea of darkness. I move into the room, my steps as silent as falling ash. I am a shadow within shadows. I stand over her, watching the slow, even rise and fall of her back. The simple gray tunic she wears has ridden up slightly, exposing the gentle curve of her hip and the pale, vulnerable skin of her lower back. The air is permeated with her scent, not the cloying perfumes of the court, but the clean, warm scent of her skin, her hair. It is the scent of life, pure and undiluted. It fills my lungs, a strange, intoxicating poison that both soothes and inflames me. She makes a soft sound in her sleep, a quiet hum, the same tuneless melody she sang in her cage at the menagerie, a song from a world I cannot imagine, a song of a home she has lost. The sound is a physical blow. It strikes the cold, ambitious part of me and leaves a hairline fracture. I see the crescent mark at the base of her neck, a faint, dark shape in the moonlight. I have the sudden, overwhelming urge to touch it, to trace its shape with my claw, to feel the beat of her pulse beneath it. This is madness, this nocturnal vigil, this obsession. She is a tool, a pet, a means to an end. But as I stand here watching her sleep, the lines between asset and desire blur into a dangerous, intoxicating haze. The rumors of the court were right. She is a weakness, because she is making me weak. The decision solidifies in my mind, cold and hard and absolute. I cannot afford this weakness. I must conquer it. I must dominate it, until it is nothing more than another tool in my arsenal. I will not be ruled by this strange, soft feeling. I will rule it. I turn and leave as silently as I came. The next evening, I summon her. She enters my main chamber, her eyes wary, her posture defensive. She wears another of the simple silk tunics, this one the color of a pale dawn sky. It makes her look ethereal, breakable. "You wish to see me?" she asks, her voice quiet but steady. "The court whispers, Amara," I say, not bothering with pleasantries. I remain seated in my high-backed chair, forcing her to stand before me like a petitioner. "They see you as my weakness, a lever they can use to pry me from my path. This cannot be." "I've done nothing," she says, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. "You have done everything," I counter, rising to my feet. I stalk toward her, enjoying the way she flinches but holds her ground. "You exist. That is your crime." I stop before her, close enough to see the silver dust still clinging to her lashes. "The court must understand your place, and so must you. You are mine, an object, a possession. Tonight I will make that truth an undeniable physical reality." Her eyes widen, a dawning horror in their depths. "No." The word is a choked whisper. "No is not a word you are permitted to use," I say, my voice reverting to a low, cold hiss. I reach for her, my hand closing around her upper arm. Her flesh is soft, her bones delicate. I could snap her arm with a slight increase in pressure. She knows it. "Please," she begs, her voice breaking. "Don't." "It is too late for pleading," I say, pulling her toward the sleeping chamber. She resists, a futile, desperate struggle against my superior strength. It's like a songbird fighting a storm. This is not a request. It is a command. You will obey. I push her into the chamber and let the door swing shut, plunging us into the familiar dimness. She stumbles toward the pallet of furs, catching herself before she falls. She turns to face me, her body trembling, her face a pale mask of terror and defiance. "This is wrong," she says, her voice shaking. "The only thing wrong here is your delusion that you have a choice," I say, advancing on her. I begin to unfasten the clasps of my tunic, You are my property. Your body is mine to use as I see fit. I stand before her, my chest bare, the golden scales glittering in the moonlight. I am a prince, a predator, a god in her small, fragile world. I expect her to weep, to collapse. She does not. She lifts her chin, her eyes blazing with a fire that I find utterly, dangerously captivating. Then I will give you nothing. You can take my body, but you will never have me. A cruel smile touches my lips. We shall see. I reach for her, and this time my touch is not a threat. It is a caress. My fingers trail down her arm, over the soft skin of her stomach, tracing the edge of the silk tunic. She shudders, a violent tremor, but she does not pull away. You say no, I murmur, my lips close to her ear. But your body tells a different story. I can smell it now, the subtle shift in her scent. The clean warmth is now laced with the sweet, musky aroma of arousal. Her body is betraying her. You are afraid, but you also desire this. You desire me. I don't. She lies, her voice thin. Liar, I whisper, my hand moving lower, pressing against the silk between her thighs. She's wet. Hot and wet for me. The proof of her desire is a heady, triumphant victory. I press my fingers against her and she lets out a choked gasp, her hips giving an involuntary twitch. You feel that? I murmur, my voice a low, seductive growl. That is the truth. Your truth. Say it. No. Say it, Amara. I command, my fingers moving, rubbing against her through the silk, drawing another broken sound from her throat. Tell me you want me. A tear traces a path down her cheek, but her eyes are closed, her head thrown back. I want... She chokes out. You want what? I press, relentless. I want you, she finally whispers, the words a surrender. A victory so sweet it is almost painful. Good, I say. And then I am tearing the silk from her body. I lay her down on the furs, her skin luminous in the moonlight. She is a masterpiece of soft curves and pale, vulnerable flesh. For a moment I am frozen by the sheer beauty of her. The prince, the strategist, the cold, calculating mind. It all recedes, leaving only the male, the predator, the worshipper. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 10. Amara. I wake to the scent of him. It is a ghost in the air, a phantom presence clinging to the dark furs and the cool silk sheets. It is the scent of chilled stone, of ancient power, and something else, something uniquely his, a clean, sharp fragrance like the air after a lightning strike. The prince is gone, but his claim remains, a heavy, invisible brand on my skin. My body is a map of his possession. A deep, thrumming ache has settled in my bones, a soreness in my thighs and hips that is a constant, intimate reminder of his size, his strength, his invasion. I feel used, a vessel for his power, his frustration, his strange, conflicting desires. He took me, forced my surrender, whispered commands that stripped me bare, not just in body, but in will. And yet, my fingers drift to the soft skin of my inner thigh, where I remember the shocking, unexpected gentleness of his touch. He spoke of me as an object, a tool, but he handled me like a priceless, fragile artifact. He learned the rhythm of my body with a scholar's focus, his actions a stark, bewildering contradiction to the cold cruelty of his words. He was a conqueror who chose to worship at the altar of his conquest. The confusion is a sickness in my gut, a dizzying vertigo that leaves me feeling more unmoored than ever. I am his property, but I am also, in some terrifying and inexplicable way, cherished. The heavy chamber door opens, and the same trio of grey-scaled Naga servants enters. But today, something is different. Before, their indifference was a shield. Now, their gazes flicker toward me, then skitter away, filled with a new, potent mixture of fear and something that looks like resentment. They are handling the prince's new favourite, the pet he has claimed in the most absolute way. They do not speak as they help me from the bed. Their hands are hesitant, their touch almost fearful, as if they expect me to be imbued with some of his volatile power. They bring a new tunic, not the simple grey or dawn-coloured silk of before, but one of deep, royal blue, so fine it feels like water against my skin. It is a queen's garment, and on me it feels like a costume. The food they bring is different too. Not the bland sustenance of a captive, but a feast for a treasured thing. There are sweet purple berries that burst on my tongue, warm bread still steaming from the ovens, and a small wedge of sharp, hard cheese. A reward. A gilded chain. I eat because my body craves the fuel, but each bite tastes of my submission. I am dressed and fed, an ornamental doll waiting for its master, when the prince himself appears at the door. He is dressed in his severe black military-style tunic, his golden scales a stark, beautiful contrast. His face is an unreadable mask of aristocratic coldness. "You will walk with me," he says. It is not a request. He does not offer his arm this time. He simply turns and expects me to follow, a silent, obedient shadow in his wake. I walk a pace behind him, my eyes fixed on the powerful, fluid movement of his back, the slight, menacing sway of his tail. We move through the main corridors of the palace, and the shift in the court's atmosphere is a palpable thing. Before, I was a curiosity, a piece of exotic flesh to be stared at. Now, I am a symbol. The lesser nobles and servants we pass avert their eyes, their heads bowing lower than before. They don't look at me, but they see me. They see the prince's claim written all over me. This, I realise, is the sliver of protection he has granted me. The jackals will not dare to nip at the heels of the lion's chosen prey. But the lions themselves are another matter. We step out into one of the central courtyards, a vast expanse of crimson sand and artfully placed skeletal trees. And there, across the courtyard, I see him. Zahir. The general is not in his training gear. He is dressed in the formal dark red regalia of his station, but he looks no less brutal. He stands with a group of his ranking officers, a pillar of raw, violent power. He is not looking at Varos. His gaze, a burning golden fire, is fixed entirely on me. It is a physical blow. A wave of heat that washes over my skin, making the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. His jealousy is not a subtle thing. It is a living, breathing entity, a suffocating presence that reaches across the courtyard and wraps itself around my throat. His eyes narrow, and I see the raw hatred there, the possessive fury of a predator whose kill has been stolen. In his gaze, I am not just the prince's pet. I am the reason for his humiliation, the source of his rage. My steps falter. My breath lodges in my throat. Varos stops, turning to me. He follows my gaze and sees the general. A low hiss, almost too quiet to hear, escapes the prince's lips. He places a hand on the small of my back, a firm, proprietary pressure. It is not a gesture of comfort. It is a gesture of ownership. A silent, defiant message sent across the courtyard to his rival. Mine. "Keep walking," he murmurs, his deep voice a low command near my ear. His hand steers me forward, away from the general's burning gaze. My skin tingles where he touches me, a confusing mixture of fear and a strange, shameful sense of safety. We continue our walk, the silent war of wills playing out across the crimson sand. It is then that a figure detaches itself from a group of nobles and glides toward us. Lady Zalia. Today she wears silks the colour of a fresh bruise, her violet scales shimmering. Her smile is a beautiful, predatory thing. "Your Highness," she says, her voice like honey. She gives a graceful, shallow bow, but her sharp, intelligent eyes are all for me. They do not just look at me, they dissect me. "And the little saviour, you are looking radiant this morning." I say nothing, remembering the prince's command. "The prince's care seems to agree with you," she continues, her gaze sweeping over my fine tunic, my groomed hair. One might almost think his methods of discipline were surprisingly gentle. The insinuation is a stiletto blade, slid expertly between my ribs. She sees it. She sees the contradiction. She knows this was not a simple act of dominance. She looks from me to Varos, a flicker of triumphant understanding in her eyes. She has found the crack in his armour, and it is me. "My methods are my own concern, Lady Zalia," Varos says, his voice dropping to a dangerously cold register. "Of course, Your Highness," she purrs, her smile widening. "One would never presume to question them. It is simply gratifying to see such a valuable asset so well maintained. A happy pet is so much more amusing for the court, after all." She gives another slight bow and drifts away, leaving the scent of her poisonous perfume in her wake. I am trembling. She did not threaten me directly, but her message was clear. I am not just a pet to her. I am leverage. I am the prince's weakness, and she is a woman who knows how to exploit the weaknesses of powerful Naga. Varos says nothing. His hand is still on my back, his thumb now rubbing a slow, almost unconscious circle against the silk. The gesture is so at odds with the cold fury I see in his profile that my head spins. He is a fortress of contradictions, and I am trapped in the heart of it. He leads me back to his chambers in silence. The walk feels longer this time, the weight of the court's eyes, of Zahir's hatred, of Zalia's cunning, pressing down on me. Inside the cold, silent room, he finally releases me. I stand in the midst of the chamber, feeling stripped bare, exposed. "You see now," he says, his voice dropping to a low, harsh whisper. "You see what you have become." I look at him, at this beautiful, cruel prince who has claimed me. "I see what you have made me," I reply, my voice shaking but clear. He stalks toward me, his face twisted with cold fury. For a moment, I think he will strike me. Instead, he reaches out and cups my jaw, his grip firm, forcing me to look at him. "I have made you safe," he snarls, his golden eyes blazing. "I have put my mark on you so that the jackals will not dare to touch you. You should be grateful." "Is this safety?" I ask, my voice breaking. "To be the target of your enemies? To be the prize in your war with your general? This is not safety. It's a different kind of battlefield." His eyes flicker, and for a heartbeat, I see a flash of something that looks like guilt. It is gone as quickly as it appears, replaced by the familiar mask of cold control. "Then you will learn to fight," he says, growling. He releases me abruptly and turns away. "Or you will learn to die. It makes no difference to me." But I heard it. In the brief, unguarded moment, I heard the lie in his voice. It does make a difference to him. I know it with a terrifying certainty. He has branded me as his property to quell the whispers of the court. But his actions, the strange tenderness that wars with his cruelty, have only made the whispers louder. He has not proven that I am an object. He has proven that I am his most cherished, most dangerous possession. And in this world of predators, there is nothing more tempting than taking what a prince holds dear.
Chapter 11. Zahur. The sight of her in the courtyard is a brand on the inside of my skull. It is a searing image that replays itself behind my eyes, each detail a fresh torment. The deep blue of the silk against her pale skin, the prince's color. The proprietary way his hand rested on the small of her back. The way she walked a step behind him. A perfect, beautiful, claimed thing. My rage is no longer a clean, hot fire. It has become a thick, choking smoke that fills my lungs and poisons my blood. I feel it in the restless pacing of my warriors in the yard, in the sharp, angry clang of their blades. They feel the insult as I do. The king's promise, a matter of honor, has been spat upon by his own son. And the prize, the fragile human with the fire in her eyes, has been stolen away. I do not want her for my men anymore. The thought of their rough hands on her, of her spirit being broken for their crude amusement, now sends a wave of revulsion through me. The hunger has changed. It is no longer a simple craving for conquest. It is a deeper, more personal ache, a need to be the one who possesses her light, to be the only one who sees that fire in her eyes before it is extinguished. Varos thinks he has won. He thinks he can hide her away in his cold stone chambers and declare the matter settled. He thinks his title and his father's favor are shields against my wrath. He is a fool. I find him in the strategy room. Of course, not the training yards, not the armory. A room of maps and calculations, a place as cold and sterile as his own heart. He stands before a massive table carved with a topographical map of Nagaland and its surrounding territories. His long, clawed fingers tracing the border of the Orklands. He is the picture of calm, controlled authority. A prince planning his next move in a game only he understands. He does not look up as I enter, though he knows I am here. I can see the slight, almost imperceptible tensing of the muscles in his back. The air in here is too clean for a beast from the yards, General, he says, his voice sounding like a low, mocking drawl. You will track blood and sweat on my maps. I have come for what is mine. I growl, my voice a low rumble that seems to shake the very dust motes in the air. I plant my fists on the edge of the map table, leaning my weight forward, making the polished wood creak in protest. The human? The king promised her? To my warriors. The king's promises are subject to the needs of the state, Varos replies, finally lifting his head. His golden eyes are chips of ice. The human is now a key witness in the attempt on my life, a strategic asset. Her well-being is a matter of royal security. Surely even your brutish mind can comprehend the necessity of that. His condescension is a physical thing, a slime that coats his words. He uses logic and politics as a weapon, a shield of words to hide his theft. I comprehend betrayal, I snarl, my tail lashing behind me, the tip slapping against the stone floor with a sharp crack. I comprehend the sight of my prize, draped in your colors, paraded through the court on your arm like a trophy. She is my responsibility, and my property, he says, his voice dangerously soft. As you were so keen to remind her yourself. The implication strikes me like a blow to the head. The thought of his spies watching me, reporting my actions back to him, sends a fresh wave of black fury through me. You will not keep her, I vow, my voice dropping to a low, guttural threat. I will go to the king. I will tell him how his heir dishonors the word of the throne, how he provokes his own general for the sake of a human pet. We will see how the needs of the state weigh against the loyalty of the entire army. Varos laughs. It is not a sound of amusement. It is a cold, brittle thing, like ice shattering. Go to him, please. Run to my father and complain about your stolen toy. Do you truly believe he cares for the fate of one human? He cares that his two most powerful weapons are at each other's throats in open court. He cares that you, his great general, are allowing your appetites to make you a liability. Your rage is a blunt instrument, Zahir, and it is beginning to bore him. Every word is a deliberate, calculated strike, aimed at the heart of my pride, my honor. He is right. The king would see this as a weakness in me, not a transgression in his son. And your ambition is a poison that will choke this kingdom, I retort, my hands clenching into fists so tight my claws dig into my own palms. A prince of your standing, with your silks and your whispers, does not intimidate me. And a brute with a blade does not frighten me. He shoots back, his eyes blazing with a cold, hateful fire. The tension in the room snaps. I am not a general. He is no longer a prince. We are two males, locked in a primal battle for dominance. I shove the heavy map table aside, sending carved markers scattering across the floor with a clatter. It is a raw, undisciplined act of fury, and I see a flicker of contempt in his eyes at my lack of control. He does not wait for me to charge. He moves first, a blur of black and gold. He comes at me not with a weapon, but with his own body. His attack is precise and vicious as a dagger strike. He aims a kick at my knee, trying to cripple me, to bring me down to his level. I twist away, the blow landing on my thigh with a dull thud. I grab his tunic, using his own momentum to pull him off balance. We crash against the wall of scrolls, the ancient parchments rustling in protest. His claws rake at my face, and I feel a sharp, hot line of pain as they slice through the scales on my cheek. The scent of my own blue blood fills the air, sharp and metallic. The pain only fuels my rage. I slam my head forward, my brow connecting with his, with a sickening crack. He staggers back, a dazed look in his eyes. I press my advantage, my fist crashing into his gut, driving the air from his lungs in a choked gasp. He is a duelist, a strategist, but in a brawl, in a raw contest of strength and savagery, he is no match for me. I have him by the throat, my claws digging into the soft flesh beneath his jaw, when a third voice cuts through the haze of my fury. Our confrontation this time is even more forceful. And so you dance to their tune. The voice is quiet, yet it carries an authority that stops me cold. Kalen. He stands in the doorway, a figure of infuriating calm amidst the wreckage. His silver-blue scales seem to absorb the angry energy in the room. His twilight eyes are filled with a profound, weary disappointment. He looks at the overturned table, at the blood on my face, at my hand on the prince's throat, and he shakes his head slowly. Whose tune? Varos chokes out, his hand clawing at my wrist. The tune of those who wish to see this kingdom burn, Kalen says, his gaze moving between us. Do you think the assassination attempt was a random act of a lone dissident? Do you think the whispers in the court are mere gossip? You are fools, blinded by your own pride. He steps in, his presence a sudden chilling calm. There is a faction within Nagaland, a serpent nesting in our own halls that seeks to ignite a civil war. They are watching you. They are studying your weaknesses, and they have found it. This rivalry, this fight over a human woman. He looks directly at me, and his eyes are as old and deep as the night sky. They knew you would see her as a prize, Zahir. They knew your honor would demand you claim her. And then his gaze shifts to Varos. And they knew you would see her as a tool, Varos, a pawn to assert your dominance over your rival. They are playing you against each other with masterful precision. The rage begins to recede, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. What he says, it has the chilling ring of truth, the assassination attempt, the timing, the way the court has seized upon this conflict. It is all too perfect. The prophecy I spoke of, Kalen continues, his voice a low, urgent whisper. It is not a child's tale. It speaks of a time when Nagaland will face a choice between unity and destruction. It speaks of 3 serpents of royal blood. And it speaks of a human heart that will be the catalyst. She is not a prize. She is not a tool. She is the fulcrum. And while you two fight over who gets to possess her, our true enemies are preparing to use her to shatter this kingdom into pieces. The fight drains out of me. I release my grip on Varos's throat, and he stumbles back, gasping for air, his hand on his neck. We stand there panting, surrounded by the evidence of our own foolishness. The hatred between us is still a raw, living thing. The rivalry is not gone, but it is now overshadowed by a much larger, more terrifying threat. A faceless enemy, a serpent in our midst. We are no longer just rivals. We are the 3 serpents mentioned in the prophecy, and we have been dancing on the edge of a blade, completely unaware of the hand that holds it. The silence that falls is heavy, fraught with a new, unwelcome understanding. We are trapped, not by each other, but by a destiny we did not choose, a game we have just now realized we are playing. And the human, Amara, is no longer the prize. She is the board itself.
Chapter 12. Kalen. I leave them in the wreckage of their own making. The scent of spilled blood, Zahir's crimson, Varos's royal blue, is a discordant tang in the air, a testament to their monumental, childish foolishness. They stand on opposite sides of the ruined strategy room, 2 poles of the same destructive magnet, their hatred for each other a force more tangible than the stone walls around them. They think they have fought over a woman. The truth is far more terrifying. They have fought over the fulcrum that will either balance our world or shatter it completely. My words hang in the silence between them, a prophecy they are not yet equipped to understand. I do not wait for their response. They are deafened by the roar of their own pride. I need guidance that is not written on scrolls, wisdom that does not come from the stars, but from the source itself. I move through the palace, a shadow in my own home. My path takes me downward, away from the opulent upper levels and the sterile functionality of the barracks. I descend into the forgotten heart of the palace, to the foundations laid when the world was young. The air grows cool and damp, the scent of chilled stone mingling with the dry, dusty perfume of immense age. The crystal lamps here are few, their light swallowed by the oppressive darkness. This is a place the court has forgotten, a place of memory and power that they are too shallow to comprehend. The door to the oracle's sanctum is not a door at all, but a section of wall carved with interlocking serpents. There is no handle, no lock. It opens only to those who know the correct sequence of pressure points. A secret passed from one mystic to the next. I trace the pattern with my fingers, the ancient stone cool and smooth beneath my scales. The wall recedes with a low groan, revealing a passage that smells of burning herbs and something else. something ancient and deeply sacred. I enter, and the wall seals behind me, plunging me into a darkness that is absolute. I walk by memory, my hand trailing along the rough-hewn stone. The passage slopes downward, coiling into the earth like a burrowing serpent. Finally, I see a faint, flickering light ahead. The chamber is a natural cavern, its walls glittering with veins of raw, unpolished crystal that pulse with a soft internal light. The air is layered with the smoke of 100 different sacred herbs, burning in small clay bowls arranged in concentric circles on the floor. In the middle of the chamber, seated on a simple, unadorned stone throne, is the elder oracle Venali. She is ancient, a relic from an age before my own. Her scales, once the color of jade, have faded to a pale, milky green, as translucent as old sea glass. She is blind, her eyes milky white orbs that see nothing of this world, but everything of the next. She does not move as I approach, but I know she has been expecting me. She feels the shift in the cosmic threads as keenly as I do. I stop before her and bow my head, a gesture of profound respect. In this chamber, I am not a Naga of royal blood. I am a supplicant, a seeker. "The weave unravels, little serpent," she says, her voice a dry, rattling whisper, like leaves skittering across stone. "The threads are pulled by hands that are both known and unknown," I reply, speaking the ritual language of mystics. The serpents of the prophecy turn upon themselves, blinded by a new light that has appeared in our halls. Venali is silent for a long moment. The only sound is the soft hiss and crackle of the burning herbs. Her head tilts, as if listening to a conversation I cannot hear. "A light is not a prize to be won," she finally whispers, her blind eyes seeming to look straight through me. "It is a hearth meant to be shared. You cannot capture a flame in your fist. You can only warm your hands by it, or be burned." Her words are a riddle, as always, but the meaning strikes me with the force of a physical blow. A hearth that is meant to be shared, not a prize, not a tool. The prophecy speaks of a claim, I press, my own voice a low murmur. When 3 fierce serpents born from royal blood claim one heart of humanity, how can a heart be claimed if not by conquest? "You mistake the nature of the claim," she rasps, a dry, rustling laugh escaping her thin lips. "To claim a mountain, you must climb it, respect its power, and stand upon its peak in humility. To claim a heart is not to conquer it, it is to kneel before it. True unity, Kalen, is a form of surrender." Surrender. The word is anathema to a Naga, especially to creatures like Varos and Zahir. The thought of either of them kneeling, of them surrendering their pride for anything, let alone a human, is impossible. And yet I know with a chilling certainty that she speaks the truth. The prophecy is not about magical power. It is not about forging a weapon to defeat our enemies. It is about forging a bond, an emotional unity that will be our salvation or our doom. The heart of humanity is not a magical artifact. It is Amara herself, her compassion, her defiance, her very essence. And the 3 of us must not conquer her. We must earn her. The revelation is a terrifying weight in my soul. I have brought Varos and Zahir to the precipice of this truth, but I have not shown them how to cross it. I must try again. I thank the oracle, and leave her to her sacred smoke and her silent conversations with the cosmos. As I ascend back into the cold political world of the palace, my path is clear. I send 2 identical messages, delivered by my most trusted acolyte, a silent boy who has served in my sanctuary for years. One goes to the prince's chambers, the other to the general's barracks. The message is simple, written in the old runic script that only those of high noble blood can read. The serpent in our halls grows bolder. The orrery, Moon's Peak, alone. The orrery is the name I give my sanctuary, my circular room of scrolls and starlight. It is the only place in this palace that feels like neutral ground, though I know they will see it as my domain. I wait. I light the calming herbs, their smoke coiling toward the celestial map on the domed ceiling. I do not know if they will come. Their hatred for each other is a powerful, blinding force. Zahir arrives first. Of course he does. He's a creature of action, and the hint of a direct threat is a lure he cannot resist. He fills the doorway, a pillar of crimson and black, his presence a raw, violent energy that disrupts the quiet harmony of my sanctuary. His eyes scan the room, dismissing my scrolls and charts as meaningless clutter. He has a fresh scar on his cheek, a thin blue line where Varos's claws caught him. Varos arrives moments later. He enters with his usual cold, silent grace, his golden scales catching the starlight. He is the picture of control, but I see the tension in the set of his jaw, the way his hand hovers near the dagger at his belt. He and Zahir take up positions on opposite sides of the room, two predators forced into the same cage, the air between them thick with unspoken violence. "You have a flair for the dramatic mystic," Zahir growls, his arms crossed over his massive chest. "A serpent in our halls is not drama, General. It is a threat," I reply calmly. I stand dead center in the room, the river of starlight from the oculus window pooling around my feet. An enemy seeks to use your hatred for each other to tear this kingdom apart. The assassination attempt was not a beginning, it was an escalation. They are testing us, and we are failing. "I do not fear shadows," Zahir snarls. "You should," Varos cuts in, his voice like chipping ice. "A shadow with a poison dart is as deadly as an army. What have you learned, Kalen?" I let the silence stretch for a moment, forcing them to focus, to truly listen. I have learned that the prophecy is the key. It speaks of this very moment, of this very threat. It speaks of the three of us. Zahir lets out a short, harsh laugh. "Destiny. I forge my own destiny with steel, not with the ramblings of dead mystics." But his posture is rigid, his tail giving a slight, agitated twitch. The seed of doubt I planted earlier has taken root. "Prophecy is a part of our heritage," Varos says, his gaze thoughtful. He, at least, understands the power of tradition. But words can be twisted. How can you be certain of your interpretation? "And why us?" Zahir demands, his voice a low growl. "There are dozens of Naga with royal blood in this city. Why these three serpents?" I turn to him, my gaze steady. "Because there are no others like us. Look at yourselves. You, Zahir, are the embodiment of our kingdom's strength, our martial fury. You are the serpent of crimson rage. And you, Varos, are the future of our throne, the embodiment of our ambition and our cold, calculating intellect. You are the serpent of gilded power. And I am the keeper of our ancient truths, the guardian of our connection to the gods, the serpent of silvered spirit. We are the three pillars upon which Nagaland rests, and we are at war with each other." The room is silent. My words hang suspended in the air. An undeniable, uncomfortable truth. "Even if that is true," Varos says finally, his voice tight, "it does not explain the most important piece, the human." "Yes," Zahir agrees, his golden eyes narrowing. "Why her? She is a stray, a Peter. How can a creature of no consequence hold the fate of our entire race? This is the heart of it, the part they cannot, will not understand." I close my own eyes for a moment, gathering my thoughts, searching for the words that will pierce their armor of pride and logic. "Because she is not a part of our world," I say softly, opening my eyes to look at them. "And that is the source of her power. You see her as a thing to be owned, to be used. You cannot see the truth of her, but I can." I take a step forward, my voice resonating with a certainty that comes not from scrolls, but from my very soul. When I look at her, I do not see a pet or a tool. I see a spirit forged in a world without scales or venom, a world where courage is not measured by the strength of one's arm, but by the resilience of one's heart. I see a soul that burns with a light so pure, so defiant, that it casts a shadow on the darkness festering in this court. I feel it. The cosmos itself pivots around her. You feel it too, though you name it lust or curiosity or a strategic problem. It is the pull of destiny. And it will either unite us, or it will tear us, and this entire kingdom apart. I let my words settle in the starlit silence, The two most powerful warriors in Nagaland stare at me, their faces masks of conflicting emotions. The hatred between them is still a palpable force, a chasm that seems impossible to cross. But I can finally see a flicker of something else in their eyes. A shared, unwelcome burden. A dawning, terrifying understanding. The alliance is not yet forged. The surrender has not been made. But the first step has been taken. They are no longer just rivals. They are bound together by a truth they both despise, and by a human woman who holds their fate in her small, fragile hands.
Chapter 13. Amara. The prince's chambers are a beautiful, silent hell. In the days following my branding, a strange and terrible routine takes hold. I am an exquisite doll, taken from my box each morning by the grey-scaled servants, washed, oiled, and dressed in silks that feel like whispers against my skin. I am fed delicacies on silver trays. I am a treasured thing, and I have never felt more like an object. Varos is a ghost. He comes and goes, his presence a shift in the air, a sudden drop in temperature. He rarely speaks to me, but I feel his eyes on me when he thinks I am not looking. It is a heavy gaze, analytical and possessive, the gaze of a man studying a rare and dangerous artifact he has acquired at great cost. He has claimed me, but he does not want me. The contradiction is a constant, low-grade fever in my blood. My only tether to my own humanity arrives on the morning, a small, bustling whirlwind of life in the sterile silence of my cage. She is a human servant, older than me by a decade perhaps, with a round, practical face and hands that are chapped and red from work. Her name is Kia. She enters with the Naga servants, carrying a tray of linens, but unlike them, she meets my eyes. Her gaze is quick, assessing, and holds not a trace of the fear or resentment I see in the others. It holds something far more dangerous. Pity. While the Naga servants arrange my morning meal, Kia moves about the room, her movements brisk and efficient. She smooths the furs on my sleeping pallet, her back to the others. "Eat the berries first," she murmurs, her voice so low it is barely a breath of sound. "They're from a southern isle, a sign of great favour. Let them see you appreciate it. It will bore them faster." I stare at her, stunned into silence. "And that one," she continues, flicking her eyes for a brief second toward the door, where a Naga guard stands impassive. "Lady Zalia, the one with the violet scales. She smiles like a flower, but her roots are pure poison. Never accept a gift from her. Never." Before I can respond, she has finished her task and is gone, leaving me with a tray of food that now seems laden with hidden meanings and a heart that is beating with something other than fear. Finally, I feel a flicker of hope. Kia becomes my secret, my lifeline. She comes each day, her practical advice a shield against the subtle cruelties of the court. She teaches me the silent language of survival. That particular shade of blue is the prince's family colour. Wearing it is a statement. The general's men are loyal to him above the king. Do not mistake their brutishness for stupidity. The mystic is an unknown quantity. Even the king is wary of him. His protection is a double-edged blade. Our friendship is forged in whispers and shared glances. One day, she brings me a small, misshapen fruit, hiding it in a fold of linen. It is a common sun apple from the human territories, its skin tough, its flesh tart and familiar. As I bite into it, the taste of home explodes on my tongue, so sharp and poignant it brings tears to my eyes. I eat it huddled in a corner, shielding it with my body, a precious, secret treasure. When Kia sees the tear tracks on my face later, she says nothing, but her hand, as she takes the empty tray, brushes mine for just a second. It is a touch of shared, unspoken understanding. A touch that says, "I see you. You are still a person." It is this small, rekindled flame of self that I carry with me into the lion's den. Varos commands my presence at a midday gathering in one of the less formal palace halls. It has arching windows that look out onto the sterile gardens, the air thick with the smell of wine and roasted meat. The nobles are here in force, a glittering sea of scales and silk, their voices a low, sibilant hum. I am, as always, the only human, the prince's pet, on display. I sit on a cushion at his side, my back straight, my hands clasped in my lap. I am a statue, an ornament. I sip my water and say nothing, but I am not just an object. I am a watcher. I see Lady Zalia across the room, a vision in bruised purple, her laughter a beautiful, sharp sound. I see the way her eyes flicker toward me, cold and calculating. And I see Zahir. He stands near a far pillar, a monolith of crimson and black. He is not mingling. He is observing, his golden eyes a burning fire that seems to suck all the light and warmth from my corner of the room. His gaze is a physical weight, a constant, suffocating pressure on my skin. He is not looking at Varos. He is looking at me, and in his eyes I see a raw, possessive hunger. It is the look of a wolf watching a rival parade his stolen kill. A Naga servant approaches me, bowing low. He carries a single, elegant crystal goblet on a silver tray. The liquid inside is a beautiful, shimmering gold, with a single, perfect white flower floating on its surface. "A gift, my lady," the servant hisses softly, "from an admirer who wishes to honour the prince's exquisite taste." My blood runs cold. Kia's warning echoes in my ears. Never accept a gift. I look at the goblet. It is beautiful, a sign of favour. To refuse it would be an insult, not just to the unknown admirer, but to the prince himself. It would be a disruption, a scene. "I am not thirsty," I say, my voice sounding thin. The servant's eyes flicker with uncertainty. "My lady, it is a great honour." "She said she is not thirsty," a voice growls, a low rumble of thunder that cuts through the hum of the court. I look up, my heart leaping into my throat. Zahir is there. He moved without a sound, a crimson shadow that has suddenly materialised at my side. He did not charge across the room. He simply arrived. His hand, a massive thing of scales and claws, closes over mine where it rests on the cushion. His grip is like iron. He does not look at the servant. His burning, golden gaze is fixed on the goblet. "There is a bitter note," he says, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous murmur that only I can hear. "Beneath the honey." He releases my hand and takes the goblet from the tray. The delicate crystal looks absurdly fragile in his massive fist. The servant flinches back, clearly terrorised. Zahir ignores him. He swirls the golden liquid, his eyes narrowed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he lets a single drop fall from the goblet onto the leaf of a nearby potted plant, a black-leafed thing with veins of silver. The leaf curls instantly, turning a sickly, brittle brown, as if all the life has been scorched from it. A collective gasp ripples through the nobles nearest to us. The beautiful golden liquid is poison. A slow poison, designed not to kill, but to sicken, to discredit, to make the prince's new pet seem weak, fragile, unworthy of his attention. Zahir's head lifts, and his gaze sweeps the room. It is a slow, deliberate movement, a promise of brutal, bloody retribution. He does not need to find the sender. He is sending a message of his own. His eyes linger for a moment on the far side of the room, where Lady Zalia stands, her face a perfect, impassive mask, before he turns his burning gaze back to me. Without a word, he grips my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh. He hauls me to my feet and pulls me from the hall, away from the sudden frantic whispers of the court, away from the cold, furious gaze of the prince. He leaves the prince to take care of the aftermath of the poisoning. He drags me through the corridors, his pace a brutal, punishing stride that forces me into a half-run to keep up. He does not stop until he has pulled me into a secluded, shadowed alcove, far from the prying eyes of the court. He slams me back against the cold stone wall, his massive body trapping me. "You are a fool," he snarls, his face inches from mine. His breath is hot, smelling of rage and something else, something wild and clean like a storm. A blind, witless child. Do you think this is a game? Do you think gifts are given freely in this nest of vipers? I was going to refuse, I stammer, my body trembling with a mixture of residual terror and the overwhelming, violent presence of him. "You hesitated," he growls, his hand coming up to grip my shoulders. He gives me a slight, sharp shake, as if to rattle the stupidity from my bones. In this world, hesitation is death. His anger is a terrifying thing, a physical force that beats against me. But beneath the anger, I feel the frantic, violent tremor in his hands. He is not just angry. He is terrified. The realization is a dizzying shock. This brutal, unkillable warrior was terrified for me. "They want to hurt you," he says with a guttural rasp. "To hurt the prince through you. You are a target, a weakness, a soft, pale spot on his golden armor." He leans in closer, his forehead resting against mine. His eyes are closed, his fangs bared in a silent snarl. I can feel the heat of his body, the solid, unyielding strength of him. It is like being trapped in a rock slide, terrifying and yet, in some strange, inexplicable way, utterly safe. "I should have let them," he whispers, the words a confession of self-loathing. "I should have let the prince deal with his own poisoned pets. It is not my place to protect his property." But he did. He did protect me. "Why?" I whisper, the single word a breath of sound in the charged silence. His eyes snap open, and they are blazing, two molten suns. "Because the thought of you, pale and gasping for breath, of that light in your eyes being dimmed by their poison. It is a thought I cannot tolerate." His hand comes up, his claws gently, almost reverently, tracing the line of my jaw. His touch is rough, calloused, but it holds a strange, desperate tenderness. "You are a sickness in my blood, little human, a madness. I see you, and all thoughts of honour and duty and battle turn to ash. There is only this need, to claim you, to keep you, to burn the world down to protect you." He is a monster, a creature of violence and rage. He speaks of me as a possession, a madness. And yet I find myself leaning into his touch, my body craving the brutal, honest truth of his protection. In this moment, he is not a general. He is not a rival to the prince. He is the storm that has come to shelter me from the rain. "You will eat nothing," he commands, his voice a low, rough growl. "You will drink nothing. Unless it comes from my hand, or the hand of the prince himself. Do you understand me?" I can only nod, my throat tight with a tangle of emotions I cannot name. Fear, gratitude, and something else, something dark and thrilling and utterly terrifying. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, a silent, possessive promise passing between us. Then he releases me and steps back, the spell broken. He is once again the general, a figure of brutal authority. "Go back to your cage," he says, his voice once again harsh, "and learn to see the vipers before they strike. I will come to you soon." He turns and stalks away, leaving me trembling in the shadowed alcove, my heart a wild, frantic drum against my ribs. I am trapped between a cold, calculating prince who claims me as property, but touches me with a worshipper's reverence, and a brutal, savage general who calls me a madness, but shields me with the ferocity of a guardian. I am not safe. I am the eye of a hurricane, and I have a terrifying feeling that the storm has only just begun. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 14. Zahir. The madness has a name, Amara. It is a poison that has seeped into my blood, a fever that has taken root in my soul. I stand in the brutal, honest sunlight of my private training yard, the scent of dust and steel, a familiar comfort. But my mind is not here. It is in a shadowed alcove, with the feel of her trembling body pressed against mine, the memory of her scent, a ghost on my skin. I protected her. I, who have razed cities and broken armies, stood as a shield for a fragile human pet, the prince's pet. The thought is a jagged piece of stone in my gut. I did not do it for him. It's not for the prophecy. I did it because the image of her, pale and broken, is a desecration I cannot permit. Her helplessness is the problem. It is a beacon for the vipers in this court, a weakness they will exploit until she is destroyed. And the thought of her destruction is a void that opens beneath my feet. I cannot be her shadow, her constant guardian. The prince is too proud to protect her properly, and the mystic is lost in his scrolls and stars. If she is to survive this nest of serpents, she cannot be prey. The decision is not a thought. It is an instinct, a primal, absolute certainty. I will not allow her to be a victim. I will forge her into something else. I do not send for her. I go myself. The guards at the prince's chambers see me coming. A crimson storm of purpose, and this time, they have the good sense to step aside immediately. I do not knock. I slam the door open with enough force to make it shudder on its hinges. She is by the window, staring out at the sterile garden, a small, lonely figure in a cage of silk and stone. She turns, her eyes widening with alarm as I fill the doorway. "You!" she breathes. "Me!" I growl. I stalk toward her, my patience a thin, frayed thread. Your lesson in survival was insufficient. You hesitate. You trust. You will die. Today, that changes. I told you I will come to you. It's time. I grab her arm. My grip is firm, unyielding, but I am conscious of the delicate bones beneath her soft skin. I do not want to break her. I want to temper her, like steel. "What are you doing?" she cries, struggling against my hold, a futile, desperate flutter. "I am teaching you not to be a target," I snarl, pulling her from the chamber. We move through the palace, a predator dragging his kill, though my purpose is the opposite. The nobles we pass flatten themselves against the walls, their eyes wide with fear and morbid curiosity. Let them watch. Let them see that the general has claimed an interest in the prince's pet. Let them wonder. I drag her to my training grounds, a place of hard-packed earth, splintered weapon racks, and the ghosts of 1,000 violent exertions. It is my church, my sanctuary. The air here is clean, honest. It smells of sweat and effort, not lies and perfume. I shove her toward the center of the yard, onto the rough, woven mats that cover the ground. She stumbles but catches her balance, her body tense, her eyes blazing with a mixture of terror and fury. "You will learn to fight," I command, circling her. "I cannot fight a Naga," she says, her voice shaking but defiant. "It's impossible." "I am not teaching you to win," I retort, stopping in front of her. "I am teaching you to live for one more second, to create a moment of hesitation, to give yourself an opening to run. In a fight you cannot win. Survival is the only victory." I lunge at her, my movements deliberately slow, telegraphing my intent. "Block me." She throws her arms up in a clumsy, defensive gesture. I sweep them aside with one hand and shove her hard in the chest. She falls backward onto the mat with a soft oof. "Pathetic," I spit, looming over her. "You are a sack of soft flesh and breakable bones. Your only weapon is your mind. Use it. Anticipate. Evade. Get up." She pushes herself up, her face smudged with dust, her eyes glittering with unshed tears of frustration. "Again," I command. We continue this brutal dance for what feels like hours. I push her. I trip her. I use my tail. I show her how to twist out of a grip, how to aim for a weak point. The eyes, the throat, the joints. She is clumsy. She is weak. But she does not give up. Each time I knock her down, she gets back up, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her body trembling with exhaustion, but her eyes never losing that core of stubborn fire. The sun climbs higher, beating down on the yard, making the air thick and hot. Sweat slicks her skin, making the pale silk of her tunic cling to her body, outlining the soft curves of her bosom, the gentle flare of her hips. Her scent, sharp and female and alive, fills my senses, a potent distraction that makes my blood run thick and hot. The lesson is becoming a torment. Every point of contact, every time my scaled hand closes over her soft arm, every time our bodies collide, is a spark on dry tinder. The air between us is no longer just the space between teacher and student. It is a charged, electric field of pure, undiluted tension. I have her pinned on the mat, my body covering hers, my weight holding her down. One of my hands is on her throat, not choking her, but demonstrating a hold. My thumb rests in the hollow of her throat, where her pulse beats like a frantic, trapped bird. Her chest heaves with her ragged breaths, her chest pressing against my chest. Her legs are tangled with mine. "The throat is a target," I say. My voice is a rough rasp. "But it is also a trap. An opponent will expect it. You must be unexpected." Her eyes, dark and wide, are locked on mine. They are no longer just defiant. They are filled with something else, a dark, liquid heat that mirrors the fire in my own veins. Her lips are parted, her breath a soft, warm puff against my chin. What is unexpected?" she whispers, her voice hoarse. My gaze drops to her mouth. The thought comes unbidden, a bolt of lightning in the storm of my mind. This would be unexpected. To kiss her now, to devour her mouth, to taste her surrender. The madness claws at me, the need to claim her, to brand her, not just with my protection, but with my mouth, my body, my control, a thing I have honed over a lifetime of brutal discipline, is beginning to fracture. "You are not learning," I growl, pushing myself up, putting a sliver of distance between us. I am angry at her for being so distracting, I am furious with myself for being so weak. And you are a harsh teacher, she says, her voice still breathy. She does not move from the mat, but lies there, looking up at me through her lashes, a picture of beautiful, disheveled surrender. I was not taught by a gentle hand. I snarl, the words torn from me before I can stop them. I was raised in the barracks, not the palace. My cradle was a shield. My lullabies were the sharpening of blades. I learned to fight before I learned to speak my own name. There is no softness in me, because softness is a luxury a warrior cannot afford. The confession lingers in the air between us, raw and ugly. I have never spoken of this to anyone. It is a truth I carry deep within me, the bedrock of my brutal existence. I have just handed her a piece of my own soul, and I do not know why. She stares up at me, and the heat in her eyes is replaced by a profound, startling empathy. She sees me. Not the general, not the monster. She sees the lonely, brutalized fledgling I once was. You are wrong, she whispers, her voice filled with a strange, aching tenderness. There is softness in you. I have felt it. She reaches up, her small human hand touching the scar on my cheek, the one Varos gave me. Her touch is not a caress. It is a question, a statement. It is an act of impossible courage. The last of my control shatters. With a guttural roar, I am on her again, my mouth crashing down on hers. It is not a kiss. It is a conquest, a desperate, savage attempt to erase her words, to erase the truth she has shown me. I plunder her mouth, my tongue tangling with hers, tasting the salt of her sweat, the sweetness of her fear, the intoxicating flavor of her surrender. She does not fight me. She melts beneath me, her arms coming up to wrap around my neck, her fingers tangling in my hair. She kisses me back with a desperate, hungry passion that matches my own. She is not a victim. She is a willing participant in this madness. My hand moves from her throat, sliding down her body, over the slick silk of her tunic, to the soft curve of her hip. I am about to tear the fabric from her, to take her here, on the rough mats of the training yard, to claim her completely, when a voice, as cold and sharp as a shard of ice, cuts through the haze of my lust. Touching my property again, General? I freeze, my body rigid. I lift my head. Varos stands at the edge of the training yard, a figure of immaculate, cold fury. His arms are crossed over his chest, his eyes blazing with a hatred so pure it is almost beautiful. He saw it all. I am still covering Amara's body with my own, her arms still around my neck, her lips swollen and red from my kiss. We are caught, an animal caught in a trap. I look down at her. Her eyes are wide with a fresh wave of terror. I look back at the prince. His cold smile is a promise of retribution. The battle for her body, for her soul, has just escalated beyond all reckoning. And I, who have never known fear on the battlefield, am for the first time in my life, truly, utterly terrified.
Chapter 15. Amara. The walk back to the prince's chambers is a silent, suffocating journey. Varos's hand is a manacle on my arm, his grip hard and unforgiving. He does not drag me as Zahir did, but his touch is no less a cage. It is a cold, controlled fury, a promise of retribution that is far more terrifying than the general's explosive rage. I am acutely aware of the eyes that follow us, the whispers that sprout in our wake like poisonous fungi. I am no longer just a pet. I am a scandal. a piece of property that has been touched, kissed, claimed by a rival. I am tainted. The heavy door to the prince's chambers slams shut behind us, the sound a crack of thunder in the tomb-like silence. He releases me with a shove that sends me stumbling onto the cold stone floor. I land on my hands and knees, the impact jarring my teeth. The beautiful silk tunic, the colour of dawn, is now smudged with the dust and sweat of the training yard. It is ruined. I am ruined. You see what your defiance has wrought. Varos hisses, his voice a low, venomous whisper. He stands over me, a towering black and gold figure, his face icy with cold, aristocratic fury. You have made a spectacle of yourself, of me. You have allowed that beast to put his filthy hands on you. I push myself up, my body trembling with a mixture of exhaustion, fear, and a new, unfamiliar anger. I allowed nothing, I say, my voice shaking but clear. He took what he wanted, just as you did. The words are a mistake. I see it in the way his golden eyes narrow, the way a muscle jumps in his jaw. I have equated him with the general, with a creature he considers his brutish inferior. I have wounded his pride. Do not, he says, his voice dropping to a deadly calm, ever compare me to him. He takes a step toward me, and I scramble backward until my back hits the cold, unyielding stone of the wall. He is a mindless animal driven by base instinct. I am your prince, your master. What I take, I own. What he takes, he defiles. He crouches before me, his movements fluid and serpentine. He reaches out, his clawed fingers gently touching the side of my mouth, where the skin is still tender and swollen from Zahir's kiss. His touch is light, almost clinical, but it sends a shiver of pure terror through me. I will have to erase his scent from you, he murmurs, his gaze dark and unreadable. I will have to remind you, and anyone else who might be watching, to whom you belong. Before I can process his words, before I can even draw a breath to protest, the chamber door crashes open again. Zahir fills the doorway, a crimson storm of raw, violent energy. His face reflects pure, possessive fury, the fresh scar on his cheek a stark blue line against his scales. His golden eyes are blazing, and they are fixed not on the prince, but on me, cowering on the floor. You will not touch her again, the general growls, his voice the sound of rocks grinding together. Varos rises slowly to his full height, turning to face his rival. He does not draw a weapon. He does not need to. His very presence is a weapon, cold and sharp and utterly dismissive. This is my chamber, General. And this, he gestures toward me with a flick of his wrist, as if I am a piece of furniture, is my property. You have no place here. I go where I please, Zahir snarls, stalking into the room. He moves to stand between me and the prince, a living wall of muscle and rage. He is shielding me. The gesture is so unexpected, so fiercely protective, that it steals the breath from my lungs. You will not punish her for my actions. Punish her? Varos laughs, the sound a cold, brittle mockery. I am not punishing her. I am cleansing her. I am re-establishing the proper order of things, an order you so crudely disrupted. The air in the room becomes thick, heavy, crackling with the unspoken violence between them. They are two apex predators locked in a battle of wills, and I am the prize bleeding at their feet. They circle each other, their movements slow and deliberate, their tails lashing behind them in agitation. They do not speak, but a silent, furious conversation is taking place in the clash of their gazes, in the tensing of their muscles. I am forgotten. A piece of furniture. A catalyst. Varus's gaze shifts, his golden eyes finding me where I am still huddled against the wall. A slow, cruel smile touches his lips. Perhaps you are right, General, he says. Perhaps punishment is not the answer. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. A demonstration of ownership, of a claim so absolute it cannot be disputed. He moves toward me, his steps unhurried. Zahir tenses, a low growl rumbling in his chest, but he does not move to stop him. This is a challenge he cannot meet with fists. It is a game of power, and Varos has just changed the rules. Varos crouches before me again. He reaches out and rips the front of my tunic, the sound of tearing silk unnaturally loud in the silent room. The cool air hits my exposed chest, and I gasp, my hands flying up to cover myself. He brushes my hands away with contemptuous ease. "You belong to me, Amara," he whispers, his eyes blazing with a cold, possessive fire. "And I will have you, here, now in front of him, so that he and you will never again forget that truth."
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Zahir's head is buried in the curve of my neck, his hot breath against my skin. Varos's hand is still tangled in my hair, his grip now gentle, almost protective. The tension between them is not gone. The hatred has not vanished. But something new has been forged in the crucible of this shared act. A bond. A dark, twisted, terrifying bond, with me as its unwilling, undeniable centre. I lie there, broken and branded and strangely, terrifyingly whole. I have been claimed, not by one Naga, but by two. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I will never be free again.
Chapter 16. Varos. The aftermath is a ringing silence. The scent of her, a complex perfume of fear and unwilling arousal, is tangled with the musky, aggressive scent of Zahir. My chamber, a place of cold order and absolute control, has been violated, desecrated not just by the general's presence, but by the chaotic primal truth of what occurred here. We did not just claim her, we claimed each other, through her. I stand by the high window, staring down at the sterile perfection of the garden, but I do not see it. I see the scene replaying behind my eyes, the raw, savage power in Zahir's movements, the way his crimson scales flush dark with lust, the guttural groan torn from him at his release. I see the terror and the dark, unwilling pleasure in Amara's eyes as she was torn between us. My own actions are a source of cold, burning shame. I lost control. I, who pride myself on precision and strategy, was reduced to a rutting beast, my claim on her becoming a crude, public performance of dominance for an audience of one. My rival. The hatred I feel for Zahir is a familiar, solid thing, the bedrock of my existence. But now it is complicated. It is tangled with the memory of our shared act, the undeniable reality that our bodies moved in a brutal, synchronous rhythm with her as the fulcrum. We were not allies. We were enemies engaged in the same savage act of conquest, and in that shared violation, a new, grotesque bond was forged. A bond of mutual possession. I feel a strange, unwelcome flicker of something that might be mistaken for camaraderie. It is the camaraderie of two soldiers who have survived the same bloody, soul-crushing battle. We have both been marked by this. We have both seen a part of each other that no one else has. And we have both been irrevocably altered by the human woman who now lies broken and silent in the other room. The thought is a poison. I reject it. He is my enemy. She is my property. The matter is settled. But the silence from the sleeping chamber is a growing weight. She has not made a sound since he left. No weeping, no movement. Just a profound, unnerving stillness. I, who have never felt a moment's concern for the emotional state of a lesser being, find myself hesitating. I push the thoughts away. They are a weakness, a distraction. I have asserted my dominance. I have put the general in his place. I have reinforced my claim. That is all that matters. A soft knock comes at my main chamber door. It is not the heavy, authoritative rap of a guard. It is a light, almost hesitant sound. I turn, my hand instinctively going to the dagger at my belt. The door opens, and Kalen is there. He's a column of silver-blue calm in the charged atmosphere of my chambers. His twilight eyes are filled with their usual ancient sadness, but today, there is something else in them, a sharp, assessing intelligence, a disappointment so profound it's almost a physical blow. The threads have been rewoven, he says, his voice sounding like a low melodic buzz that does nothing to soothe the jagged edges of my soul, into a pattern of great violence and great power. "Spare me your cryptic pronouncements, mystic," I snarl, my patience a thin, frayed thread. "The general has been put in his place. The matter is concluded." "Concluded?" Kalen gives a small, sad smile that does not reach his eyes. "You are a fool, Varos, if you believe that. You have not concluded anything. You have merely begun." He steps into the room, his gaze sweeping over the faint signs of our struggle, the slight disarray that my servants have not yet been summoned to correct. "You think you have won a battle of pride. What you have done is arm our enemies." "Our enemies?" I scoff, turning back to the window. "My only enemy is the brute who defiled my property." "Your enemy is the one who orchestrated the events that led to this moment," Kalen says, his voice taking on a new, urgent intensity. "The one who knew that your pride and the general's rage would be a far more effective weapon than any poison dart. You have not claimed the human. You have bound yourselves to her, and to each other. You, Zahir, and I, the three prophetic serpents. We are now linked, for better or for worse." I turn to face him, a cold dread beginning to seep into my bones. "You place too much faith in ancient scrolls, Kalen. And you place too much faith in your own control," he counters, his gaze sharp, unwavering. "Tell me, Prince, when you were with her, when you and Zahir were united in your claim, did you feel in control? Or did you feel as if you were a part of something larger, something more powerful and more terrifying than your own will?" His words strike a nerve. He is right. In that moment, I was not a prince. I was a force of nature, a part of a primal, chaotic storm. The memory of it, the sheer, overwhelming power, is a heady, terrifying thing. "The prophecy is real, Varos," Kalen continues, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "The serpent in our halls, the Tixorku of Jalma, they are not just seeking to cause chaos. They are trying to manipulate the prophecy for their own ends. They want you and Zahir at each other's throats. They want you to destroy each other, so that they can rise from the ashes." He takes a step closer, his eyes blazing with a fierce, prophetic light. "But what you did, in all its brutality, was not what they intended. You did not destroy each other. You forged a bond, a dark, twisted, violent bond, but a bond nonetheless. Your shared desire for her, the very thing they sought to use as a weapon against you, can now be your greatest strength, if you are wise enough to see it." The pieces begin to click into place in my mind. The assassination attempt, the poison, the court's whispers, the constant escalating provocations between myself and Zahir. It is a pattern, a strategy. And I, the master strategist, have been a blind, witless pawn in someone else's game. The realization is a cold, hard fury that eclipses my anger at Zahir. I have been played, manipulated, my own pride, my own ambition used as a weapon against me. What would you have me do? I ask, my voice a low growl. Form an alliance with that animal? He would sooner see me dead than stand at my side. He would sooner see her safe than see you dead, Kaelin corrects me gently. That has changed. You are both bound to her now. Her safety is your own. That is the new reality. That is the foundation upon which you must build. A heavy, authoritative knock sounds at the door. It is Zahir's knock. My hand flies to my dagger. Kaelin places a calming hand on my arm. He is not here for a fight, the mystic says softly. He is here for the same reason you are listening to me now. He has felt the shift. He knows the game has changed. I hesitate for a moment, then give a curt nod. Let him enter. Zahir fills the doorway, a crimson monolith of contained violence. His face has become grim resolve. His golden eyes find Kaelin. You spoke of an enemy, the general grunts, his voice a low rumble. Of a serpent. Name it. The Tixorku of Jalma, Kaelin says, his voice clear and steady. Zahir's eyes narrow. He knows the name. He knows their reputation for cruelty and deceit. A low growl rumbles in his chest. They are ambitious fools, but they are not powerful enough to strike at the throne. They are not alone, Kaelin says, and they are more cunning than you credit. They are not striking at the throne, General. They are striking at its foundations, at us. We stand there, the three of us, in the cold, silent chamber. The prince, the general, the mystic. The three serpents foretold in the prophecy. The hatred between myself and Zahir is still a palpable thing, a chasm of bitterness and rivalry. But for the first time, we are both looking across that chasm at the same enemy. Kaelin is right. Our shared desire for Amara, the source of our conflict, is now the only thing that binds us. It is a volatile, dangerous, and deeply unstable foundation. But it is the only one we have. The human, I say, the words feeling strange on my tongue. They will use her against us. They will try to take her, Zahir growls, his hand clenching into a fist. To break our bond, to turn us back on each other. Then we must ensure, I say, my gaze meeting his, a silent, grudging challenge passing between us, that she cannot be taken. It is not an alliance. It is not friendship. It is a cold, hard, strategic necessity. A truce born of mutual hatred for a common enemy, and a shared, obsessive desire for a single human woman. The camaraderie I felt was not a weakness. It was an instinct. The instinct of one predator recognizing another, and realizing that the only way to survive the coming hunt is to run in the same pack.
Chapter 17. Kaelin. The orrery is my sanctuary, a place of silent communion with the cosmos. The starlight that spills from the oculus in the ceiling is a living thing, a river of silver dust that carries the whispers of dying suns and nascent galaxies. It is a place of order, of balance, of profound and holy quiet. Tonight, it is desecrated. I did not witness the act. I did not need to. I feel it. The moment the volatile energies of the prince and the general converged upon Amara, a shockwave rippled through the palace, a discordant clang in the celestial symphony. It was a sound of raw, brutal claiming, of two raging fires attempting to consume a single fragile candle. Now, hours later, the echo of that event clings to the very stones of this place. It is a psychic stain. I can taste it in the air, a coppery tang of spilled passion and violent possession that overwhelms the clean, herbal scent of my burning incense. I sit in the midst of the starlit floor, my legs crossed, my hands resting on my knees. I try to meditate, to find the calm center of my being, to follow the threads of fate that have become so dangerously tangled. But my mind will not quiet. It is a turbulent sea, and the image of Amara is the storm. I see her not as she is now, locked away again in the prince's cold chambers, but as she was in the moments of her violation. I see her through the chaotic swirl of their competing energies. I see the cold, possessive fire of Varos, a claim of ownership meant to be a political statement. I see the hot, desperate rage of Zahir, a claim of instinct meant to be a primal truth. I see them branding her, marking her spirit with their own unresolved darkness. A feeling I do not recognize coils in my gut. It is a cold, heavy stone, a feeling so foreign it has no name in the lexicon of my soul. It is a sharp, painful pressure behind my ribs, a sudden, chilling conviction that what they did was not just a political act, not just a necessary step in the prophecy, but a profound sacrilege. They have touched something holy with profane hands. The prayer beads at my wrist feel tight, the fossilized bones suddenly cold and dead against my skin. The oracle's words echo in my mind, a hearth supposed to be shared. This was not sharing. This was a tearing, a rending. I tell myself it is necessary. The prophecy demands unity. Perhaps this brutal, shared act of possession is the only way to forge a bond between two such hateful rivals. Perhaps their shared claim on her is the first, twisted root of the unity that will save us. The logic is sound. It is a cold, clean calculation. But my soul rejects it. The cold stone in my gut remains. It feels sharp. It feels like the edge of a blade, and it is pointed at them, at Varos, at Zahir. This feeling is a distraction, a poison. I cannot afford it. While they tear at each other over the vessel of the prophecy, the true serpent, the hidden threat, continues its work in the shadows. I have allowed my focus to be pulled from the path. I have become entangled in the emotional chaos when my purpose is to see beyond it. I rise, my movement stiff. The internal turmoil must be set aside. Duty is a colder, cleaner fire. I must find the source of the poison dart. I must trace the assassin's path back to its nest. I begin the ritual. I walk the perimeter of my sanctuary, my bare feet silent on the cool stone. I choose the herbs from the clay bowls that line the walls. One for clarity of sight, its leaves a pale, silvery green. One to pierce the veil of deceit, a dark, gnarled root that smells of damp earth and thunderstorms. And one for protection, a sprig of mountain gorse with thorns as sharp as needles, to keep the darkness I seek from seeking me in return. I crush them in a marble mortar, the scents releasing into the air. A potent, sacred perfume that finally begins to chase away the lingering stench of rage and lust. I mix the powdered herbs with salt mined from the deepest, most ancient caves, and draw a circle on the floor, directly beneath the oculus. A perfect, unbroken line of protection. In the circle, I place my scrying bowl. It is a simple thing of black, unglazed ceramic, filled with water from a spring that runs deep beneath the palace. A spring that has never seen the light of day. I place it so the starlight from above pools in its dark, still surface, creating a liquid mirror of the cosmos. My focus needs a connection, a tangible link to the event. I retrieve it from a small, silk-lined box. It is a single splintered thread of midnight blue silk, torn from the tapestry that the assassin's dart struck. I found it myself after the court had been cleared. A tiny, insignificant piece of a much larger puzzle. I kneel before the bowl, outside the circle. I hold the thread between my thumb and forefinger, close my eyes, and begin to breathe. My breaths become slow, deep, matching the rhythm of the turning stars above. The world of the palace, the sounds, the scents, the cold stone at my knees, all of it fades away. There is only the darkness behind my eyes, and the single, fragile thread of connection in my hand. I let it fall. It touches the surface of the water, and the starlight ripples, the darkness in the bowl seeming to deepen, to pull me in. I do not resist. I let my consciousness drift, following the echo of the assassin's intent, a trail of cold, venomous energy. The vision does not come as a clear image. It is a chaotic assault on my senses. A flash of a hand, not my own, not Varos's or Zahir's. The scales are a dull, mottled green-brown, like swamp moss on a rotting log. On the third finger is a ring, a serpent of tarnished silver, eating its own tail. The sigil is ancient, one I have only seen in the oldest, most forbidden scrolls. The sigil of the Tixorku family. The scent of stagnant water fills my nostrils, a brackish, suffocating smell. The cloying sweetness of swamp lilies, the kind that only grow in the fetid marshes of the south. The taste of rot is on my tongue. A whisper, a guttural phrase in a harsh regional dialect I have not heard since my acolyte days, studying the fractured history of the lesser noble houses. It is the dialect of Jalma. And then, a feeling. A cold, ambitious cruelty that is utterly devoid of honor. It is not the prince's calculated ambition, which is rooted in a desire for order. It is not the general's brutal rage, which is rooted in a twisted sense of martial pride. This is a completely different kind of evil. It is the cold, patient evil of decay, of a thing that seeks not to conquer, but to corrode, to bring everything down to its own level of filth and ruin. The vision shatters. I am thrown back into my own body with a violent jolt, as if from a great height. I gasp, my lungs burning, my body slick with a cold sweat. I stumble back from the scrying bowl, my legs weak, my head spinning. The ritual has taken its toll. The darkness I sought has left its cold fingerprints on my soul. I lean against a pillar of scrolls, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The pieces of the vision swirl in my mind, fragmented and chaotic. But they are not random. They are a map. The mottled green scales, common among the swamp dwellers of the south. The scent of the Yalman marshes, the harsh guttural dialect, and the ring, the sigil of the Tixorku. A family from Jalma, notorious for their cruelty, their dabbling in forbidden magic, and their ancient, festering hatred for the Vasma line. A family whose treacherous daughter, Vipera, was killed after plotting against another of the royal bloodlines. A family with a fresh reason to seek revenge. It is them. The serpent in our halls is not just a faceless faction. It is a noble house, with resources, with power, and with a deep historical well of poison from which to draw. The knowledge settles in my gut, a block of ice replacing the sharp stone of jealousy. The threat is real, it is specific, and it is far more dangerous than I had imagined. I look at the scrying bowl. The water is still, the starlight once again a placid, silver pool. The thread of silk lies at the bottom, a dark, drowned thing. The prophecy is not a distant, academic puzzle. It is a blade at our throats. My own feelings, this strange, new ache for the human woman, are a luxury I cannot afford. They are a discordant note in the song I must now conduct. I must take these two forces of nature, this prince of ice and this general of fire, and forge them into a weapon. I must make them see beyond their own pride, beyond their own possessive hunger for the woman who has become the heart of our world. I must make them see that if they do not learn to stand together to protect her, they will be the instruments of her destruction, and the kingdom will fall with her. The path ahead is no longer shrouded in mystery. It is a razor's edge, and we are already bleeding. Chapter 18, Kalen. My place is tainted. A psychic wound festers in the palace, a discordant shriek in the celestial harmony. It is the echo of Amara's ordeal, a brutal claiming that has left her spirit bruised and frayed. I feel it as a physical ache behind my eyes, a coldness that my deepest meditations cannot warm. Varos and Zahir, in their blind, prideful rage, have claimed her ruthlessly. They have driven a spike through the epicenter of the prophecy, pinning it to a board of their own base desires. They think they have marked her as theirs. The fools. They have only deepened the shadows around her, making the small, defiant light of her soul flicker and dim. The oracle's words haunt me, a hearth to be shared. They did not warm their hands by her fire. They tried to smother it with the weight of their own darkness. A feeling I have only ever read about in ancient, tragic poems coils in my gut. It is a cold, sharp-edged thing, a feeling of possessiveness that is utterly foreign to me. It is not the general's brutish need to own, nor the prince's strategic desire to control. It is a fierce, protective ache, a spiritual jealousy for the sanctity of her spirit. which they have so crudely violated. I must go to her, not to claim her, but to mend her, to remind her of the light they have tried to extinguish. I find her in the prince's cold, silent chambers. She is curled on the pallet of furs, a small, still form in the oppressive luxury of her cage. She is not sleeping. I can feel the frantic, wounded energy coming from her, a bird with a broken wing hiding in the dark. She sits up as I enter, her eyes wide with a new, deeper fear. She expects another assault, another claiming as I am in her room. She sees me, another Naga male, and her body braces for a fresh violation. The sight of her reflexive terror is a blade twisting in my soul. I am not them, Amara, I say softly, my voice a quiet hum in the tense silence. I do not approach her directly, but move to the center of the room, lighting a small stick of calming incense I have brought from my sanctuary. The clean, herbal scent of silver leaf and mountain gorse begins to push back against the stale air of the chamber. I have not come to take. I have come to heal. She watches me, her expression a mask of wary disbelief. There is no healing in this place, she whispers, her voice hoarse. Then we shall make a new place, I reply. Here. Now. I sit on the floor, a respectful distance from her pallet, and cross my legs. I place my hands on my knees, my posture open, non-threatening. I am not a predator cornering his prey. I am a supplicant before a sacred flame. They have left their marks on you, I say, my gaze soft, yet unwavering. Not just on your body, but on your spirit. I can feel it. A coldness. A shadow where there should be light. It is a poison, and if it is left to fester, it will consume you. I am already consumed, she says, a bitter, hopeless edge to her voice. No, I insist, my voice gentle but firm. You are the essence of the prophecy. You cannot be consumed. You are the fire that will either purify this kingdom or burn it to ash. But a fire cannot burn if it is starved of air. I pause, letting my words settle in the quiet room. I need to connect with your spirit, Amara, to understand its shape, its strength. The visions I see are clouded by the violence that has been done to you. I need to clear the waters. She stares at me, her eyes dark pools of confusion and fear. What do you want from me? I want you to let me in, I say, the words a profound, terrifying truth. Not as they did. Not as an invasion, but as an offering. A joining of spirit as well as flesh. A healing dot. This is a dangerous path. The intimacy I propose is deeper, more absolute than the brutal possession she has already endured. It is a bearing of souls, a merging of essences. It is an act that will leave us both irrevocably changed. She sees the truth of it in my eyes. The fear is still there, but now it is joined by a flicker of something else, a desperate, fragile hope. She is drowning, and I am offering her a hand. She does not know if I mean to pull her to shore or drag her deeper into the abyss. Slowly, she uncurls from her defensive posture. She moves from the pallet of furs and sits on the floor before me, her knees almost touching mine. She is a vision of pale, wounded beauty in the dim light, her borrowed silk tunic, a stark contrast to the raw honesty in her eyes. I am afraid, she whispers. I know, I reply, my voice a soft murmur. So am I. I reach out, my hand hovering in the space between us. I do not touch her. I wait. It must be her choice. After a long, heart-stopping moment, she lifts her own hand and places it in mine. Her skin is warm, her fingers trembling. The contact is a supernova. The visions begin instantly. Not the chaotic sensory assault of my scrying ritual, but a gentle flowing river of images and feelings. I see her. Not just the captive, but the girl she was. I see a forest of white-barked trees. I feel the warmth of a mother's embrace. I hear the sound of her own quiet humming, a song of resilience in the face of despair. I feel her fear, her loneliness, her fierce, stubborn refusal to be broken. You see, I whisper, my eyes closing as I let the river of her soul wash over me. I feel, she stammers, her eyes wide. Your sadness. The prophecy connects us. She feels my own ancient sorrow, the weight of the visions I carry. She is not just a subject of my sight. She is a participant. My other hand comes up to cup her face, my thumb gently stroking her cheek. Let me heal the bruises they have left on your spirit, I murmur, my lips close to hers. Let me show you what a true joining can be. I kiss her. It is not a kiss of possession or of passion. It is the kiss of reverence. It is a question, a plea, an offering. Her lips are soft, hesitant at first. Then they part for me. A silent, trembling surrender that is more powerful than any command.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 19. Amara. The days after the shared claiming are a strange, suspended reality. I am a ghost haunting the prince's chambers, a secret kept behind a locked door. The court whispers, I know. Kia's expressive eyes tell me everything when she brings my morning meal. They tell me I am a source of scandal, a point of contention, a living wound in the pride of two of the most powerful Naga in the kingdom. I am no longer just a pet. I am a territory that has been invaded by two warring nations at once. The bond between them, forged in the crucible of my body, has not brought peace. It has created a tense, volatile truce, a silence that is heavier and more threatening than their open conflict. They do not seek me out together again. Instead, they come to me alone. 3 distinct storms approaching my small, fragile self from different directions. It is Varos who comes first, in the dead of night. I am not asleep. Sleep is a luxury I can rarely afford. I am sitting by the high, barred window, watching the 2 moons of this world cast their eerie, silver and blue light over the sterile garden below. The door to the chamber opens without a sound, and he is there, a shadow in the moonlight. He is not dressed in his formal court attire or his severe military tunic. He wears simple dark trousers and nothing else. His chest is bare, the golden scales a river of molten metal in the dim light. He looks less like a prince and more like a warrior in his own home. He does not speak, but walks to the massive obsidian table where his strategy maps are laid out, a miniature world of mountains and rivers carved into the stone. He stares down at it, his shoulders rigid with a tension that seems to vibrate in the air. His hand hovers over a region in the south, a territory marked with the jagged lines of mountains and swamps. My father issued a decree today, he says, his voice clipped, devoid of its usual cold control. It is rough, like stone grating on stone. He has increased the tithe on the mining settlements in Close by 3-fold. I say nothing. I do not know what these words mean. They are the words of kings and politics, a language from another world. The mines are already failing, he continues, his voice a low, bitter growl. The veins are running thin. The labourers are starving. They are mostly humans, of course. He says the last part with a familiar, casual cruelty, but there is no force behind it tonight. It is a hollow echo. This tithe will not bring more wealth to the capital. It will bring rebellion. It will force me to send Zahir and his brutes to put down starving, desperate miners. It is a waste of resources, a waste of lives. It is inefficient. He says the word inefficient, as if it is the vilest curse in the Naga tongue. He turns from the map, his golden eyes finding me in the darkness. They are not cold tonight. They are burning with a frustrated, helpless fury. He does this to spite me. He whispers, the words a confession he does not mean to make. He sees the plans I draw, the future I build in these maps, a Nagaland that is strong, ordered, its power reaching across the continents. He sees it, and he seeks to undo it, piece by piece. He would rather rule a kingdom of ash and bone than see it remade in an image that is not his own. He stalks toward the window, stopping beside me. He is so close I can feel the heat radiating from his body, smell the sharp, clean scent of his skin. He stares out at the garden, his jaw clenched. Your father. He is the king, I say softly, the words feeling inadequate, foolish. He is a cancer, Varos snarls, his voice a low, vicious hiss. A rot that has taken root in the heart of this kingdom, and I am forced to watch as it spreads, powerless to cut it out. I look at him, at this cold, cruel prince, and for the very first time I'm able to see not a master, but a son. A son trapped in the shadow of a tyrant, his ambition not just a lust for power, but a desperate, visionary's dream of a better world. A Naga's better world, to be sure, built on the backs of creatures like me, but a world with order, with purpose, with a future beyond petty cruelty. I see the soft, vulnerable Naga hiding behind the mask of ruthless ambition. A vision is a powerful thing, Your Highness, I whisper, my own voice surprising me with its steadiness. More powerful than a crown, sometimes. He turns his head, his golden eyes locking on mine. The fury is still there, but it is tempered now with a raw, startled vulnerability. He looks at me as if he has never seen me before. As if I am not a pet, but a person who has just spoken a truth he has long held, alone, in the darkness of his own heart. He says nothing, but in the space between us, in the charged silence of the moonlit room, a new, fragile thread is spun. It is not a chain of ownership. It is something else entirely, and it is terrifying. 2 days later, it is Zaha who comes for me. There is no warning. The door to my chamber simply crashes open, and he is there, a crimson monolith of raw power. He grabs my arm, his grip a familiar iron-hard cage. Come, is all he says, and he pulls me from the room. We do not go to the training yards. He leads me down a series of narrow, little-used corridors in the centre of the barracks, a place that smells of old leather, sweat, and metal. He stops before a heavy, iron-banded door and unlocks it with a key he produces from a pouch at his belt. He shoves me inside and follows, the door closing behind us with a heavy, final thud. The room is small, and it is not what I expect. It is not an armoury or a cell. It is a workshop. The air smells of wood shavings, of oil and polish. Carving tools of every shape and size are laid out in neat, ordered rows on a long wooden bench, and on shelves that line the walls, from floor to ceiling, are his creations. My breath catches. The shelves are filled with hundreds of carved animals. They are impossibly, heartbreakingly beautiful. A tiny suru, its head cocked, its long ears alert, its fur rendered in such exquisite detail, I can almost feel its softness. A soaring karasu, its wings outstretched, every feather perfectly defined. A family of epin, their cunning, fox-like faces filled with a playful intelligence. They are carved from a pale, creamy wood that seems to glow with an inner light. I take a hesitant step forward, my fear warring with a sense of profound, bewildered awe. These are the work of the general, of this creature of brutal, savage violence. They are beautiful, I whisper, my voice filled with a reverence I cannot hide. They are dead, he says, his voice coming from behind me. I turn to look at him. He stands by the door, his massive arms crossed over his chest, his face chiselled in defensive pride. Where Where did you get them? I ask, my gaze returning to the shelves. I see a tiny bird with a broken wing, its head tucked beneath its other wing as if in sleep. The forest, he says, his voice rough with an emotion he tries to conceal. The mountains. I find them. The ones the world has broken. The ones with a leg caught in a hunter's trap. The ones a liker has mauled and left for dead. The ones too weak or too slow. I stare at him, my mind struggling to reconcile the image of this brutal warrior with the words he is speaking. I do not let them suffer, he continues, his voice dropping lower, the words a confession dragged from the depths of his soul. The world is cruel enough. I give them a quick end, no pain. He looks at his hands, at the massive clawed weapons that they are. And then, I try to remember them as they were, before the world broke them. I try to give them a life in the wood that they were denied in the flesh. I look back at the shelves, at the silent wooden menagerie. I see them differently now. They are not just carvings, they are acts of mercy. Each one is a story of a life cut short, of a pain that was eased by the hand of this unlikely saviour. This is his secret. This is the softness he hides from the world. He is a killer with a tender heart, a monster who cradles broken things. The thought is both terrifying and deeply, profoundly moving. The animals on the shelves are preserved, yes, but they are also trapped, their forms frozen forever by his will. It is a beautiful, possessive kind of mercy. They are not just beautiful, I whisper. They are kind. He flinches at the word, as if it is a physical blow. He does not know what to do with it. He gravitates toward violence, and I have just called him kind. The power dynamic between us shifts, a subtle realignment of the earth beneath my feet. In this small, secret room, I am not just his captive. I am the keeper of his most vulnerable secret. Later, it is Kalen who finds me in the garden. He appears as he always does, a silent shimmer of silver-blue scales in the purple twilight. He carries with him a small, woven basket. "I have brought you something," he says, his voice the calm, melodic hum that both soothes and unnerves me. He sits on the bench beside me and opens the basket. Inside are scrolls, but they are not the ancient, crumbling texts from his sanctuary. They are fresh, the parchment a creamy white, the ink a deep, rich black. "These are stories," he says, handing one to me. "Human stories, from your world. I have had my acolytes transcribe them from the memories of the oldest texts." I unroll the scroll. The script is alien, a series of elegant, flowing lines, but as I look at it, the meaning seems to bloom in my mind, a strange, intuitive understanding. It is a fairy tale, one my mother used to tell me, the story of Kirsheko the Wild, a brave girl who outsmarts a monster. "How?" I whisper, my fingers tracing the impossible script. "The prophecy connects us, Amara," he says softly. "It allows me to share not just my words, but my understanding. Read." I read the stories, my heart aching with a homesickness so profound it is a physical pain. They are stories of courage, of kindness, of clever girls who defeat monsters not with swords, but with their wits. "Why are you showing me this?" I ask, my voice thick with unshed tears. "Because you must understand what you are," he says, twilight eyes filled with their familiar, ancient sadness. "You believe you are weak, a human in a world of monsters. But your humanity is not a weakness. It is a weapon. Your compassion, your resilience, your ability to see the man inside the monster, that is a magic more powerful than any sorcery we possess." He gestures to the stories in my lap. Our world has forgotten these tales. We have traded them for histories written in blood and ambition. The serpent that nests in our halls, the Tikzorku of Jalma, they thrive on this forgetting. Their poison is hatred, despair, the belief that power is the only truth. The only antidote is a force they cannot comprehend. Your heart, Amara, is a weapon they have no defense against, because they do not believe it exists. I look at him, at this wise, sad mystic who speaks of my heart as a weapon, of my soul as a prophecy. It is too much. It is a burden too heavy to bear. I am not a weapon, I say in a choked whisper. I am not a prophecy. I am a person. I know, he says, and his voice is filled with a gentle, heartbreaking sorrow. And that is the cruelest part of all. The cosmos has chosen a person to be its sword. Whether you believe it or not does not change the truth of it. But you must understand this. This prophecy is the only thing that keeps you alive in this court. It is the reason the prince and the general have not simply destroyed each other, with you as the collateral damage. It is your shield, and it is the very thing that makes you the most hunted creature in this kingdom. He leaves me there, with the stories of my lost home in my lap, and the terrifying weight of his words settling in my soul. I am a shield. I am a target. I am a weapon. I am a person. I am trapped between a prince who sees a vision of the future in me, a general who sees a memory of kindness in me, and a mystic who sees the salvation of the world in me. They are all forging bonds with me, but each bond is another link in the chain that holds me here, and I do not know if this chain will be my salvation or my doom. Chapter 20. Amara. The prince's garden is my only sanctuary, a beautiful lie I tell myself each day. I am permitted to walk here, in this sterile collection of black-leaved flora and blood-red blossoms, and pretend it is a kindness. It is not. It is merely a larger, more aesthetically pleasing cage. The high stone walls are a constant, suffocating reminder of my reality. I trace the edge of a flower with my fingertip. Its petals feel like cool, dry silk. It is a perfect thing, bred for its beauty and its lack of scent, a flower with no soul. Like everything else in this palace, I have become a part of the collection. The human pet, now a living, breathing scandal, kept behind closed doors, polished and fed and utterly, completely alone. My gaze drifts upward to the high, arched balconies that overlook the garden, and I see them. The sight freezes the breath in my lungs. Varos, Zahir, and Kalen. They stand together on the prince's private balcony, a tableau of impossible unity. The prince, a column of gold and black, his posture rigid with authority. The general, a crimson monolith of raw, contained power at his side. And the mystic, a river of silver blue, his presence a calm, steadying force between them. They are not fighting. They are not posturing. They are speaking, their heads inclined toward one another, their conversation a low, serious murmur I cannot hear. It is the first time I have seen them together, without the crackle of imminent violence in the air. They look like allies, a council of Naga, and the sight of it, this strange, terrible peace between them, sends a tremor of unease through me. A peace forged in the crucible of my violation. My traitorous mind supplies the memories, unbidden and sharp as shards of glass. Varos, the cold, calculated cruelty in his eyes as he named me his property. The way he forced my surrender, my body arching to meet his, even as my soul screamed in protest. I remember the feel of his smooth, cool scales against my skin, the shocking, unexpected gentleness in his hands that warred with the brutal possession of his body. My mouth says no, but my body, my wretched, traitorous body, remembers the dark, coiling pleasure and weeps for it. I hate him. I hate the way he made me feel like an object, and I hate myself more for the secret, shameful part of me that craves the touch of my master. Zahir, a storm of raw, savage heat, the brutal, punishing force of his claim, a fire that threatened to consume me whole. I remember the terror, the feeling of being torn apart, possessed by a creature of pure, primal instinct, But I also remember the secret of his carved animals, the desperate, lonely kindness he hides beneath a mountain of rage. I remember his hands, the ones that have ended countless lives, gently cleaning the small cut on my arm. He is a monster, but he is a monster who cradles broken things. And my body, damn it to all the gods, remembers the savage, honest truth of his passion and aches for its return. And Kalen, his touch was not a violation, but a merging, a gentle, reverent invasion that bypassed my body and went straight for my soul. He did not take from me. He joined with me. I felt his ancient sadness, his cosmic loneliness. He saw the girl I was, the home I lost, the fears I carried deep in my bones. It was beautiful. It was a union of halves, and it was the most terrifying intimacy I have ever known. He laid my spirit bare, and I do not know if I can ever piece it back together again. I look up at the three of them, these architects of my ruin and my strange, twisted salvation. A cold, sickening realization washes over me, a wave of icy water that leaves me breathless. The prophecy. It is not me they see. It is not Amara, the girl who loves the scent of pine and hums her mother's songs. It is the heart of humanity, the key, the fulcrum, their protection, their possessiveness, their strange, burgeoning tenderness. Is it for me? Or is it for the role I play in their cosmic game? Am I just a more sacred kind of tool? A holy relic to be guarded and used for their own salvation? I've known all along, but I haven't entertained such truth. I haven't thought about it fully. The idea becomes a physical pain, a shard of ice that pierces the fragile, foolish hope that had begun to grow in my heart. I have been telling myself that I see the men behind the monsters, the lonely prince, the gentle general, the sad mystic. But what if there is no man? What if there is only the prophecy, and I am merely the lens through which they have begun to see each other? My hand flies to my mouth to stifle a sob. The truth is a bitter, burning poison on my tongue. I turn away from the balcony, a choked, desperate sound escaping my lips. I cannot bear to look at them. I stumble down the path, away from the main courtyard, toward a more secluded section of the garden, where the shadows are deeper, where the black-leaved trees grow in a thick, tangled canopy. I need to hide. I need to be alone with the wreckage of my own stupid, broken heart. The air changes here. It is cooler, the scent of the flowers replaced by the damp, earthy smell of moss and stone. The path narrows, winding around a large, gnarled, blue-barked tree. I lean against its trunk, my forehead pressed against the cool, smooth bark, and let the tears come. They are hot, silent tears of rage and shame, and a grief so profound it feels like it might tear me in two. A twig snaps behind me. I freeze, my body going rigid. My tears stop instantly, replaced by a jolt of pure, cold adrenaline. It was not the sound of a guard's heavy boot. It was a soft, stealthy sound, the sound of a hunter. I turn slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The path behind me is empty. The shadows are deep, unmoving, but the feeling of being watched is a physical thing, a prickling on the back of my neck. "Who's there?" I call out, my voice a thin, reedy thing. Silence. And then the scent hits me. It is not the clean, sterile scent of the palace. It is the smell of stagnant water, of rotting vegetation, the smell of the swamp. Shadows detach themselves from the deeper darkness beneath the trees. 2 of them. Naga. But they are not like the Naga of the court. Their scales are not the vibrant jewel tones of crimson or gold or silver blue. They are a dull, mottled green-brown, the colour of moss on a decaying log. They are built for stealth, for the fetid marshes of the south. They are from Jalma. My blood runs cold. I take a step back, my hand flying to the small jet-black stone Kalen gave me, which I now wear on a cord around my neck. A foolish, useless gesture. They move with a speed that is utterly terrifying. They do not charge with the honest brutality of Zahir. They flow, silent and serpentine, their movements a blur of mottled green and dark leather. One moment they are 20 feet away, the next they are on me. A large clawed hand clamps over my mouth, stifling my scream before it can even form. An arm like a band of iron wraps around my waist, lifting me from my feet as if I weigh nothing. I struggle, my fists beating uselessly against a chest as hard as stone. I kick and twist, but it is like fighting a rock slide. My human strength is a pathetic joke against their raw reptilian power. The second Naga brings a cloth to my face. The scent is cloying, sickly sweet. I hold my breath, my lungs burning, my vision beginning to swim with black spots. But I cannot hold it forever. My body betrays me. I gasp, a desperate, shuddering intake of air, and the sweet, cloying poison floods my senses. My limbs go heavy, my struggles weakening. The world dissolves into a blurry, tilting mess of green and black. My last coherent thought is of the 3 figures on the balcony. The prince, the general, the mystic, my protectors, my owners, my captors. The darkness swallows me whole, and as I fall I feel a single, final, agonizing pang of abandonment. The garden is silent once more. The cage is empty, and the heart of that prophecy has just been stolen.
Chapter 21. Varos. The truce is a fragile, ugly thing, a 3-headed serpent, each head turned inward, ready to strike at the others. We stand on my balcony, Zahir a pillar of simmering crimson violence, Kaelin a river of silent silver-blue sorrow, and I, the fulcrum, the cold, golden center around which they pivot. The conversation was a necessary poison. Kaelin's words of prophecy and hidden enemies a bitter medicine we were all forced to swallow. The enemy has a name, Tixorku, a house of swamp vipers and back-alley assassins. The knowledge is a cold, hard stone in my gut. But the more immediate problem is the volatile, unwilling alliance I now find myself in. My hatred for Zahir is a clean, simple thing. This new reality, this forced interdependence, is a tangled, messy knot I have yet to unravel. And at the center of the knot is her, Amara. The thought of her is a constant low-grade fever in my blood. I see her in my mind's eye, a ghost of memory and desire, the defiant fire in her eyes, the feel of her soft skin beneath my claws, the taste of her surrender, the way she looks at Kaelin with a fragile, dawning trust, the way she looks at Zahir with a terrified, unwilling fascination. She is the heart of this, the prize, the fulcrum. And she is in my chambers, a captive bird whose cage is now besieged by 2 other predators. I need to see her. I need to re-establish the order of things, to remind her and myself of the truth of her position. She is my property. Her safety is my responsibility. Her fate is mine to command. The thought is a familiar comfort, a return to the cold, clean lines of logic and control. I leave them on the balcony, their simmering tensions a weight I no longer wish to bear. I walk the silent corridors to my own chambers, my mind already formulating the words I will use, the precise application of pressure and command that will bring her back into line, that will erase the softness she has begun to carve into the granite of my soul. The 2 guards outside my chamber door are new, my personal elite. They are the best, loyal only to me, their faces impassive masks of lethal competence. They bow as I approach. The door is slightly ajar. A sliver of unease, cold and sharp, pierces the armor of my composure. I never leave my doors ajar. My servants are too well trained, too terrified of my displeasure, to make such a careless mistake. I push the door open. The silence that meets me is wrong. It is not the quiet of a sleeping captive. It is the hollow, ringing silence of a void, an absence. The room is in perfect order. The furs on the pallet are smooth. The silver tray from her last meal sits untouched on the obsidian table. But she is not here. My gaze sweeps the room, my mind a cold, calculating machine, cataloging every detail. And then I see it. On the floor, near the high, barred window that overlooks the garden, lies a single, perfect, blood-red blossom, one of the soulless flowers from the garden. It does not belong here. And beside it, almost invisible against the dark stone, is a single, dark thread, a piece of the simple, homespun cord she wears around her neck, the one that holds the mystic's foolish protective stone. It has been snapped. The world does not explode, it does not shatter. It simply stops. The air in my lungs freezes, the beat of my heart ceases. For a single, eternal moment there is nothing, only a profound, absolute stillness. And then the glacier inside me begins to move. It is not the hot, brutish rage of the general. It is a cold, silent, all-consuming fury, a force of nature so vast and so absolute, it has no need for sound. The temperature in the room drops. The crystal lamps flicker as if in a sudden icy wind. My vision narrows, the edges of the world turning gray, until the only thing I can see is the broken thread on the floor. They took her. From my rooms, from my protection. The insult is a physical blow, a violation so profound it bypasses rage and becomes a state of pure, lethal purpose. They did not just steal a human pet. They have stolen a piece of my soul, a piece I did not even know I possessed until this very moment. The void it has left behind is a screaming, black hole of annihilation. "Captain," I say. My voice is unnervingly calm. It does not even sound like my own. It is the voice of the glacier, the voice of the abyss. The guard captain appears in the doorway, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He sees my face, and the professional calm in his eyes shatters, replaced by a raw, primal fear. "Seal the palace," I command, my voice a flat, dead thing. No one enters. No one leaves. Not a servant, not a noble, not my own father. Anyone who tries is to be cut down where they stand. Send a runner to the city gates. Seal them. Now. He does not question. He does not hesitate. He simply bows and vanishes, his footsteps a frantic running beat in the sudden, terrible silence. I do not go to Kalen. Not yet. I do not go to my father. His political games are a child's amusement. I go to the one place in this palace that understands the language my soul is now screaming. I go to the barracks. I find Zahir in the armory, a cavernous space that smells of whetstones and steel. He is sharpening a massive, double-headed axe, the muscles in his back and arms cording with the effort. The sound of the stone on the blade is a rhythmic, angry hiss. He is not yet heard. He looks up as I enter, his golden eyes narrowing with suspicion and a familiar, hateful fire. "Come to finish our discussion, Prince," he growls. I walk toward him, my steps measured, my body a vessel of pure, cold fury. I stop before him, close enough to see the fine blue line of the scar I gave him. "They took her," I say. The words are flat, devoid of emotion. They are a simple statement of a terrible, undeniable fact. The whetstone in his hand stops. The angry hissing ceases. He stares at me, his massive body going utterly still. "What?" The word is a choked, disbelieving whisper. "From my chambers," I continue, my voice the calm at the center of a hurricane. "While we were posturing on the balcony like fools, they came through the garden and they took her." The change that comes over him is terrifying. The smoldering anger in his eyes erupts into a raging inferno. A roar of pure animalistic fury is torn from his throat, a sound of such profound rage and loss that the very weapons on the racks around us seem to vibrate in sympathy. He hurls the axe he was holding. It spins end over end and embeds itself deep in the far wall, the stone groaning in protest. "I will tear this palace apart, stone by stone," he bellows, his hands clenching into fists the size of boulders. "I will flay the skin from every guard, every servant, until I find who is responsible." "You will do nothing of the sort," I say, my voice cutting through his rage like an icy shard. He turns on me, his fangs bared, ready to charge. I do not flinch. I meet his fire with my glacier. Your rage is a blunt instrument, General. A forest fire that consumes everything in its path, including what you seek. We do not need a fire. We need a blade. Cold, precise, and utterly without mercy. He stares at me, his chest heaving, his mind struggling to process my words through the red haze of his fury. They want us at each other's throats, I continue, my voice a low, deadly whisper. They want you to rampage through the palace, to create chaos, to give them cover to escape. We will not give them what they want. We will give them what they have earned, a cold, silent, and very, very painful death. The fire in his eyes begins to recede, replaced by a dawning, terrible understanding. He sees the truth of my words. He sees the cold, lethal purpose in my eyes, a reflection of the same savage need that is clawing at his own soul. What do we do? He asks, his voice a low, gruff growl. The word we hangs in the air between us, a strange, new, and unbreakable thing. We find the mystic, I say. We move through the palace together, a storm of gold and crimson, of ice and fire. The rivalry is not gone. It's simply irrelevant, a petty squabble in the face of a holy war. We are no longer our fancy titles. We are two predators hunting the same prey. We find Kalen in the orrery. He is not meditating. He is standing before his scrying bowl, his back to us. The water in the bowl is black and turbulent, swirling with dark, ugly currents. The air in the room is cold, tasting of ozone and despair. He knew. He felt it the moment it happened. He turns as we enter, and his face reflects grim, terrible certainty. The sadness in his eyes has been replaced by a hard, cold resolve. "Jama," he says, the sound a hollow echo. "The Tixorku." The name is a confirmation of the truth we already knew in our bones. I walk to the center of the room, to the pool of starlight on the floor. I am the prince. I am in command. "The vision," I say, my voice the flat, dead tone of a judge passing sentence. "Give it to me, every detail, every scent, every shadow." Kalen begins to speak, his voice a low, urgent murmur, painting a picture of swamp rot and tarnished silver rings. As he speaks, I turn to Zahir. "Gather your 5 best trackers," I command, "the ones who can follow a ghost through a hurricane, and your 5 most ruthless killers, the ones who enjoy their work. We will not be taking prisoners." Zahir does not question. He does not challenge my authority. He simply nods, his golden eyes burning with a cold, murderous light. The beast has been leashed, and it is now aimed at our true enemy. I look from the general's savage resolve to the mystic's grim certainty. The 3 great serpents of the prophecy. United at last. Not by wisdom or by honor, but by a shared, savage, and absolute need. The Tixorku think they have stolen a pawn, a fragile human girl to be used as leverage in their pathetic games of power. They have made a fatal, unforgivable miscalculation. They have not stolen a pet. They have stolen the heart of a Naga, and its wrath is now upon them. The hunt has begun.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 22. Zahir. My rage is a tool now, a weapon I have honed on a whetstone of pure, cold purpose. The prince's command to gather my best was a hollow echo of a decision I had already in my bones. I do not choose my warriors. I summon them. They are extensions of my own will, creatures forged in the same crucible of violence and duty that shaped me. Rax is the first I call, my second, a mountain of scarred crimson flesh and unwavering loyalty. He is my hammer. Then comes Kyle, the whisperer, a lithe, pale-scaled Naga whose ears can distinguish the heartbeat of a mouse in a thunderstorm. He is my ears. I summon the twins, Jax and Jaro, my vipers, killers who move as one shadow and whose blades are always coated in a fresh layer of poison. They are my fangs. And finally, I bring forth Old Mock, a grizzled tracker with scales the color of dried blood, whose nose can follow the scent of a single, broken blade of grass across a field of stone. He is my instinct. We assemble not in a strategy room, but in the stark, functional reality of the palace armory. The air is saturated with the scent of steel and oil. My chosen warriors stand before me, their silence a testament to the gravity of the situation. They do not need speeches. They see the truth in the raw, murderous fury that radiates from me. Varos is there. He stands apart, a black and gold column, his face reflecting cold, aristocratic control. He holds a rolled map in one hand, a useless piece of parchment in a hunt that will be won by blood and instinct, not by lines on a page. The hatred between us is a living thing, a coiled serpent in the space between us. But today, its venom is aimed outward. Kalen stands in the middle of the room, a figure of infuriating calm. His eyes are closed, his hands outstretched. He is the compass. The rest of us are the blade. The vision is a thread, not a rope, the mystic says, his smooth voice a low hum that seems to vibrate in the very steel of the weapons around us. I cannot give you a location, only a beginning. They carry the scent of the Yalman swamps with them, a cloying sweetness, rotting lilies. Mock, my old tracker, steps forward. He closes his own eyes, his forked tongue probing out, tasting the air as if the mystic's words have left a flavor behind. I know the scent. He grunts, his voice a dry rasp. It is a poison flower. It does not grow in the capital. They are not using the main gates, Varos states, his voice cutting through the air icy. He unrolls his map on a weapons crate, his movements precise, economical. Sealing the city was a public act, a declaration. They would not challenge it directly. They would use the hidden ways, the old ways. He taps a claw on a section of the map that shows the underbelly of the capital, a tangled web of forgotten tunnels and ancient aqueducts. The serpent's gut, I snarl, the name a curse on my tongue. A network of sewer tunnels and smugglers' routes that honeycomb the rock beneath the city. A place of filth and shadow, a place I know well. We go there, I command, my gaze locking with Mock's. Find the scent. We move not as a royal procession, but as a hunting party, a pack of wolves. We descend into the bowels of the palace, through service corridors that smell of damp stone and rat droppings. Varos moves with a silent, fluid grace, his aristocratic upbringing at odds with the grim determination on his face. He is out of his element here, in the filth and the darkness, but his fury is a cold, hard shell around him. The entrance to the serpent's gut is a rusted iron grate in the floor of a forgotten cellar. Rax tears it from its moorings with a single brutal heave. The stench that rises from the darkness below is a physical blow. A foul miasma of waste, decay, and stagnant water. They went this way. Mock rasps, his head lowered, his nostrils flaring. The scent of the lilies is faint, but it is here, mixed with the stink. We descend into the darkness. Our only light, the cold, magical glow from a crystal Kalen carries. The tunnel is narrow, the walls slick with a foul-smelling slime. The sound of dripping water is a constant, maddening rhythm. Mock leads, his movements slow, deliberate, his head swinging from side to side like a predator on the scent. My vipers, Jax and Jaro, flank us, their blades drawn, their eyes scanning the oppressive darkness for any sign of ambush. Rax is a mountain of muscle at our rear, and I am a coiled spring of pure, murderous intent. Varos walks beside Kalen, his gaze fixed on the map he now holds open in his hands, trying to reconcile its neat, ordered lines with the chaotic, subterranean reality around us. This tunnel should lead to the old aqueduct system, he murmurs. If they follow it east, it will take them beyond the city walls, to the edge of the dead marshes, an ideal extraction point. They are not just running, I grunt, my eyes fixed on Mock's back. They are moving with purpose. The Tigzorku are not mindless brutes, Varos retorts, a familiar condescending edge to his voice. They are strategists. They will have a plan. Their plan ends when I find them, I snarl, my hand tightening on the hilt of my axe. The trail goes cold at a junction of 3 tunnels, each one a gaping maw of darkness. The stench of the swamp lilies is gone, washed away by the constant, foul drip of water from the ceiling. Mock growls in frustration, his head low to the ground, sniffing at the damp stone. The water has taken the scent, he rasps, his voice tight with failure. My own frustration is a hot, metallic taste in my mouth, a dead end, a delay. Every second we waste here is a second she spends in their hands. They could be anywhere, Varos says, his voice dropping to a low, grim whisper. They are not anywhere, Kalen says softly. He steps forward, into the center of the junction. He hands his glowing crystal to me. Hold this. He closes his eyes, his silver blue scales seeming to absorb the faint light, leaving him a figure of pure, deep shadow. He holds his hands out, palms up, and begins to chant, his voice a low, rumbling hum that is at odds with the foulness of our surroundings. He is opening himself to the echoes of this place, to the psychic residue left by those who have passed. It is a dangerous act, one that can invite madness. A tremor runs through him. His head snaps to the left, toward the central tunnel. His eyes fly open, and they are no longer the calm, twilight eyes of the mystic. They are wide, unfocused, seeing a reality that is not our own. Water, he chokes out, his voice a strained whisper, the sound of a great rushing water, and a cage, iron bars, the smell of fear, her fear. The aqueduct. Varos was right. Move, I roar, and we plunge into the central tunnel, our pace no longer a stealthy hunt, but a desperate, frantic charge. The tunnel widens, the sound of rushing water growing from a distant whisper to a deafening roar. We emerge into a vast, cavernous space, an ancient underground river, diverted long ago to feed the city's aqueducts, flows through the center of the cavern. a torrent of black, churning water. A narrow, slick stone ledge runs along the side of the cavern, the only path forward. And there, on the ledge, halfway across the cavern, is the proof we seek. A body, a city guard, his throat cut, his armor stained with his own lifeblood. He is a casualty of their escape, and beside him, dropped in their haste, is a single, perfect, white flower. The same kind that was floating in the poisoned goblet. They are close. My rage, which has been a cold, focused thing, now ignites into a blazing inferno. I see her. I see her in my mind's eye, trapped in an iron cage, her eyes wide with the same terror I see in the dead guard's face. I look at Veros. His face has become a mask of cold, lethal fury. The political strategist is gone. The prince is gone. All that remains is the predator. His golden eyes meet mine, and in that moment, the hatred between us is burned away, leaving behind a single, shared, and absolute purpose. We are no longer rivals. We are no longer a prince and a general. We are the storm, and we are about to break.
Chapter 23. Kalen. The roar of the underground river is a physical force, a deafening, constant thunder that drowns out all other sound. It is the sound of a world being torn apart. The air is ripe with the spray of black, churning water, a fine, cold mist that clings to my scales and tastes of ancient, subterranean rot. We move along the narrow stone ledge, a precarious path slick with slime and the blood of the dead guard. Zahir is a force of nature in the vanguard, his massive body a bulwark against the chaos. He moves with a brutal, ground-eating stride, his axe held at the ready, his head constantly turning, his eyes scanning the oppressive darkness for threats. Beside him, Mok, the old tracker, is a low, coiled shadow, his nose to the stone, his forked tongue probing to taste the air, to find the ghost of a scent that the roaring water has not yet scoured away. Veros is a different predator. He moves with a cold, silent grace, his gaze fixed not on the immediate path, but on the architecture of this forgotten place. He sees the stress fractures in the stone, the patterns of erosion, the logic of its construction. He is mapping the escape route in his mind, thinking 3 steps ahead while Zahir is focused on the next, brutal one. They are a study in contrasts, ice and fire, strategy and savagery. And for now, they are a single, terrifying weapon. My place is in the center of this storm, a point of quiet focus. I hold the glowing crystal aloft, its cold, magical light a small, defiant star against the overwhelming darkness. But the light I truly seek is not in my hand. It is a flickering, wounded flame somewhere ahead of us, a spiritual signature I can feel in the deepest parts of me, Amara. Her terror is a high, thin note in the roaring symphony of the river, a psychic scream that pulls me forward. We reach a chasm. The stone ledge simply ends, sheared away by some ancient cataclysm. A gap of 20 feet of churning black water separates us from the continuation of the path on the other side. There is no bridge. They crossed, Mok grunts, pointing with his snout to the far side. I see the marks. A rope. I see it too. A faint scuffing on the far ledge, the ghost of an anchor point. They had a rope. We do not. Zahir lets out a low, guttural growl of pure frustration. I can make the jump, he snarls, his muscles cording as he gauges the distance. You might, Veros says, his voice a cold, cutting thing, but the rest of us cannot. And even if you did, you would be alone, facing an unknown number of enemies. Do not be a fool, General. Your brute force is useless here. And your maps are useless now, Prince. Zahir shoots back, his hand tightening on the haft of his axe. The fragile truce between them is beginning to fray, the friction of their opposing natures grinding against each other. Enough, I say, my voice cutting through their bickering. They both turn to me, their eyes blazing with their own private furies. Your pride is a luxury we cannot afford. The path is not broken. It has simply changed. I step to the edge of the chasm. The roar of the water is defeating, the spray cold on my face. I close my eyes. I shut out the thunder of the river, the angry rasp of Zahir's breathing, the cold, calculating silence of the prince. I reach out, not with my hands, but with my spirit. I follow the thin silver thread of Amara's fear, the psychic trail she leaves in her wake. I need to see. I need a sign, a path. I push my consciousness forward, through the roaring darkness, seeking her light. The connection, when it comes, is not a gentle thing. It is a violent, psychic jolt. Her terror is a blade in my soul. I see through her eyes, a flash of mottled green scales, the glint of a silver ring on a clawed hand, the rough, damp stone of a tunnel wall, the feeling of being carried, of helplessness, of a cloying, sweet poison still lingering in her blood. I push deeper, trying to see beyond her immediate prison, to see the path ahead. And that is when I make the mistake. I am so focused on her light, that I do not see the other darkness that is tethered to it, the darkness that orchestrated this. I follow the thread of her abduction back to its source, to the moment of its conception, and the vision shifts. The world dissolves. I am no longer in the roaring cavern. I am in a place of profound, suffocating silence. The throne room. But it is empty, save for two figures. The king, Ishad of Ozma, sits upon his obsidian throne, a stooped, ancient predator. Before him kneels a Naga with mottled, swamp-green scales. The Tixorku. I cannot hear their words, but I feel them. They are not spoken, but exchanged, a silent communion of thought. I feel the Tixorku's cold, ambitious cruelty, his hatred for the Vazma line. And I feel the king's response. It is not the anger of a monarch whose authority has been challenged. It is amusement, a cold reptilian satisfaction. The king's hand, gnarled and ancient, gestures. A bag, heavy with gold, is pushed across the floor. The Tixorku's clawed hand closes over it. And then, the king's final thought, a command that sinks into my soul like a shard of ice. The prophecy is a threat. The girl is the key. Remove her. Shatter the bond between the three Naga. But see to it that my son, the prince, is not harmed. His life is to be preserved. The girl is the only target. The vision shatters, and I am thrown back into my own body with a violence that rips a gasp from my throat. The roar of the river returns, a deafening physical blow. My legs give way, and I stumble back from the edge of the chasm, my body slick with a cold psychic sweat. A wave of nausea, black and foul, rises in my throat. Kaelin! Zahir's voice is a sharp, alarmed bark. A heavy hand grips my arm, steadying me. It is the general's. I stare at him, at his fierce, honest face, and I see not a brute, but a creature of unwavering, if savage, loyalty. I look past him, at Varos, who has moved closer, his face angled in cold, analytical concern. And all I can see is the image of his father, the king, selling the life of the woman his son now desperately seeks to save. The betrayal is a living thing, a serpent of ice coiling in my own gut. It is a poison far more potent than any the Tixorku could devise. What did you see? Varos demands, his voice sharp, impatient. Where are they? I cannot speak. The words are lodged in my throat, a knot of horror and grief. How do I tell him? How do I tell this proud, ambitious prince that the hand that guided the kidnapper's blade belongs to his own father? That his entire world, his entire understanding of his place in it, is a lie? Mystic! Zahir growls, his grip on my arm tightening. Speak! I look from one to the other. The serpent of fire, the serpent of ice. Two powerful, hateful rivals, who have just now, in this desperate, hopeless moment, begun to forge a fragile, unwilling alliance. This truth will not just wound the prince, it will shatter him. And it may well shatter the very bond I have been trying to build. They are close, I finally managed to say, my voice a hoarse, unfamiliar rasp. I point a trembling hand not across the chasm, but down, toward the churning black water below. There is another way, a lower passage, hidden. It is a lie, a desperate stalling tactic. But I need time. I need to find the words. I need to find a way to deliver this fatal blow without destroying everything. Varos looks at me, his golden eyes narrowing with suspicion. He is too intelligent, too perceptive. He sees the lie in my eyes, the tremor in my hand. He knows I am hiding something. That is not all you saw, he states, his voice dangerously soft. I look at him, the proud, cold prince, and my heart aches with a profound, terrible pity. He is a pawn in his own father's cruel game, and he does not even know it. No, I whisper, the word a confession of the terrible burden I now carry. It is not. The hunt for Amara is no longer the most dangerous game we are playing. The true serpent is not in the tunnels ahead of us. It is on the throne behind us. And I am the one who must now choose how and when to strike.
Chapter 24. Amara. I wake to the smell of my own fear. It is a sharp, metallic tang, mingling with the foul, thick scent of rot and stagnant water. My head throbs with a dull, heavy ache, a lingering ghost of the sweet poison that dragged me into darkness. I am not in the prince's cold, silent chambers. This is a different type of prison, a truer one. The floor is rough, damp stone that leaches the warmth from my body. My wrists are chained, the cold, heavy iron biting into my skin, the chains leading to a ring set high in the wall behind me. I am tethered like an animal. The air is thick, humid, and alive with the chirping of unseen insects and the soft, constant drip of water. The only light is a faint, sickly green glow that seems to emanate from the moss and fungi clinging to the walls of this small, subterranean cell. I am not alone. A Naga sits on a crude stool just beyond the reach of my chains. He is one of my captors. His scales are dull, mottled green-brown, like a snake hiding in swamp mud. He is cleaning his claws with the tip of a long, wicked-looking knife, his movements slow and deliberate. He does not look at me, but I feel his presence, a cold, indifferent weight in the small space. My mind, sluggish from the drug, begins to clear, and the memories rush back in a torrent. The garden, the shadows detaching themselves from the trees, the hand over my mouth, the despair, and before that, the balcony, the three of them, Varos, Zahir, Kalen, a united front, a council of serpents. My heart gives a painful, stupid lurch. Are they looking for me? The question is a spark of foolish hope in the darkness of my despair. I imagine Zahir's explosive rage, the barracks erupting in a call to arms. I imagine Varos's cold, precise fury, the palace locked down, his spies slithering into the city's underbelly. I imagine Kalen, his face tortured with ancient sorrow, his spirit reaching out through the cosmos to find me. Then another, colder thought follows. Maybe this is for the best. I am the source of their conflict, the wound in their pride. Without me, perhaps the fragile truce between them would solidify. Perhaps my absence is a relief, a problem removed. The thought is a shard of ice in my gut, sharper and more painful than any physical chain. The Naga on the stool finally looks at me, his slitted pupils contracting in the dim light. "It wakes!" he hisses, his voice a dry, rasping sound. He gets to his feet and approaches, the knife still held loosely in his hand. He crouches before me, his face clinical with cold, reptilian curiosity. On his hand is a ring, a tarnished silver serpent eating its own tail. "The prince's little pet," he says, his forked tongue darting out to taste the air. "You do not look like much. I do not see what has the two strongest warriors in the kingdom at each other's throats." I say nothing. I press myself back against the cold, damp wall, my gaze steady on his. I will not give him my fear. He reaches out with the tip of his knife and traces a line down my cheek, the cold steel a promise of the violence he is capable of. Our master wishes to speak with you. He is curious about the nature of the prince's affection. He wants to know what secrets you keep. My mind flashes back to the prince's chambers, the feel of his cold, smooth scales against my skin, the weight of his body, the shocking, unexpected gentleness in his hands that warred with the brutal possession of his mouth. He called me his property, a tool, but he touched me like a treasure. The memory sends a wave of heat through me, a shameful, unwilling desire that I crush with a fresh wave of self-loathing. I keep no secrets, I say. The Naga laughs, a dry, rattling sound. All pets keep secrets, little human. The question is, how much pain will it take to make you share them? He leaves, and another, younger Naga enters with a wooden bowl of thin, greyish gruel and a cup of brackish water. He shoves them onto the floor, just within my reach. I stare at the food, my stomach churning. I spend the next cycle of light and dark, measured only by the subtle shifts in the green glow of the fungi, in this state of suspended terror. I observe. It is the only weapon I have. I learn the routines of my captors. There are 4 of them, a small, self-contained unit. The one with the ring is the leader. He is cold, arrogant, and utterly confident. The others defer to him, but I see the flicker of resentment in the eyes of his second, a larger, more brutish Naga with a scar that splits his lip. There is a weakness there, a fracture in their unity. In the long, silent hours, my mind is my own worst enemy. It returns again and again to them, to the 3 serpents who have become the architects of my world. Such realization keep repeating in my head. I remember Zahir, the brutal lesson in the training yard, the savage, desperate kiss, the feel of his massive, hot body covering mine, a shield against the world. He is a monster, a creature of pure, untamed violence. But he is a monster who showed me his secret, gentle heart, his menagerie of broken things. My body aches with a phantom memory of his rough, calloused hands, of the raw, honest hunger in his touch. I hate him for the way he makes me feel like prey, and I hate myself more for the part of me that wants to be caught. And Kalen. His touch was not a claiming. It was a communion, a gentle, reverent merging of souls that left me feeling seen, understood, in a way that was more terrifying than any physical violation. He spoke of my heart as a weapon, of my soul as a prophecy. He made me feel like the centre of the universe, a creature of immense cosmic importance. But it is all a lie. The realization is not a sudden, crashing wave. It is a slow, creeping tide of ice that numbs me from the inside out. They do not want me. They want the heart of humanity. They want the key to their prophecy, their protection, their desire, their strange, burgeoning tenderness. It is all for the role I play, not for the woman I am. I am a sacred object, a holy relic to be fought over and used for their own salvation. The thought shatters the last of my foolish, desperate hope. I have been so stupid. I, who have prided myself on my resilience, on my refusal to be broken, have been shattered from the inside out by my own heart. I have fallen for them, for the cold, ambitious prince with his hidden, visionary soul, for the brutal, savage general with his secret, tender mercy, for the wise, sad mystic who saw the girl behind the captive's eyes. I have fallen in love with my captors, and it is all a lie. The knowledge is a cold, hard stone in my gut. It does not make me weep, it makes me angry. A cold, quiet rage begins to burn in the ashes of my broken heart. A rage at them for their deception. A rage at the gods for this cruel, twisted fate. And a rage at myself for being so utterly, completely, humanly foolish. The leader returns, the one with the ring. He dismisses the guard and crouches before me again, his eyes gleaming in the green light. "You have had time to consider your position, little pet," he hisses. "Are you ready to be cooperative?" I look at him, at his smug, cruel face, and the cold rage inside me solidifies into a sharp, clear point of purpose. I have nothing left to lose. My heart is already broken. My body is already a battlefield. All I have left is my mind and my will. "What is it you wish to know?" I ask, my voice surprisingly steady. He smiles, a thin reptilian stretching of his lips. "Tell me of the prophecy. The mystic speaks of it. What is your role? What is the key he seeks in you?" I meet his gaze, and I let a small, sad, knowing smile touch my own lips. "You think the prophecy is a weapon you can steal? A secret you can torture from me?" I shake my head slowly. "You do not understand. The prophecy is not a thing. It is a feeling, a connection, something a creature like you, who deals in poison and shadows, could never comprehend." His smile falters, a flicker of uncertainty in his slitted pupils. I have not given him the defiance he expected. I have given him pity. "The prince, the general, the mystic," I continue, my voice a soft, confidential whisper. "They do not fight over me. They fight over what I represent. A unity you are trying to shatter. But you cannot shatter a thing you do not understand. I am speaking nonsense. I am weaving a web of half-truths and Kalen's own cryptic pronouncements. But I am speaking his language. The language of intrigue, of hidden meanings, of power that is not wielded with a blade. "You are a fool if you think a few pretty words will save you," he snarls, his confidence returning. "And you are a fool if you think I am the true prize," I reply, my gaze flicking to the door, to the brutish second-in-command I know stands just beyond it. I look back at the leader, my eyes wide with a feigned secret knowledge. The prince is not a sentimentalist. He would not risk a war for a human pet. Unless that pet was a distraction, a diversion, to keep your eyes focused on the wrong target. He stares at me, confused and suspicious. I have just planted a seed of doubt in the heart of his mission. I have turned their own weapon, deceit, against them. He rises to his feet, his eyes narrowed, his mind racing. He looks at me not as a helpless victim, but as a potential player in a game he thought he was controlling. "You are more clever than you appear, little human," he hisses, his voice a low, dangerous thing. "You have no idea," I whisper, and I feel a spark of my own power. It is not the power of a naga, of scales and claws and brute strength. It is the power of a human mind, the power of a spirit that refuses to be broken. He turns and stalks from the cell, leaving me alone in the green, glowing darkness. The fear is still there, a cold, constant companion. But it is now joined by something else, a fierce, wild, and utterly reckless hope. I may be a captive, I may be a pawn, but the game is not over yet.
Chapter 25. Varos. The dead marshes are a festering wound on the skin of the world. The air is a thick, soupy miasma of decay, a sweet, cloying perfume of rot that clings to the back of the throat and coats the tongue. We move through a labyrinth of twisted, black-barked trees whose roots claw at the brackish water like skeletal hands. The ground is a lie, a thin crust of mud and moss hiding sinkholes that can swallow a naga whole. This is the Tixorku's home turf. They are creatures of filth and shadow, and they have dragged her into their mire. The thought is a shard of ice in the cold furnace of my fury. Amara. Her name is a silent mantra, a single point of focus in the chaotic, hostile landscape. Every squelch of my boots in the mud, every rasp of my breath in the humid air, is a step closer to her. Zahar moves at the head of our small party, a crimson behemoth of contained rage. He is not the berserker from my strategy room. He is a predator, his movements economical, his senses on a razor's edge. He has channeled his fury into a lethal, focused point. Beside him, Mock, the old tracker, is a low, grizzled shadow, his snout to the ground, his forked tongue a constant flickering thing, tasting the faint, lingering scent of the poison lilies on the wind. The vipers, Jax and Jaro, flank us, their pale scales making them almost invisible in the gloom, their poisoned blades held low. They are death waiting to happen. I am the mind. Zahir is the fist. And Kalen, walking silently at my side, is the soul of this grim procession. The mystic's face is reflective of serene focus, but I can feel the power radiating from him, a low, humming vibration that seems to push back against the oppressive weight of the swamp. He is our compass, our guide through the unseen currents of this blighted place. The trail is weak, Mock grunts, his voice a dry rasp. They are clever. They use the water to wash their scent. They are not clever enough, Zahir snarls, his golden eyes scanning the tangled mess of roots ahead. They do not need to be clever, I say, my voice sounding cold. They only need to be patient. This is their ground. They will have traps. My words are prophetic. Mock suddenly freezes, his hand held up in a sharp, silent command. He points with his chin to a section of the path ahead. It looks no different from the rest of the treacherous ground, a patch of vibrant green moss that seems almost inviting in the gloom. The earth is soft there, the old tracker whispers. The scent of fear is old, but it is there. Something died in that spot. Zahir's hand tightens on the haft of his axe. His instinct is to charge, to smash through any obstacle. It is the flaw in his design. Wait, I command, my voice a sharp hiss. I take a small, heavy stone from a pouch at my belt and toss it underhand. It lands on the patch of green moss with a soft, wet thud. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, the ground gives way. It does not just collapse. It dissolves, the moss and mud sinking into a churning black pit of water. From the depths of the sinkhole, a mass of writhing serpentine forms emerges. Nyoka. Vicious purple and yellow swamp serpents, their fangs dripping with the venom that can paralyze a Naga in seconds. One of the vipers, Jax, who was closest to the edge, loses his footing as the ground crumbles. He cries out, his arms flailing as he slides toward the pit of writhing death. Before I can even process the threat, Zahir moves. He is a blur of crimson. He lunges forward, his massive hand shooting out to grab the back of Jax's tunic, and hauls him back from the brink with a single, brutal heave. The viper lands in a heap at his feet, gasping, his face pale with shock. "Watch your footing!" Zahir growls, not even looking at the warrior he just saved. His eyes are fixed on the pit, a low, guttural snarl rumbling in his chest. He hates snakes. The irony is not lost on me. "A crude trap," I state, my gaze sweeping the area. "But effective." "It would have been more effective if your pet mystic had foreseen it," Zahir retorts, his gaze flicking to Kalen. "I cannot see every pebble on the path, General," Kalen replies, his voice calm, but with an edge of steel. "I am guiding us to her heart, not holding your hand through the mud. Focus!" Zahir's jaw clenches, but he says nothing more. He knows the mystic is right. Our bickering is a luxury we cannot afford. We find a way around the pit, the path narrowing to a treacherous causeway of slick, half-submerged stones. We are exposed here, a single file of targets moving through the open water. The attack, when it comes, is silent and swift. It begins not with a war cry, but with a whisper, a soft thwip from the tangled mangroves to our left. One of my vipers, Jaro, grunts, a small, black-fletched dart suddenly sprouting from his shoulder. He stumbles, his hand flying to the wound. "Poison," he hisses, his face already beginning to pale. And then, they are on us, They rise from the brackish water like swamp wraiths, their mottled green-brown scales a perfect camouflage in the gloom. 6 of them. Tikzorku. Warriors. They are smaller than my own men, leaner, built for the stealth and speed of their blighted homeland. They wield short, curved blades and blowguns, their movements fluid and serpentine. Zahir roars, a sound of pure cathartic fury, and meets their charge head-on. He is a whirlwind of crimson and steel, his massive axe a blur of motion. He is not a duelist, he is a force of nature. He cleaves one of the attackers in 2 with a single brutal blow, the spray of blue blood a stark, shocking contrast to the black water. I am not a berserker. I am a blade. I engage 2 of them, my own dagger a flicker of silver in the gloom. They are fast, their curved blades weaving a complex web of attacks. I do not meet their force with my own, I flow around it, my movements a cold, precise dance of death. I parry, I pivot. I create an opening where there was none. My blade darts out, severing the tendon in one's leg, sending him screaming into the water. The other I dispatch with a clean, efficient thrust to the throat. But it is Kalen who turns the tide. He does not draw a weapon. He stands on a high stone, his hands outstretched, his eyes closed, a low, humming chant on his lips, and the world around us begins to warp. The ground beneath the remaining attackers seems to turn to liquid mud, their footing becoming treacherous, their movements suddenly clumsy. Phantom images of more of our warriors flicker into existence at the edges of the fight, their silent forms drawing the panicked attention of our enemies. A thick, disorienting fog smelling of ozone and starlight rolls in, shroofing our movements, turning the clear battle into a chaotic, terrifying melee for them. I see Zahir, a crimson demon in the mystic's fog, his axe rising and falling with brutal, relentless efficiency. He is a hammer, and Kalen has just shattered the anvil. I see an opening. The leader of the ambush party, a larger Naga with the tarnished silver ring on his hand, is momentarily distracted by a phantom image of Rax charging at him from the flank. It is the only opening I will get. I move. I'm a shadow within Kalen's fog. I slip past the leader's guard, my dagger held in a reverse grip. He turns, his eyes widening with surprise as he sees me, but it is too late. My blade plunges deep into the soft flesh beneath his jaw, severing his spine with a wet, grinding crunch. He collapses without a sound, his life extinguished before his body hits the water. The fight is over as quickly as it began. The remaining Tikzorku, their leader dead, break and flee back into the swamp, swallowed by the fog and the darkness. We stand panting in the aftermath, the silence broken only by the lapping of the water and Jaro's pained hisses as Kalen works to draw the poison from his wound. Zahir stands over the body of the attacker he cleaved in 2, his chest heaving, his axe dripping with blue blood. He looks at me, at the dead leader at my feet. His golden eyes are no longer filled with hatred. They are filled with a grudging, almost imperceptible respect. "Your blade is as sharp as your tongue, Prince," he grunts. "And your axe is as subtle as your rage, General," I reply, my own voice a low, breathless thing. It is not an apology. It is not friendship. It is an acknowledgement, a recognition of a truth that has just been proven in blood and battle. We are a weapon, a single, terrifyingly effective weapon. Kalen finishes his work on Jaro, the poison drawn out into a black, viscous pool on the stone. He rises, his face pale with the effort of his magic. "They were a diversion," he says, his voice sounding weary. "A delaying tactic. They were protecting something." He points a trembling hand toward a massive gnarled tree that looms out of the fog on a small island of solid ground just ahead. Its roots are a tangled, writhing mass, like a nest of giant serpents. And at its base, hidden by a curtain of hanging moss, is a dark, unnatural opening. A doorway, the entrance to their stronghold. "We have found the serpent's nest." I look at Zahir. He looks at me. The hatred is still there, a cold, hard thing between us. But now, it is overlaid with a new, shared purpose. a cold, lethal, and utterly unified resolve. We will not be a diversion. We will not be delayed. We are the storm, and we are about to break down their door.
Chapter 26. Amara. The cold, hard stone of resolve I forged in my heart is a fragile, brittle thing. It serves me in the long, silent hours, a shield against the creeping despair. But in the darkness, when the green glow of the fungi paints monstrous faces on the damp walls, the shield cracks, and the memories pour in. I feel them. A ghost of a touch, a phantom ache. Varos's cold, possessive weight, the shocking, reverent gentleness of his hands, Zahir's savage, burning heat, the desperate, lonely kindness hidden in the belly of the monster. Kaelin's soulful, healing light, a touch that saw me, truly saw me, and left me more exposed than any physical violation. My body remembers what my mind tries to forget. A flush of heat, a deep, shameful throb between my thighs. My mouth says no, my mind screams monster, but my wretched, traitorous body whispers more. I hate myself for it. I hate this weakness, this craving for the very hands that hold my chains. And then the deeper, colder truth settles in my soul, a poison that numbs everything else. It is a lie, all of it. Their desire, their protection, their strange, burgeoning tenderness. It is all a performance for the gods, a script written by a prophecy I do not understand. They do not want Amara. They want the heart of humanity, a key, a tool. The thought shatters me more completely than any physical brutality ever could. I have fallen in love with 3 beautiful, terrible lies. This is my new reality. I am a captive, my heart a broken, useless thing, my body a source of shame. All I have left is the cold, quiet rage that is slowly, steadily burning away the girl I used to be. The leader, the one with the tarnished silver ring, returns. His name, I have learned from the guard's careless whispers, is Malachor. He enters my cell with the smug confidence of a man who believes he holds all the cards. The master grows impatient, little pet, he hisses, his forked tongue flicking out. He wishes to know the nature of the prince's plans. Tell me, and I will make your end a swift one. I look at him, at his dull, swamp-green scales, at the cold, empty cruelty in his eyes, and I feel nothing. No fear, only a vast, chilling emptiness. The prince's plans are not for the ears of servants, I say in a soft, deliberate whisper. I let my gaze flicker for a fraction of a second to the brutish second-in-command, Grohl, who stands just outside the cell door, his scarred face a mask of resentful curiosity. Malachor's eyes narrow. I am no servant. Are you not? I ask, my voice laced with a feigned, pitying surprise. I lean forward, as if sharing a great secret. The prince spoke of the prophecy. He said the reward for its fulfillment would be a place at his right hand, but only for the one who truly leads. He knows you are not the one in charge here, Malachor. He knows you are merely the messenger. It is a desperate, foolish gamble, a web woven from half-truths and pure invention. But I have seen the way Grohl looks at his leader. I have seen the resentment, the ambition. I am planting a seed of poison in the heart of their own rotten alliance. Malachor's face contorts with fury. He backhands me, the force of the blow snapping my head to the side, my cheek exploding with a white-hot pain. You lie, he snarls. Do I? I whisper, tasting the salt of my own blood on my lips. I look past him, at Grohl, my eyes wide with a feigned secret knowledge. Ask yourself, Grohl, when the time comes, will he share the prince's reward with you, or will he take it all for himself and leave you to rot in this swamp with the rest of the secrets? It is enough. The seed has been planted. The poison has begun its work. Malachor turns, his eyes blazing, and sees the dawning suspicion on his second's face. "Get out!" Malachor roars at Grohl. "Guard the entrance, now!" Grohl hesitates for a moment, his eyes narrowed, then turns and stalks away. Malachor turns back to me, his face reflecting pure, murderous rage. He is about to teach me the true meaning of pain. And then, the world explodes. A sound from above, a deep, guttural roar of fury that is not Naga, but something else. The very stone of the cell shudders. It is followed by a sharp, cracking sound, and the screams of Naga from the outer chambers. Malachor freezes, his head snapping toward the door. The sounds of battle are no longer distant. They are here, a brutal, efficient symphony of steel and death. He forgets me. His own survival is now paramount. He draws his curved blade and turns to the door, his body tense. This is my chance. The fight between him and Grohl, the chaos from outside, it is the opening I prayed for. My eyes dart around the cell. A loose stone in the wall, near the ring where my chains are anchored. I begin to work at it, my fingers raw and bleeding, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The door to my cell bursts inward, not from the outside, but from the main chamber. Grohl stands there, his blade dripping with the blue blood of his own kind. He has made his move. "The reward is mine, Malachor," he snarls. The two of them launch at each other, a whirlwind of mottled green scales and flashing steel. They are no longer my captors. They are just two beasts, tearing at each other's throats. In the chaos, I manage to pry the stone loose. It is heavy, jagged. I bring it down, again and again, on the iron link of my chain where it meets the wall ring. The sound is a dull, rhythmic clang, lost in the din of their fight. The link begins to give. And then, the main entrance to the chamber is no longer there. It is simply gone. A wave of pure, concussive force blows it inward, sending a shower of stone and splintered wood across the room. And they are there, Varos, Zahir, and Kalen. They do not enter as a royal party. They enter as an apocalypse. Varos is a blur of both black and gold, his dagger a flicker of silver light, his movements a cold, precise dance of death. Zahir is a crimson hurricane, his axe a brutal, cleaving arc of pure, untamed fury. And Kalen is a silent, silver-blue storm, his hands weaving illusions of shadow and fog that turn the chamber into a chaotic, terrifying nightmare for our enemies. They move as one, a single, three-headed serpent of retribution. The fight is over in heartbeats. Malachor and Grohl, already wounded from their own conflict, are no match for the unified wrath of the three most powerful warriors in the kingdom. They are cut down, their lives extinguished in a spray of blue blood and a final choked gasp. And then there is silence. A ringing, profound silence, broken only by the sound of their own ragged, desperate breaths. They turn to me. Their faces are masks of grim, savage triumph. But as their eyes fall on me, on my chained, bruised form, the triumph evaporates, replaced by something else. A raw, profound, and utterly devastating anguish. "Amara," Varos breathes, his voice a broken thing. They rush toward me, but as they do, I see it. Grohl, in his dying moments, his body twitching on the floor, his clawed hand reaching for a tripwire hidden in the mud and slime. A final, spiteful act of a dying Naga. I see the cracks forming in the ceiling above me. I hear the low, groaning sound of stone giving way. And in that moment, a strange, terrible peace descends upon me. This is it. The end. My death will be a release. It will free me from this impossible love, from this terrible prophecy. It will free them. They will be unbound from the human heart that has caused them so much pain. It is for the best. I close my eyes. I do not scream. I do not try to run. I simply surrender. The world erupts, a roar of pure, animalistic terror from Zahir. a sharp, desperate cry of my name from Varos, a surge of raw, cosmic power from Kalen. I am thrown sideways, a massive crimson body shielding mine, the impact knocking the air from my lungs. I feel a searing heat as a massive block of stone crashes down where I was a second before, shattering on the floor. A shimmering, silver-blue shield appears above us, deflecting a shower of smaller rocks and dust. And Varos is there, his hands outstretched, his face a presentation of pure, agonized effort, as he uses his own body to hold back a collapsing section of the wall. The dust settles. I am alive. I am pinned beneath Zahir, his massive body a heavy, protective weight. His arm is bleeding freely, a deep, jagged gash where a piece of stone has torn through his scales. Varos is trembling with the strain of holding back the wall, his golden scales slick with sweat. And Kalen is on his knees, his face pale, the light from his shield flickering and dying. They saved me, all three of them, at a terrible cost to themselves. They scramble to me, their movements frantic, desperate. Their hands are on me, checking for wounds, their touches a chaotic symphony of terror and relief. Amara! Zahir chokes out, his voice a raw, ragged thing. He cradles my face in his massive, blood-stained hands. By the gods, I thought I had lost you. You are safe, Varos whispers, his voice shaking with an emotion I have never heard from him before. He sinks to his knees beside me, his cold, controlled mask utterly shattered, his golden eyes filled with a raw, naked terror. You are safe. The light. I felt your light begin to fade, Kalen says, his voice a broken whisper. He touches my cheek, his fingers trembling. It was like the stars going out. I stare at them, at these three terrible, beautiful monsters, and I see not triumph, not possession, but a profound, soul-shattering fear. A fear for me. Why? I whisper, the word a raw, aching thing. Why would you do that? Because the thought of a world without you in it is a void I cannot bear to face, Varos says, his voice thick with an emotion so raw it is almost unrecognizable. Because you are woven into the very fabric of my being, Amara, Zahir growls, his voice a guttural confession. To see you die is to feel my own soul being torn in two. Because I love you, Kalen whispers, the words a simple, devastating truth. Not the prophecy, not the key, you. The words are a barrage, a desperate, overlapping chorus of a truth so profound it shakes the very foundations of my world. No, I choke out, pushing at their hands, at their chests, at the overwhelming, suffocating weight of their impossible emotions. Number, it's the prophecy. It's making you feel this. It isn't real. It is real, Varos insists, his grip on my arms tightening, his eyes pleading. The prophecy brought you to us, yes. It forced us to see you. But what we feel now, this terror, this love, it has absolutely nothing to do with scrolls and everything to do with you. I don't have any idea what is love, but this must be it. That moment the stone came crashing on you, it felt like a hand reached into my chest and pulled out my heart. This is new to us, Amara, Zahir says, his voice a low, desperate rumble. This feeling, it is a madness, a terror. We do not understand it, but we know it is true. We know that the thought of your heart stopping beats is a death sentence for our own. We know we have hurt you, Kalen says, his voice aching with a sorrow so deep it's almost a physical thing. We have been brutal and possessive and blind, but we are not blind anymore. We see you, Amara, and we are begging you, do not surrender to the darkness. Stay with us, give us the chance to show you, to prove to you that what we feel is real. Let us try to love you, not as a pet or a prize or a prophecy, but as our heart, our soul, our eternity. They are kneeling before me in the wreckage of my prison, 3 of the most powerful beings in the kingdom, their pride shattered, their hearts laid bare. They are begging, not for my obedience, not for my surrender, but for my belief. I look into their eyes, the prince's desperate gold, the general's tormented fire, the mystic's pleading twilight, and I see not lies, but a terrifying, beautiful, and utterly impossible truth. The tears that come now are not of fear, or of shame, or of grief. They are the tears of a heart that has been shattered into 1,000 pieces, and is now, impossibly, beginning to heal. But can I ever trust again?
Chapter 27. Kalen. The air in the collapsed chamber is thick with the dust of ages and the raw, metallic scent of spilled blood. Zahir's blood. It drips from the gash in his arm, a slow, crimson rhythm that marks the seconds of this new, fragile reality. He seems oblivious to the wound, his entire being focused on the small, trembling woman cradled in his arms. Varos is a statue of shattered pride at his side. His golden eyes are utterly stripped of their cold, aristocratic armor. They are filled with a raw, naked terror. They have laid their souls bare, a desperate, chaotic confession of love and fear. And Amara. She looks at them not with relief, but with the profound, heartbreaking agony of a soul that has been lied to one too many times. "It isn't real," she whispers again, the words a mantra against their impossible pleas. She pushes weakly against Zahir's chest. "You don't love me. You love what I represent. A key, a shield, a weapon." "No," Varos insists, his voice a raw thing. He reaches for her, his hand hovering, afraid to touch her, as if she is a phantom that might dissolve at his touch. "The prophecy was a lens. It forced us to look. But what we see now, it is only you." "How can I believe that?" she asks, her voice cracking, the tears she shed earlier now replaced by a cold, quiet despair. "Everything in this world has been a lie. My capture, my purpose, your desire. It is all a part of a game I do not understand. A game where I am the board, not a player." She looks from one to the other, her gaze lingering on me, and the accusation in her eyes is a physical blow. "You will use me to save your kingdom. I don't even know how to do it. I don't get it. How can I, a mere human, save Nagaland? And when it is done, what then? Will the prophecy release you from this feeling? Will I be discarded, a tool whose purpose has been served?" Her words are a surgeon's blade, cutting through the raw emotion of the moment to the cold, logical heart of her fear. She is not just afraid of them. She is afraid of the very cosmic forces that have ensnared her, afraid that their newfound love is just another, more beautiful, more terrible chain. "Never," Zahir growls, his voice a deep, guttural vow. He cradles her face in his massive, blood-stained hand, his touch impossibly gentle. "You are not a tool. You are the heart of me." She closes her eyes, a single tear escaping and tracing a path through the dust on her cheek. "I cannot," she whispers. "I cannot trust you. I cannot trust this feeling." She takes a shuddering breath and looks at the 3 of us, her gaze sweeping over our desperate faces. "I will see. I will watch, and I will see if your actions match your words. That is all I can promise. It is not a yes. It is not an acceptance. It is a challenge, a sliver of a chance. And in this moment, it is more than any of us deserve." I look at her, at this small, fierce, broken human, and a vow solidifies in my soul, a silent, unbreakable oath. The prophecy be damned, the fate of Nagaland be damned. All that matters now is the flicker of belief in her eyes. I will not let it be extinguished. I will guard it with my life, with my soul, with every fiber of my being. I cannot lose her. The thought is not a fear. It is an impossibility. A world without her light is a world I refuse to inhabit. The immediate danger, however, is not in our hearts, but in the shadows of this swamp. Zahir's warriors, my vipers and his trackers, are now filtering into the ruined chamber, their faces grim, their blades still slick with the blue blood of the Tixorku. Zahir rises, his focus shifting with the fluid ease of a born commander. The lovesick beast is gone, replaced once more by the general. He gently places Amara into my care, his golden eyes locking with mine in a silent, urgent command. Protect her. "Rax!" he barks, his voice a roar that echoes in the shattered chamber. "Status report!" "The outer perimeter is secure, General." His second grunts, his massive form filling the ruined doorway. "We took 2 prisoners contrary to our plan. They're going to be useful. The rest are dead or have fled back into the swamp like the rats they are." "There is no escape for them," Varos says, his voice once again cold and precise, the prince's mask sliding back into place, though it sits less comfortably now, the cracks still visible beneath the surface. He turns to me, his gaze sharp. "We cannot remain here. This place is compromised. The king—" He stops, the word catching in his throat. And the terrible truth I carry slams back into the forefront of my mind. The king, the true serpent, the architect of this entire nightmare. I have kept his secret, a poison in my own soul, to protect Varos from the truth, to preserve the fragile unity we have just forged. But I cannot keep it any longer. Every moment we delay, every step we take back toward the capital, is a step back into the heart of the viper's nest. The king did not just allow her to be taken, he sanctioned it. He wanted her removed. He will not be pleased that she has been recovered. Her life, which we just risked everything to save, is in more danger now than it was in this subterranean cell. "Varos," I say, urgent. "Zahir, we must speak, now." Zahir turns from his men, his brow furrowed with impatience. Varos looks at me, his golden eyes narrowing, sensing the gravity in my tone. "The vipers will stand guard," I say, my gaze fixed on Amara, who watches us with wide, wary eyes. No one enters, no one leaves. I look at her, my heart aching with the need to reassure her. But the words I must speak are not for her ears. Not yet. "We will return shortly, Amara. I swear it." I lead them a short distance away, into a smaller, adjoining chamber, the air thick with the smell of moss and decay. I need to do this now, before we begin the journey back. Before Varos walks back into his father's gilded cage, utterly unaware that the bars were forged by the very hands he has been taught to revere. "The vision in the cavern," I begin, my voice a low, steady thing, though my own heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. "The one that showed me the lower path. It was a lie." Zahir's head snaps toward me, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "You lied to us? While she was in their hands?" I stalled, I correct him, my gaze fixed on Varos. "Because the truth I saw was a weapon more dangerous than any blade, a truth that could have shattered our purpose before it was even forged." Varos is utterly still, his face frozen with cold, analytical focus. He is piecing it together. He knows what is coming. "I followed the thread of her abduction back to its source," I say, my voice becoming a quiet, relentless whisper. "To the moment of its conception. I saw the throne room. I saw the Tixorku leader kneeling before the king." Zahir's breath hisses out between his fangs. But Varos does not move. He does not even blink. "I saw your father, Varos," I say, the words a physical pain to speak. "I saw him sanction this. I saw him pay them. He wanted her removed. He wanted the prophecy broken. He wanted you and Zahir at each other's throats, weakened and divided." I take a shuddering breath, the final, most terrible blow yet to come. "He gave them one explicit command. You were not to be harmed. She was the only target." The silence that follows is absolute. It is a silence so profound, so heavy, it feels like the world has stopped turning. Zahir stares at me, horrified. But Varos... Varos's cold, controlled facade does not just crack, it disintegrates, it turns to dust. For a single terrible moment, I see him not as a prince, but as a fledgling, his world shattered by a betrayal so monstrous it is almost incomprehensible. His golden scales seem to lose their luster. His posture, always so rigid with pride, seems to shrink, to collapse inward on itself. He does not rage. He does not weep. He simply breaks. "Why?" he whispers, the word a raw, broken thing, the sound of a soul being torn in two. "Because he is a king who fears his own heir more than any external enemy," I reply softly. "He fears the prophecy not because it predicts the fall of Nagaland, but because it predicts the rise of a new Nagaland, a Nagaland that is not his." I step closer, my hand resting on his shoulder. He does not flinch. He is a statue of ice, frozen in the heart of his own personal hell. "There is more," I say, my voice a low, urgent whisper. "The scrolls are ancient, their language obscure. I have only now, with the clarity of this moment, been able to decipher the final lines." I look at him, shattered prince, and I deliver the final, terrible truth. The prophecy does not just say that a new kingdom will rise. It says, the old king must fall, his blood a sacrifice to the new dawn, so that the serpents may unite and the heart may be saved. The words linger in the air, a death sentence and a coronation all in one. Varos lifts his head, and the broken fledgling is gone. The coldness has returned to his eyes, but it is a different kind of cold now. It is not the cold of ambition. It is the cold of the grave. The cold of a son who has just realized he must kill his own father. "I see," he says, his voice flat, expressionless. He understands what he must do. His path is no longer one of political maneuvering and strategic ambition. It is a path of blood and sacrifice, a path he must walk not just to save his kingdom, but to save the woman his own father condemned to death. He turns and looks back toward the chamber where Amara waits, and in his eyes, I see a new, terrible resolve being forged in the fires of his shattered heart. The old kingdom is already dead, and we are the ones who must now bury it.
Chapter 28. Varos. The journey back to the capital is a silent, grim procession. We move through the blighted swamp not as a triumphant rescue party, but as bearers of a terrible, world-shattering truth. The air is ripe with the stench of rot, but it is nothing compared to the decay I now know festers at the heart of my kingdom, my father. The word is a shard of glass in my mind, severing the threads of duty, of lineage, of a lifetime of cold, resentful obedience. Amara is a fragile, silent presence in Kaelin's arms. She's wrapped in the mystic's dark robes, her face pale, her eyes wide and haunted. She gave us her challenge. I will see if your actions match your words, and now I must answer it by destroying the very foundation of my world. She is the reason for this treason. She is the reason for this necessary righteous war. Zahir moves at my side, a crimson beast of contained violence. The easy hatred between us is gone, burned away by the fires of betrayal and a shared, terrifying purpose. We do not speak. There are no words for the abyss that has opened before us. There is only the grim, silent understanding of two predators who have realized the true serpent was not in the swamp, but in their own nest. We do not use the serpent's gut. We march through the main gates of the capital, a grim, blood-spattered procession that parts the crowds like a blade through water. My vipers carry the two Tixorku prisoners, bound and gagged, their mottled green scales a stark, ugly contrast to the polished black stone of the city. We are not hiding. We are making a statement. I do not take Amara back to my chambers. I take her to Kaelin's orrery, the one place in this palace that feels like a sanctuary. I leave her in the mystic's care, with Zahir's two most loyal warriors standing guard outside the door. She is no longer a pet or a prisoner. She is the sacred ground we are about to fight and die for. What is your plan, Prince? Zahir's voice is a low, guttural rumble in the echoing corridor. I'm going to tear down a kingdom, I reply, my voice a cold, flat thing, and build a new one from the ashes. My strategy is not one of stealth. It is one of overwhelming, undeniable force. I call an emergency session of the High Council, a summons that cannot be ignored. The pretense is the attack on the palace, the capture of the Tixorku assassins. Every noble of consequence, every minister, every sycophant and viper will be there. And so will my father. I will give him no choice but to face me. The throne room is a sea of glittering scales and simmering tension. The air is vibrating with whispers, with the scent of fear and ambition. I stand in the middle of the floor, flanked by Zahir and Kalen. We are an island of grim resolve in a tide of uncertainty. The three serpents of the prophecy, united at last. My father enters, and the room falls silent. He moves with the slow, deliberate grace of an ancient predator, his rust-colored scales seeming to drink the light. He settles onto his obsidian throne, his cruel, clouded eyes fixing on me. He sees the three of us standing together, and a slow, mocking smile spreads across his face. He thinks this is another of our petty squabbles. He does not yet know that he is looking at his own executioners. "My son!" he hisses, his voice a dry, rattling thing. "You have called this council. I trust the reason is not as trivial as the loss of your new pet." "The human was not lost, father," I say, my voice ringing with a cold, clear authority that makes the noble shift uneasily. "She was stolen, abducted from within these very walls by enemies of the state." "Indeed," the king says, his tone bored, "and I see you have found her, and made some new, unlikely friends." He gestures a dismissive claw at Zahir and Kalen. "I trust the traitors have been dealt with." "They have," I say, "and they have confessed." I raise my hand, a silent command. The great doors to the throne room swing open, and my vipers drag the two Tixorku prisoners forward, dumping them in a heap on the polished stone floor. A gasp ripples through the court. "These assassins," I continue, my voice a cold, relentless blade, "have admitted to the attempt on my life. They have admitted to the abduction of the human, and they have named their benefactor." My father's smile does not falter, but I see a flicker of something in his ancient eyes. Annoyance. He's beginning to realize this is not the game he thought he was playing. "And who's this great traitor?" he asks, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. "Some disgruntled merchant? A rival house with delusions of grandeur?" I let the silence stretch, the tension in the room becoming a palpable, suffocating thing. I look at him, at the creature who sired me, who condemned the woman I love, to death for the sake of his own rotting pride. And I feel nothing, no grief, no anger, only a vast, cold emptiness. "They named you, father," I say, the words falling like stones into a deep, silent well. The court erupts, a chaotic explosion of hisses, shouts, and accusations. The nobles are on their feet, their faces masks of shock and disbelief. My father's smile finally vanishes, replaced by a look of pure reptilian fury. "Treason!" he roars, his voice a thunderclap that momentarily silences the uproar. He points a trembling claw at me. "My own son, bewitched by a human whore, dares to accuse his king? He conspires with a brutish general and a mad mystic to usurp the throne. Guards, seize them." The royal guard who line the walls of the throne room hesitate. Their loyalty has always been to the throne, to the king, but now the heir to that throne stands before them, backed by the general of their armies and the keeper of their faith. They are caught between the past and the future. "The prince lies!" my father screams, his voice cracking with rage. "He has no proof, only the words of traitors and his own ambition." This is the moment, the pivot upon which the world will turn. Zahir steps forward. The general of Nagaland's armies, the king's most brutal and loyal weapon, takes his place at my side, his hand resting on the hilt of his axe, He does not look at the king. He looks at the assembled nobles, at the wavering guards. "I have served the throne of Nagaland for my entire life," he growls, his voice a low rumble that commands absolute attention. "My loyalty is to this kingdom, not to the whims of a tyrant who would sell its security for the sake of his own pride. I have seen the truth with my own eyes. I have fought the enemies the king hired. I stand with the prince." A shockwave of disbelief washes over the court. The general siding against the king? It is unthinkable. It is a seismic shift in the landscape of power. My father's face is a presentation of pure apoplectic fury. "You dare, beast! You who I raised from the dirt of the barracks!" Before he can continue his tirade, Kalen steps forward on my other side. He raises his hands, and a profound, holy silence falls over the throne room. "The gods have spoken," he says, his voice sounding like a deep melodious hum that resonates in the very stone of the hall. "The prophecy which King Ishada has long sought to suppress and deny is upon us. He has committed a sacrilege. He has conspired with the enemies of this kingdom to destroy the heart of the prophecy, to spill innocent blood to preserve his own corrupt reign. He has defied the will of the cosmos, and he has forfeited his right to rule." He lowers his hands, and his twilight eyes, filled with a sorrowful, righteous fire, fix on the king. "Your reign is over, Ishada Vasma. The gods themselves have decreed it." The court is frozen, caught between the king's temporal power and the mystic spiritual authority. It is a battle for the very soul of Nagaland. "Lies!" my father shrieks, his voice thin and reedy. "All of it! The ravings of a madman and the ambitions of a traitor! I am the king!" "You were the king," I say, my voice the final, cold, and absolute judgment. I turn to the captain of the Royal Guard, a stoic, scarred Naga whose loyalty I've spent years cultivating. "Captain Rax, your orders are clear. The evidence is before you. The will of the gods has been spoken. Who do you serve? A tyrant who conspires with our enemies? Or the future of Nagaland?" The captain hesitates for a single, eternal heartbeat. He looks at the sputtering, raging king on his throne. He looks at me, at Zahir, at Kalen. He sees the unified, unbreakable front we present. He sees the future. He draws his sword, the sound of steel a clear, ringing note in the tense silence. He turns not to me, but to his men. "The prince has spoken," he commands, his voice a clear, authoritative bark. "The king is a traitor. Seize him!" The royal guard moves as one. They converge on the throne, a wave of black armor and drawn steel. My father screams, a sound of pure, impotent rage, as they drag him from his obsidian seat. He fights, a weak, pathetic struggle, his threats and curses lost in the disciplined, efficient movements of the guards. The court is in an uproar, a chaotic mess of fear and dawning opportunistic realignment. I watch as they drag my father away, a broken, dethroned tyrant. The prophecy is fulfilled. The old king has fallen. I feel no triumph, no satisfaction, only a vast, hollow emptiness, and a new, terrifying weight, the weight of a crown I have just claimed in blood and betrayal. I turn, my gaze sweeping past the cowering nobles, past the chaos, to the small arched doorway at the side of the hall where I had Kalen bring her. Amara stands there, a silent, pale witness to the entire brutal spectacle. Her eyes are wide, her face a mask of shock and a dawning, terrible understanding. I've just overthrown a kingdom. I've faced down my father, my own blood, and torn his legacy to shreds. I've done it all for her. My actions have matched my words. I look at her, and my heart, the one I thought was made of ice, aches with a single desperate question. Is it enough? Can you believe us now?
Chapter 29. Amara. 3 months, a season of change, a lifetime. The ghost of the old king haunts the palace, a chill in the air that really has very little to do with the changing weather. He is locked away in the deepest, most lightless dungeon, a fate he once dealt to countless others. The kingdom breathes a collective, hesitant sigh of relief. But a kingdom is not a single entity. It is a writhing nest of vipers, and though the head has been severed, the body still twitches with the old poisons. I'm not a prisoner in the prince's, the king's chambers. I reside in a suite of my own, a quiet, sun-drenched space with a balcony that overlooks the city, not a sterile, walled garden. The door is not locked. I am free to walk the palace halls, to visit the grand library, to sit in the gardens. And yet, I am never truly alone. One of them is always near. Not as a guard, but as a silent, watchful presence. A shadow of gold, or crimson, or silver blue. They are keeping their promise. Their actions have become a slow, patient, and relentless assault on the walls I have built around my broken heart. Varos, the new king, is a creature transformed. The cold, calculating prince is still there, a core of ice at the centre of his being. But it is now tempered by a strange, new fire. I see it in the council meetings he insists I attend. He sits on the obsidian throne, no longer a tyrant, but a true monarch. His voice a low, authoritative command that silences the squabbling nobles. Last week, Lady Zalia, her violet scales shimmering with cunning, proposed a new tax on the human territories, a measure to replenish the royal coffers after the recent unrest. The old king would have agreed without a second thought. Varos listened, his face an unreadable mask. Then he turned his golden eyes to me. "Amara," he said, his voice ringing with a clear, carrying authority that made the entire court fall silent. "You are of human blood. You understand their ways. Is this a just tax?" The entire hall held its breath. Lady Zalia's fan stilled. I, a human, a former pet, was being asked to advise the king of Nagaland on matters of state. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I met his gaze and found not a test, but a genuine inquiry. "It is a death sentence, Your Majesty," I said, my voice quiet but steady. "The harvests have been poor. They are already starving." Varos turned his gaze back to a sputtering Lady Zalia. "Then there will be no new tax," he declared, his voice the final, absolute judgment. "Instead, we will send grain from the royal stores. A kingdom that cannot feed its most vulnerable subjects is a kingdom that has already failed." He did not do it for me. He did it for his kingdom. But he used my voice, my knowledge, to guide his hand. He is showing me, not telling me, that my humanity is not a weakness to him. It is a strength. His strength. As for Zahir, his lessons continue, but they are no longer a brutal torment. We meet in his training yard, in the honest light of the sun. He is teaching me to wield a small, light dagger, its hilt carved from the pale, creamy wood he favours. "Your strength is not in your arm," he grunts, his massive hands gently correcting my grip. His touch is still a jolt, a raw, electric thing, but the violence is gone, instead replaced by a rough, patient tenderness. "It is here." He taps his claw against my temple. "You see what others do not. You see the weakness in an opponent's stance, the flicker of fear in their eyes. That is your weapon. The blade is merely the extension of your will." He no longer pushes me to the ground. He teaches me to yield, to flow, to use an opponent's strength against them. He is not just teaching me to fight. He is teaching me to be something other than prey. He is giving me back my own agency, piece by painstaking piece. One afternoon, he leads me back to his secret workshop. A new carving sits on the central bench, bathed in a sliver of sunlight. It is a carving of me. I am not depicted as a cowering captive or a seductive pet. I am standing, my chin lifted, a small, defiant smile on my lips. In my hand, I hold a single, perfect flower. He has captured not just my likeness, but my spirit. I found this one in the garden, he says. His voice is a rough rumble, his gaze fixed on the carving, unable to meet my eyes. It was not broken. It was just alone. My heart aches with a sweet, terrible pain. This brutal, savage warrior, this creature of blood and battle, sees me not as a broken thing to be pitied, but as a solitary bloom to be cherished. Then there's Kalen. He is my anchor in this turbulent new world. He does not try to teach me or to change me. He simply is. He sits with me on my balcony in the long, quiet hours of the evening, the 2 moons casting our shadows on the stone. He brings me scrolls, not of prophecy, but of Naga poetry, of their history, of the stories they tell their children. He teaches me their language, not just the words, but the subtle, shifting currents of meaning beneath them. Our word for love, he explains one evening, his voice a low, melodic hum, is the same as our word for fate. We do not see them as separate things. To love is to accept a shared destiny. He looks at me, his twilight eyes showing a profound, aching tenderness. The prophecy did not create our fate, Amara. It merely gave it a name. It showed us the path our souls were already walking, a path that led, inevitably, to you. He does not touch me, not since that night in his orrery. He is giving me space. He is letting me heal. But his presence is a constant, gentle warmth, a spiritual balm on the raw, wounded parts of my soul. He is not trying to decipher me anymore. He is simply learning me. Today is the Festival of Shattered Light. The entire capital is alive with a quiet, reverent energy. It is a celebration of the birth of their gods, of the moment the sky, once a single, reflective sheet, was shattered by a surge of cosmic power into 1,000,000 stars. Tonight, the city will be dark, save for the light of 1,000,000 hand-lit lanterns, a mirror of the star-dusted sky above. I stand on my balcony, watching the preparations in the plaza below. A strange, unfamiliar feeling settles in my chest. Finally, since I was dragged into this world, I do not feel like a captive. I feel a part of something. They come to me as the sun begins to set, its last rays painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange. They do not come as a king, a general, and a high priest. They come as Varos, Zahir, and Kalen. They are dressed not in the regalia of their stations, but in simple dark silks that seem to absorb the fading light. They do not speak. They simply stand before me. Their presence a familiar, overwhelming trinity of power, and a new, profound vulnerability. It is Varos who finally breaks the silence, his voice stripped of its royal authority, raw and uncertain. "We have tried to show you, Amara," he says, his golden eyes fixed on mine. "With our actions, we have tried to prove that what we feel is not a lie." "We have protected you," Zahir growls, his voice a guttural thing, but the usual rage is gone, replaced instead by a desperate, pleading intensity. "We have honoured you. We have cherished you." The word sounds strange, foreign on his tongue, but his eyes burn with a fierce, honest truth. "Our world is changing," Kalen says, his voice a soft, melodic whisper that wraps around me like a cloak. "You have changed it. You have changed us. You have taught a king the meaning of justice, a warrior the meaning of mercy, and a mystic the meaning of a faith that is not written in the stars, but is found in a single, human heart." They move closer, forming a loose circle around me. The last of the sunlight fades, and in the deepening twilight, the first of the city's lanterns begin to glow, small, hopeful sparks in the darkness. "We are not asking you to be a key or a prophecy or a queen," Varos says, his voice thick with an emotion I have never heard from him before. He takes my hand, his touch no longer a claim, but a question. "We are asking you to be our mate, our heart, our fate." "We love you, Amara," Zahir says, his voice a broken thing. He takes my other hand, his massive, calloused grip a strange, comforting anchor. And the thought of a future without you at its centre is no future at all. Be our shared destiny, Kalen whispers, his twilight eyes shimmering with an impossible, beautiful light. The words hang in the air, a breathtaking, terrifying, and utterly beautiful plea. The walls around my heart, the ones I have so carefully, so painfully rebuilt, do not just crack, they crumble, they turn to dust. I look at them, at these three terrible, beautiful monsters who have torn my world apart and then painstakingly, tenderly tried to piece it back together again. I see the hope and the fear and the profound, absolute love in their eyes. And I know, with a certainty that settles deep in the marrow of my bones, that my own heart has been lying to me. It is not broken. It has simply been waiting. Yes, I whisper, the word a tear, a laugh, a surrender, and a victory all at once. A collective, shuddering sigh of relief passes through them. The tension that has held them rigid for 3 months finally breaks, and they are just 3 Naga, their souls laid bare before the woman they love. I step toward Kalen first. I cup his face in my hands, his silver-blue scales cool and smooth beneath my palms. I love you, I whisper, and I kiss him. It is a gentle, soulful connection, a meeting of spirits, a promise of a shared, sacred peace. Then I turn to Zahir. I wrap my arms around his massive neck, pulling myself up to meet his mouth. I love you, I say against his lips, and I kiss him. It is a kiss of fierce, passionate fire, a raw, honest claiming that is no longer a violation, but a joyous, welcome truth. I face Varos, the king, my king. He does not wait for me to come to him. He closes the distance between us and frames my face with his hands, his touch a mixture of reverent gentleness and absolute possession. I love you, I breathe, and he kisses me. It is a deep, soul-stealing kiss, a king bowing to his queen, a promise of a shared throne, a shared future, a shared eternity. As we break apart, the city below us erupts in a silent, breathtaking explosion of light. Thousands of lanterns, a galaxy of man-made stars, rise into the night sky, mirroring the cosmos above. A new era for Nagaland has begun. And I am not a pet, or a captive, or a prophecy. I am its heart. Chapter 30. Amara. The air in my chambers is ripe with the scent of flowers and sacred herbs. It is a fragrance that is both calming and deeply, terrifyingly final. Kia stands before me, her warm, practical hands a comforting anchor in the swirling vortex of my emotions. She is fastening the last of a series of ribbons into my hair, her movements gentle, her face a mask of profound, tearful joy. "Patience," she whispers, her voice thick as she weaves a deep blue ribbon through a dark braid. "Strength," she murmurs, her fingers tying a crimson one beside it. "Wisdom," she breathes, her touch reverent as she adds a final silver blue strand. The colours of my mates, the colours of my new life. I look at my reflection in the polished silver mirror. The woman staring back is a stranger, a creature of myth and legend. The traditional Naga mating dress is a masterpiece of woven silk and intricate beadwork, the colour of a pale, dawning sky. It is heavy, the weight of it a constant, reassuring pressure on my shoulders. It is a queen's garment, and at last it does not feel like a costume. It feels right. Around my neck, on a simple leather cord, hangs a small silk pouch filled with a mixture of herbs Kalen prepared for me this morning. It smells of pine from my lost home, of the swamp lilies of Yalma, and of the sacred starlit herbs from his own sanctuary. It is a scent of my past, my trials, and my future, all woven together. Kia steps back, her work complete. Her eyes are shining. "They will not know what to do with themselves," she says, her voice cracking. A human queen. I am not a queen, I whisper, my own voice trembling. You are, she insists, her gaze fierce and unwavering. You are the heart and soul of the king, the strength of the general, the soul of the high priest. You are more than a queen. You are their centre. Never forget that. Before I can reply, a soft knock comes at the door. An elderly Naga priestess enters, her scales the colour of pale, milky jade. She carries a small velvet bag. It is time. She approaches me, her blind white eyes seeming to see into the very marrow of my bones. The gods offer their wisdom to those who are brave enough to seek it, she rasps, her voice the sound of ancient, rustling parchment. She holds the bag out to me. Choose your path, little heart. My hand trembles as I reach into the bag. My fingers close around a small, smooth stone. I pull it out. It is a piece of polished obsidian, and carved into its surface is a single glowing rune. It is the rune for unity, but it is also the rune for beginning. The priestess gives a slow, knowing smile. The path is set. She leads me from my chambers. The palace is transformed. The cold, imposing corridors are softened by garlands of night-blooming flowers and the warm, flickering light of thousands of lanterns. Naga nobles, a glittering sea of jewel-toned scales and shimmering silks, line the hallways. They do not stare with the cold, appraising eyes of before. They bow their heads as I pass, a gesture of profound, and in some cases grudging respect. I am not merely a curiosity. I am a part of their world. The procession leads to the sacred gardens, the place where Kaelin first spoke to me of destiny. The sterile, ordered beauty of the place has been transformed into a breathtaking sanctuary. A great circular altar of white stone has been erected in the main plaza, surrounded by a circle of fire pits that burn with a cool blue flame. The air smells like burning herbs and the hushed, reverent silence of the assembled court. And there, standing before the altar, they wait for me. My breath catches in my throat. They are not a king, a general, and a high priest. They are three aspects of a single, devastatingly beautiful truth. Varos, a pillar of black and gold, his regal authority softened by a raw, naked vulnerability in his golden eyes. Zahir, a crimson monolith of contained power, his usual savage fury replaced by a fierce, protective tenderness that makes my heart ache. And Kaelin, a river of silver blue, his ancient sadness gone, his twilight eyes shining with a profound, soul-deep joy. As I approach, the assembled guests move forward, one by one, to lay a single flower at the base of the altar. A silent offering. A prayer for the future of their kingdom. I see Lady Zalia, her violet scales shimmering, place a perfect black rose at the foot of the stone. Her eyes meet mine, and at last, I see not cunning, not malice, but a grudging, almost imperceptible nod of respect. I reach the altar, and the world seems to fall away. There is only the three of them. Kaelin steps forward. He is not just one of my mates. He is the high priest, the one who will bind us. He takes my hands in his touch a familiar, calming warmth. We gather under the gaze of the shattered light, he says, the sound a low, melodic drone that resonates in the very stone beneath my feet, to witness a union not of two souls, but of four, a new pattern in the great weave of destiny. He takes the small silk pouch from around my neck. He opens it, and the scent of my past and my future fills the air. He crushes the herbs in his palm, the fragrant powder a mixture of green and brown and silver. He anoints my forehead with the dust, his touch a gentle, reverent blessing. With the earth, I bless your heart, Amara, he whispers. May it always be a wellspring of the courage and compassion that has saved us all. He then anoints each of them in turn. To Zahir, I bless your strength. May it always be a shield for the gentle heart you hide from the world. To Varos, with this earth, I sanctify your crown, May it always be guided by the just and noble spirit you have shown us. And finally, he anoints himself. With this earth I will bless our souls. May they always be intertwined, a single cord of love and fate. It is their turn to speak. Varos steps forward, his golden eyes ablaze with a fierce, possessive fire that no longer terrifies me, but thrills me. He takes my hand, his grip firm, a promise of unwavering strength. I once saw you as a possession, he says, his voice making a low, clear vow that carries to every corner of the silent garden. A beautiful, fragile thing to be owned. I was a fool. You are not a possession, Amara. You are the foundation upon which my new kingdom is built. You are my justice, my honour, my queen. I pledge my life, my crown, and my very soul to your protection. I am yours, now and for all eternity. Zaha steps forward, his massive form a comforting, solid presence at my other side. He takes my other hand, his calloused warrior's grip a testament to the battles he has fought, and the peace he has found in me. I once saw you as a weakness, he growls, his voice a guttural confession that is filled with a raw, aching tenderness. A softness I could not afford. I was a blind, raging beast. You did not tame me, Amara. You healed me. You showed me that true strength is not in the rage, but in the heart that can temper it. You are my mercy, my honour, my home. I pledge my axe, my strength, and my very life to your happiness. I am yours always. Kaelin steps before me, his twilight eyes shimmering with a love so profound that it feels like a physical thing. I once saw you as a prophecy, he whispers, his voice a melody of pure, unadulterated love. A cosmic riddle to be solved. I was lost in the stars, and I did not see the heaven at my feet. You are not a prophecy, Amara. You are the truth, the answer to a question my soul has been asking for 1,000 lifetimes. You are my faith, my honour, my everything. I pledge my spirit, my wisdom, and my very being to your side. I am yours now and forever. The tears are streaming down my face, hot and silent. They are not tears of sorrow or of fear. They are tears of a joy so vast, so overwhelming, it feels like my heart might burst from my chest. I look at them, at these 3 beautiful, terrible, and utterly devoted serpents who have laid their souls at my feet. My king, my warrior, my priest, my mates. I step forward and wrap my arms around Varos's neck, pulling his head down to mine. I am yours, I whisper against his lips, and I kiss him, a kiss of shared power and profound, absolute love. I turn to Zahir and cup his scarred, savage face in my hands. I am yours, I say, my voice thick with emotion, and I kiss him with fierce, passionate fire, of a wildness that has finally found its home. And then I turn to Kaelin. I frame his face with my hands, my thumbs stroking his silver-blue scales. I am yours, I breathe, and I kiss him. It's a kiss of deep, soulful peace, of 2 spirits who have finally, blessedly, found their other half. As we stand there, the 4 of us, a single, intertwined entity at the heart of a new world, the court erupts. Not in the polite, restrained applause of nobles, but in a raw, guttural roar of approval, of hope, of celebration. The old kingdom is dead. The new era has begun. Chapter 31. Amara. The royal chambers are no longer a cage. They are a sanctuary. The cold, austere space that was once Varos's solitary domain has been transformed. The air is warm, alive with the scent of the sacred herbs from our ceremony, and the thousands of night-blooming flowers that now fill ornate vases in every corner. Through the vast arched windows, the city below is a breathtaking galaxy of lanterns, a silent, glittering testament to the new era we have just begun. We stand in the exact centre of the room, the 3 of them forming a protective, possessive circle around me. The weight of the mating dress is gone. now replaced by a simple, floor-length robe of white silk, so fine it feels like a moonbeam against my skin. The silence in the room is not empty. It is full. It hums with the unspoken promises of the ceremony, with the raw, terrifying and beautiful truth of our shared love. Kalen is the first to move. He steps toward me, his silver-blue scales shimmering in the soft lantern light. He does not reach for me with his hands. He reaches for my soul. His twilight eyes, no longer filled with sorrow, but with a profound, steady joy, hold mine. The ceremony is over, Amara, he whispers, his voice a low, melodic sound that vibrates in the very air between us. But our union has just begun. He takes my hand and brings it to his lips, his kiss a feather-light, reverent touch against my knuckles. He leads me toward the massive sleeping pallet, a vast sea of dark furs and silk sheets. The others follow, their movements silent, their presence a familiar, overwhelming trinity of power and devotion. He does not push me down. He sits on the edge of the pallet and pulls me gently into his lap, so I am facing him, my legs on either side of his hips. It is an intimate, trusting posture that has little to do with dominance. I want to show you the truth of the prophecy, he murmurs, his hands gently stroking my back, his touch a calming, spiritual balm, not as words on a scroll, but as a living, breathing thing. He kisses me. It is a slow, deep, searching kiss, a communion of souls. I feel his calm, his ancient wisdom, his profound, unwavering love pouring into me, and I give him my own fragile human heart in return. His hands move with a slow, reverent grace, untying the sash of my robe, pushing the silk from my shoulders. It pools around my waist, leaving my upper body bare to his worshipful gaze.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. The world slowly comes back into focus. I am a boneless, trembling wreck, cradled in the arms of my three mates. Zahir's chest is a solid wall at my back, his heart a thunderous beat against my skin. Kalen's head is resting on my shoulder, his breath a soft, warm puff against my neck. And Varos is kneeling before me, his forehead resting on my knee, his body trembling with the aftershocks of his release. The silence that falls is not empty. It is full. It is full of the scent of our love, of the sound of our shared breaths, of the profound, unbreakable truth of our shared souls. Our mate, Zahir growls, a low, possessive rumble that vibrates through my entire body. Our queen, Varos whispers, his voice a raw, broken thing against my skin. Our eternity, Kalen breathes, his lips brushing against my ear. I look from one to the other, at these three beautiful, terrible and utterly devoted serpents who have laid their world, their hearts, their very souls at my feet. The last of my fear, my doubt, my brokenness dissolves into nothing. I am not a captive. I am not a pet. I am not a prophecy. I am the heart of Nagaland. And I am finally, truly, irrevocably home. Epilogue. Amara. 1 year later. The garden is no longer silent. It breathes. A year ago, this was a place of cold, sterile beauty, a collection of soulless, perfect plants. Now it is a riot of life, a beautiful, chaotic tangle of two worlds. The skeletal, black-leaved trees of Nagaland now share the soil with the white-barked birches of my lost home. Their leaves are vibrant, impossible green against the crimson sand. The air is no longer just the spicy scent of blue-barked trees. It is sweetened with the familiar, comforting perfume of the wild roses Kia helped me plant. Their petals are defiant, gentle pink in this world of jewel-toned predators. I trail my hand over the low stone wall that borders the path, my fingers tracing the familiar, rough texture. My other hand rests on the gentle, pronounced swell of my belly, a constant living reminder of the impossible truth of my new life. A life stirs within me, a tiny, fluttering kick against my palm, a life forged from ice and fire and starlight and a single human heart. A warm, heavy weight settles on my shoulders, a familiar crimson cloak of muscle and possessive heat. Zahir. He does not speak, but his presence is a language all its own. His arm wraps around my waist, his massive, calloused hand coming to rest over mine on my belly. His touch is no longer a brand of ownership, but a fierce, protective shield. He is restless today, Zahir growls, his voice a low, rumbling thunder against my ear. His chin rests on my shoulder, his fangs gently grazing the sensitive skin of my neck. It is a gesture that once would have sent a shiver of pure terror through me. Now it is just Zahir. My Zahir. She, I correct him gently, a soft smile touching my lips. Kaelin says she has a warrior's spirit. She will have her father's strength, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my skin, and I know he does not mean himself. He means all of them. A shadow falls over us, and a cool, smooth hand takes my free one. Varos. He stands before me, no longer just a king, but my king. The cold, aristocratic mask is gone, replaced by a soft, profound tenderness that still, after all this time, makes my heart ache. His golden scales shimmer in the afternoon sun, and his eyes, once chips of ice, are now pools of molten gold, filled with a love so vast it is almost a tangible thing. A warrior's spirit will serve her well, he says, his voice the low, melodic baritone that haunts my dreams. But she will have her mother's heart. That is a far greater weapon. He lifts my hand to his lips, his kiss a soft, reverent pressure against my knuckles. He is still a king. His commands still shape the fate of this nation. But now his ambition is tempered by compassion, his strategies guided by a justice I never thought possible in this brutal world. He has sent grain to the human territories not once but 3 times. He has established a council where human representatives have a voice, a small, hesitant voice, but a voice nonetheless. He is not just ruling his kingdom, he is healing it. It's still far from a world where humans are seen as equals or have rights, but it's a start. Kaelin appears as he always does, a silent river of silver blue, his presence a calming balm on the raw, intense energies of his mates. He carries a small, woven basket filled with the sun apples I love, their familiar, tart scent a welcome ghost from my past. She will have her own path, he says, his twilight eyes shining with a serene, knowing light. He offers me a slice of the apple, and I take it, the crisp, familiar taste a burst of simple joy. She is not just the fulfillment of a prophecy, she is the beginning of a new one. He sits on the stone wall beside me, and Varos and Zahir move to flank us, a living, breathing wall of gold and crimson and silver blue. They are so different, these 3 terrible, beautiful serpents who have claimed my heart. Varos, the still, cold centre of the storm, his love a quiet, unwavering certainty. Zahir, the raging, protective fire, his love a constant, rumbling volcano of passion and devotion. And Kaelin, the deep, soulful river, his love a gentle, all-encompassing current that holds us all together. I lean back against Zahir's solid warmth, my hand in Varos's cool, smooth grip, the taste of Kaelin's offering sweet on my tongue. The child within me gives another stronger kick, a silent declaration of her own fierce, independent life. "Do you remember?" I whisper, my gaze on the impossible, beautiful garden we have built together. "The first time you saw me, in the throne room." A low growl rumbles in Zahir's chest. I remember a frightened little bird I wanted to crush in my fist. "I remember a beautiful, insignificant creature," Varos says, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. "An object." "I remember a key," Kaelin murmurs, his gaze lost in a distant, cosmic memory. "A prophecy." I turn my head, looking at each of them in turn. "And now?" Zahir's arm tightens around me, his voice a low, raw confession against my hair. "Now, you are the only thing in this world that is not a target. You are the only thing I would not break." Varos lifts my hand to his lips again, his golden eyes holding mine with a raw, absolute sincerity. "Now, you are the only object in this kingdom that I would kneel to. You are my queen, in truth, not just in title." Kaelin reaches out, his hand gently cupping my cheek, his touch a familiar, soulful connection. "Now," he whispers, his voice thick with an emotion so profound it is almost a physical thing. "You are no longer the key to the prophecy. You are the answer to all of my prayers." The love they offer is not a simple, easy thing. It is a dark, complex, and deeply possessive love, forged in the fires of betrayal, of violence, of a shared, desperate need. Zahir's jealousy is still a palpable thing, a low, constant hum of proprietary rage directed at any who look at me for a moment too long. Varos's need for control is still absolute, but it is now directed at my comfort, my safety, my happiness. And Kaelin's wisdom, his connection to the cosmos, is now a shield that he wraps around our small, impossible family. They are still monsters, my beautiful, terrible, and utterly devoted monsters. But they are my monsters, and I am their human heart. The child within me kicks again, a strong, insistent demand for attention. All three of them look down at my belly, their fierce, predatory faces softening with a shared, profound awe. "She will be a queen," Varos says, his voice a vow. "She will be a warrior," Zahir growls, a note of fierce pride in his voice. "She will be loved," Kaelin whispers, and in his words, I hear the final, beautiful truth of the prophecy. I look at them, at the king, the general, and the high priest, at the three warring serpents who found their unity, not in a scroll or a vision, but in the heart of a broken human girl. I see the love in their eyes, a love so vast, so powerful, it has remade a kingdom, and remade me. The old kingdom is dead. The old Amara, the frightened captive girl, is dead as well. And from the ashes, something new has risen, something strong, something beautiful, something that is, finally, truly, home.